part of them icon. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Icon.
I Jump on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I gotta show it, she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics, I need it from Charlotte. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I push it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She been curving you just to flirt with me. Fully tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I've been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that you pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
She a thirsty bitch, wanna visit your dreams. You can see you hear it, you know that she's near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear I hear you feel. She a thirsty bitch, I'm a thirsty beat, real thirsty. Like a snitch on me, now wake up, wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt your heart, you can chase me, but I make you starve, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide, you can chase me, 'cause I'm right behind, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Shoot me, you can't afford it. I am the pilot, you're just a tourist. I threw a decoy in our valley, and if you sound a while, so don't panic. No, I better than nothing to say. Better be safe to get into heaven. Just be yourself and you end up in hell. Do as I say and I might break the spell. Run for your life, I hunt your heart, you can chase me, but I make you starve, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide, you can chase me, 'cause I'm right behind, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. what a shame. I'm not asking you for closure, I just want it to be over. We don't need to break up if we were never aligned. Is that okay? I shouldn't be yours if it means changing who I am to get us through. You shouldn't be mine because you're you. I've had enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We want love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. When I met you in the
Good day, folks. Welcome back to Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast. It's day 4 of action here for the main Swiss. And I'm excited, Summer, because we've already gotten to the point where teams can qualify into playoffs, potentially make some dream runs, or actually go and do what they came here to do to begin with. My name is Pavlos, and of course, Summer next to me for yet another time to break down all the action. It's going to be a fun day. I feel it's going to be a fun set of days as well. We've got good action coming up.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of sad that we didn't get to cast the BO1s at the very start, because we have just been sort of dropped in. It's 2-0, these matchups that we're going to be covering today. And yeah, we're going to be seeing 2 teams make it into playoffs already. And like you said, this is the journey of making it 2 challenges EMEA, getting those ascension points, because obviously when we're looking towards that sort of end of the year, especially when the teams that maybe we're casting to don't necessarily have that many challenges points, if they can get far in playoffs, if they can make it to challenges and even maybe get an upset there, they could get a ticket all the way into ascension, and that's the dream of some of these players.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more specifically about where we are currently in the tournament, right? What we're doing here. And we are currently like in the main Swiss stage, like we already alluded to, at the final kind of chapter for many of these teams trying to qualify. And look, we've already had to go through a series of matches. For example, we had the Monday's games to look back to that have kind of putting us to this point where teams finally make their way into a higher stage, or even drop to lower levels where you wouldn't really expect it. But yeah, the match results of that day was ESC losing to Delhi Elise, Enterprise grabbing their win. Surprisingly enough, Team Liquid Academy couldn't quite win their matchup, while in the meantime, Pixelumina did win their match as well. In that best of 139 was the score by the end. Any surprises there apart from that Team Liquid Academy score?
Honestly, I was hoping ESC would be doing a little bit better, especially after their debut game. And we saw players like Demo going absolutely crazy. I think if you can't remember the ace, there was like a satchel and a shorty kill, a knife kill, and then picked up a couple of weapons. It was like a gun game in that round. And seeing them fall sort of down to that lower levels that you're not necessarily expecting some of the pedigree players that you have on that team to do. Similar to like what we saw last split when we had players like Link and Brady on the team.
Indeed, and for Enterprise, a bit of a redemption story, getting a map win after losing one versus Metasport that had them into that 1-1 score sheet. But as you can see, if you focus your eyes close to the monitor here, you'll see all the team's trajectories as of this point, and you can very obviously see now we're at the point where we've got a chance to get see some teams make it through to the other end. Just like we can see Formulation and Twisted Saints Esports at the top of the bracket, Metasport against Fullbox 200 as well. Those are the matches we'll be focusing in on today at that 3-0 and the following days as well. well, we'll be looking at the BO3s that could potentially see some teams being eliminated. And there's a few ones that are actually surprising on that end. Bitfix, Bonk, a lot of them kind of expected to move a little bit, high on that bracket, but are already up for elimination. So yeah, this is actually getting very nitty-gritty, just like it was every other single split so far, Summer.
Yeah, I think some of the unexpected teams making it into sort of the higher 2-0, 2-1 brackets, but then sometimes we're looking at the teams like Bonk again. You wouldn't necessarily expect them to be going 0-2. Same goes for Bitfix, who had a really good split last in Split 2, and also had a decent tournament with subs, a recent glitched event that a lot of these players and teams were playing in.
Indeed, indeed. And talking about upcoming games, let's just look at the schedule, shall we, and see exactly where we're at and which games and when you can expect them to be popping up on your screens. First up, obviously, we've got Formulation taking on the surprisingly Twisted Saints esports, getting themselves a nice 2-0. If you look at the players individually, it might not be that surprising, but yes, making a great run, not only from the lower Swiss, but to the main Swiss as well. And later on today, the other match that has the two teams in the 2-0 score, Metasport versus Full Box 200, which, then you've got a lot of unknown names for the Full Box 200 roster, right? That's a big surprise, don't you think?
Yeah, honestly, we were talking about it before coming in that we thought Split 2 was the one with upsets when we saw Team Liquid Academy fail to really make any sort of a stand. And then we're coming here into Split 3 and we have two teams that we wouldn't necessarily be expecting to be in that 2-0 bracket, when we also have some Ukrainian players that have been really showing up this split as well. And it's really exciting as well to not just be going by the, oh yeah, Enterprise are going to make it 3-0, it'll be fine, it'll be easy for them, Liquid Academy going to be... No, we have a split on our hands, and it is nice seeing some of the more unknown players have a chance to shine, because that's what this is all about.
Oh, for sure. And you get to have a taste of how closely matched this region is. And I know we, run the risk of being broken records here by saying this over and over again. But the reason why these teams are getting upset and why they can't consistently make it to playoffs, why they can't consistently make it to top fours, why we always see these upsets, it just goes to show how diverse this region is, how big it is, and how vast the talent pool is to select from, right? If you get 5 players together, make a dream run happen, we'll see it come to our screens time and time again, and we're seeing it yet again this season. But shall we get into our first match of the day, Summer? Shall we start talking about the specifics of our matches? I think it's time to talk about Formulation against Twisted Saints Esports.
I'm so excited to see Formulation play again. Obviously, from Split 1 to Split 2 to Split 3, there's complete different looks every time, right? A couple of core shifts changing in that, a couple of players being traded in and out. But this version of Formulation, I'm very excited to see, not only with the recent placement over in Glitch, but also coming into this split. They haven't actually lost yet, and that was coming up from that lower Swiss phase.
Indeed, indeed. It seemed like it was a big struggle for them at the start of the year generally, but now it's a different groove. They're undefeated, like you said, at this point in time. I had a nice chat with Kaisigo in Sweden, the coach of the roster, in regards of where he sees his team going, how they're progressing. Is this the trajectory that he would have expected for it? And he's as positive as he could have ever been for this team. A great set of guys, and the banter is actually there for them right now, and the focus is on. They know what the task is at hand, what they want to be doing, and that top 4 qualification challenges the EMEA Ascension run is what these guys are looking to do. It's a long shot, obviously not being there each and every other of the previous splits, with the Ascension points being in play, but they are currently in a groove that no other team has matched. Like you said, lower Swiss 3-0, main Swiss 2-0, and they are likely to get themselves a 6-0 in the Swiss stages and get them into the playoffs in first seed, and that's what we're kind of looking at. But time to talk about the newcomers. Not so newcomers if you look at the individuals, being in teams like Apina, Orchestra, and Sweet, and Sour, and Requiem, but it's Twisted Saints Esports.
Yeah, I think this team, again, you're talking about it being newcomers, but not really. There's a lot of experience from the players itself, maybe not necessarily all under the same name, especially under that of Twisted Saints, but I have a positive outlook coming into this. Of you always talk about these players being on teams, like you said, like Sweet and Sour, on Requiem, and you were mentioning it before of you never give them too much expectation coming in, and yet they always exceed it.
Yeah, and I think there's one particular player I'd like to talk about a little bit here as well. Luca, we got to see him on ExoClan, the previous splits, 1 and 2, here in this league. And he was playing in the Sentinel role, a bit of that lurker anchor, and now has kind of gone to the duelist, and he's excelling. He's really loving this position. He's doing really well in his games. So really cool to see how that's working out for him. And altogether, you know, when you've got these young players kind of joining forces with the experience that they've had in being dark horses in previous seasons in Challengers North, it kind of gave them a nice little, you know, they've kind of created a nice concoction of something potentially brilliant. And of course, they've got a big test up against them here with Formulation. Now, of course, this is BO3 territory. It's no longer BO1s. That's not what you can rely on. And I feel, Summer, that's going to add some complexity to the issue.
Well, I don't know about that because I might have had a sneak peek at the map veto, and
oh, come on.
I know because I know something you don't, and especially when even just looking at these two teams side by side in the recent games in like the last 3-4 months, they have a very similar map pool. Like especially when you're looking at sort of Lotus and Sunset, they're both teams' most played maps, so it'd be a massive surprise if we don't see those coming out. But it's mainly for me is sure if we talk about that trading, it's where we're going to end up for that final map, because outside those two, these teams haven't really found much success anywhere else.
Indeed, and let's get to see the veto all together. Let's reveal it also. Summer isn't the only one in the know for this one, but like you said, a similar map pool often leads to the same maps being played, but that also leads to some great Valorant being played as well. The strengths of both sides shown from the get-go. Won't be seeing the new addition to the map pool, Corrode, instantly banned out. Formulation wanting none of the Ascent business. And look, the 3 maps they have played all split long were Haven, Lotus, and Sunset. And Sunset, the one which they played the most, will be picked by their opposition.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm kind of sad to see all the Northeast teams banning out Corrode in their first or second ban. I'm very, very disappointed, guys. We need to see this new map because honestly, I'm a massive fan of it. But yeah, looking at the next map that they're going to be choosing, going into that Lotus, it really does make sense for both of them. I'm just really interested to see what is going to be that decider map left over, especially with Icebox being banned out and recent underperformances on Pearl, sorry, for some of the teams, and Ascent especially already being banned out by Formulation. Looking that it's going to be like a Haven towards the end, and yeah, with Bind being taken out, again, neither of these teams want to necessarily play those new maps into the pool. Bind and Corrode just not getting their light of day.
Yeah, not getting the chance to shine in the sun this time around. But like you said, the ones that we expect them to kind of play, starting his off, obviously, on Sunset. Now, 2 different comps run by these 2 teams. Generally, you've got the Deadlock being kind of paired up with the Viper on the one end and paired up with a Cypher on the other. Both enjoy running the Neon. What's your feel on this one? You know, there's always that discussion of which Sentinel you kind of want to run on a map like this. Obviously, having a lot of places where lurks can be a big issue.
I mean, for both of these teams, they're having the same sort of approach in regards to using that Viper and either that Deadlock or Cypher as that sort of double Sentinel and double controller sort of. Viper plays both sides with that, especially with the amount of control that you can have over towards mid. I'm just expecting to see, hopefully, the Neons get the chance to really show off what they can do, especially with operators on the defense, but how they're able to navigate the attack side, especially when the opposition has that Viper. They have a lot of control. Are we going to be seeing a lot of slow-paced defaults into fast hits, especially because they have to deal with the utility that they're going to be in sort of excess of on that defense with the Sentinel and the Viper as well.
Indeed, indeed. And we'll be jumping into the Agent Select quickly as well to see how actually this goes, if there are any changes. I don't expect them to be in, given how good of a trend they have been, and indeed they will be sticking to the tried and tested, and the compositions will stay the same. Like you said, similar ideology, but different execution when it comes to the Deadlock and Cypher differences. All right, look, Formulation definitely the more experienced, definitely have the more resources behind them to get something going here, and on the biggest trend in regards to performance. Twisted Saints Esports, though, have got that star power. They've got those youngsters that can bring out the upsets and the no-care attitude that they've had in other rosters like Requiem, like Sweet and Sour. We've seen it time and time again here in Challengers North. And now let's see if they can do it in Challengers Northeast Summer. Any expectations here? Obviously, you've got to have some favoritism towards the more experienced lot, but with the new addition to the main Swiss stage, Twisted Saints Esports, do you think they have a chance here?
Maybe not on this map, right? We're talking about this is one of the best maps for Formulation. They are 5-1 in the last few months on it. They barely changed their comp. They've had this comp for the last 4 times they've played it. It's nothing new. There's no sort of unknown force that they have to navigate coming into this. But Twisted Saints might be the unknown force that they can add into the equation, right? I don't want to necessarily completely count them out, because I do have belief in the players and this new sort of system that they are building. But for Formulation to be the first hurdle into playoffs, and especially on Sunset, it's going to be an uphill climb.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup, everybody. Thank you for joining the stream, the broadcast, and I hope you are putting this tab on your main monitor as we are about to get going on what could be the final match on the main Swiss stage for either of these teams and put them in first place in those playoffs. First seed up for grabs, as it's Formulation starting things on the defensive, but wanting to go for some exploration towards his left-hand side.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a test for TSE on the attack, trying to navigate any sort of thing with this double sentinel. And there's already pushes going out from B. Oh, Yamto's going to get caught completely off guard, and that's your initiator already down for the count. There's no info when you're getting out of sight. They just have to face everything.
And with that one, Twisted Saints Esports heading directly towards this A site. Formulation respecting it. I mean, attacking here, you know that there is a lot of presence towards the other side of the map, so you can pretty much take the space for free, but you want to go even further, clearing out the back corner. Spike planted, and it's a 5v4.
Yeah, but look at how much util Formulation have for the retake. The paranoia, the shock darts, the arrows, and the stuns from Ryanzeri. This is going to be difficult for TSE to hold off, especially if they don't necessarily get the value from the deadlock trips that they're hoping to get.
Yeah, Sonic Sensor's already set. Paranoia expended, and it's getting treacherous. Shots in the smoke. It's Neffy. He's lining them up one after the other as quickly as that Formulation take over. Blink and you miss it. And round number 1 is in the bag in the boys in green.
Yeah, that's just the difficulty as well when you're playing in that heavy site, sort of. You're hunkering down, you're totally in your shell on that A site. You're a player down, you have a lack of utility, and then Formulation can just throw everything in the kitchen sink at you, and it's just a complete distraction with the util, and Neffy just comes in, as you can see in the replay, and devours the 3 players in his site.
I know we've kind of followed the narrative of, it's Formulation, that's the more experienced one, but there's still a bunch of youngsters, right? Still a bunch of players at the start of their journey, their esports run here.
A lot of pedigree on the
prove.
Yeah, there's just a lot of pedigree on the players as well. Like you said, they are youngsters, but they've been around the block, especially in the VCLs, with the experience that they have, and even having LAN experience as well to boot. It's sort of like a massive upward trajectory for Formulation, and I feel like you can really see the difference of obviously the new players coming in, but the effect that the recent LAN that they've played has had on them coming into this split, especially with just sort of riding off the high.
Yeah, for sure. Getting a good run there. And getting to meet everyone IRL, that's super important. Gelling the team together right from the get-go.
I mean, I could have done without meeting you.
Yeah, well, too bad. Well, Team Secret. Well, Team Secret? Twisted Saints, that TSC. Okay, well, of course, the only one without an upgraded gun is the one that bears spoils early on in this fight. That does mean that Twisted Saints Esports is getting some return back and have upgraded some of their weapons. Deck finds another here, and actually, Twisted Saints might actually have got this unlocked. Camel, you're forced to do quite a lot here, trying to frontline.
Right here.
Stinger in hand, you spotted out the Guardian. Was that the Outlaw? Either way, you know, someone's in that position, and with the Shock Darts will try and make him leave. Neffy, again, being the player that brings most impact. Double kill for Neffy as Camille looks to attract attention, and it's Formulation that recover this round.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth, because especially with the recovered weapons, right? You had an Outlaw and a Guardian in the hands of the TSE players. It could have gone astray very, very quickly, but thankfully, Camille and Neffy are safe hands to get her across the line. But a lot of damage done when there was barely any investment coming in from TSE. It was Classics. I think there's one Sheriff in the mix. And coming into this one now, looking at the money for the side of Formulation, they're going to have a couple of reinvestments, right? Corsa's going to invest a Phantom coming into this one. Obviously, only having a Ghost in the previous. There's Stingers bringing it now, but it's not the normal sort of bonus buy we're expecting from Formulation, especially with how dominant it should have been against 4 Classics.
So it's not too bad of a bonus. But then again, could be quite the dangerous one for Twisted Saints. Currently trying to see if there's potential player they can grab out their attention. But for now, you can see Formulation playing very, very safe. Not wanting to give their opponents a peek, any information. Sort of hoping they fall into their arms. Now they try to step forwards. Twisted Saints starts to place their players in the front, but Viti is quick to react. Corsa doubles up, and now this is actually anyone's game. Very close, but Neffy is nearby to assist Vubit with his own little flank, and instantly the round collapses. You thought Twisted Saints had a chance to break through there, but you better think again.
Oh, and the last player's been spotted out. Spike's down cold on the ground. Reinforcements are coming in for a double peek through, but hold up! The double peek gets dismantled. Oh, but I don't think we'll expect him here.
No, he doesn't. Vubit is able to sneak in, find himself a corner, hide in it, and Will appears on his screen and makes easy work of him.
On paper, that's fine, right? It was a bonus for Formulation, but it's getting a little bit scary, right? Especially when we can see a player in that sort of 1v3 situation be able to dismantle the double peek. Just a little bit too sly steps from Vubit. But yeah, massive props to Corsa for that round. That triple kill over towards mid really solidifies the lead in favor of Formulation and gets them a 3-0 and puts TSE again down on their luck in regards to money. They do have an ultimate to work with, but you wouldn't be seeing that being used as that sort of initiation device, more of to try and close out a round, or if you're starting to feel the scales tip in your favor.
This is rough, Vubit. Thinks better of that. Yeah. Didn't really go to plan. Leaves that exchange with 7 points to his name. Even though Wanzeru collects the pieces in mid and realizes there's actually strong presence here for Twisted Saints. Needs to be respected.
Yeah, snake bite. In response to the drone, no one's going to be able to follow up off that. Even if there's a trip, they're sure it's going to get shock darted out. So there's going to be a little bit of question marks for Formulation. But it's nothing that they necessarily have to commit to. They still have the line of sight, especially now with Wanzeru sneaking in with the Outlaw.
Always trying to find these corners. Switching up positions. This time, Twisted Saints not moving towards his direction. Instead, may have found the weakest of the two sides. Then again, though, is it weak?
But especially with Vubit here, right? He's on 7 HP. Anyone on this side of the TSE can connect a toe shot and would be able to recycle that weapon, especially since he's playing on site. But the rotations are coming in. They may have left it a little bit too late, especially with the paranoia being such a delay tool.
All right, a wall created, maybe some space. Luca slides in, but how much more can you get? There's 10 seconds on the clock, and everyone's around Luca. 7 seconds, and the spike is not by him. 5 seconds, and the time is up. Formulation, quick to react, get onto the correct site, and defend superbly.
I really feel like Wanzeru got 2 of those kills through a wall, or through a smoke, and not necessarily had the line of sight. And it is those 2 kills with the shots of the Outlaw that saved formulation in that round, because it was starting to fall apart, especially with Luca, like I said, picking up that rifle after finally connecting the kill shot onto Vubit. A couple more seconds and then we would have seen a very dangerous round for formulation to be walking out of.
I don't mind this timeout at all. And you see this a lot from younger teams. They don't really take their timeout soon enough. No, this is a very smart approach here from Twisted Saints. Know that formulation have gotten themselves into a groove. Now an opportunity with guns in their hands. They could potentially find the answer, especially when you've got ultimates available to you. 3 altogether, Annihilation, Hunter's Fury from the shadows. Those are some strong pieces of utility they can make use of to gain themselves around in this attacking side.
I mean, I completely agree with you that the timeout is very much the right time to take it. You don't want to necessarily let it get too out of control, especially now that you got the rifles back out. You've got a couple of ults that you can work with. You have Yantos and Wills. They can be round change, especially if they can get this spike down. But other than the first couple of rounds, they've failed to even do that. And sure, they're getting onto the site, running out of time, and then getting run over by some of the formulation players. You need to get a clean sight hit coming through.
You don't really want to be walking onto 1-0 on an operator, do you, though? That's one of the things you'd like to avoid, but without knowing 1-0's posted angle, Luca might be in for a treat. Then again, it is a slow approach, a bit of a default setup, wondering and making sure there is enough of a lookout on potential extremity pushes for formulation, but nothing of the such is happening.
Yeah, and especially with the trip that 1-0 also has over towards the short side, coming over towards A, that's a massive delay in information that he can use to get out should no one even peek him over towards elbow. So he's relatively in such a safe position now should the hit come through. There's a get out of jail free card available, and even with Camille close by, can come in to reinforce.
Luca has been posted up on this angle since the start of this round, scoped in. Has he got the focus to hit this shot? Not quite. Is able to run away on time, and the paranoia is expended towards him, but gets out of dodge. As Twisted Saints may have just been given the space control they need. Annihilation does connect. 1-0 in a cocoon, can't quite be released. He can, but the shot from Luca makes sure he does not survive. Spike down, 4v5, and formulation need to take over. Lurk from Deck. You need to move quickly if you're formulation. You need to move fast, and I don't think Camille will look in time. No, he does! Camille! The timing on the turnaround! Now the smoke will be blocking them. Neffy connects to the smoke. He is incredible today. Will needs to hold his ground, and that's exactly what he's done. What Viper's pit dropping, but Will is absolutely spectacular! Gives Twisted Saints Esports their first round of the game.
Oh, and I said the 2 ultimates coming in from Yanto and Will are going to be game-changing, especially after the timeout. 1, you get... Sure, it doesn't necessarily net the kill, but it puts him in a position where you can't get out. And then you have Will just holding down the site. Clean. No comments. And even forcing out the ultimate from Neffy, thinking he can get away with that, knowing how far away Yanto will be. You can't even get past Will. And sure, it's just the first round on the board, but it feels like it's lit a fire underneath them, especially with the heroics of the Deadlock player in that one.
Yeah, and Will is one of the new guys in the tier 2 scene, right? It's not like Viti and DCads and Luca who had their chance in other rosters. This is his first little project at this height of play. And he's already showing off. Yeah, something tells me formulation will remember that. It's, you know, one of those saves at the top left of your screen. Formulation will remember that. I wonder though if it will have its reaction. A very heavy stack up towards his left-hand side.
Yeah, the kill trips have already been dealt with. Hang on, of course has been sat on the floor, but he still managed to get up a kill onto Will. But there's a flood coming in from the formulation play. It's so disjointed, and now we're in a situation where they're going to have to retake with no space. And another player going for a solo play, both on site and over towards mid.
It's all over the place, you're right. And there's only Vubit left to pick up the pieces.
planted.
Formulation wanting to interrupt this site take before it even happens, but because of this impromptu decision, it's left it a few players stranded. Now, usually you don't really go for these, but Rubit feels he's got a chance. Smoke on one side. But there's so many different angles, corners that all these players could be hiding in. Now they know he's around. Paranoia onto one, but you've got to be careful of that right-hand side. Smoke from his opponent. Spray connects. Second kill found. 2 bullets in his gun. And Luca circling around. The smoke will fade inevitably, and the spike cannot be stuck. Luca takes a smart decision and knows that this spike cannot be defused. Secondary weapon needed, but still the round secured for Twisted Saints.
Yeah, and honestly, that's not necessarily what we see from Formulation in regards to 4 or 5 different solo plays going on in towards the round. And sure, Rubik puts his best foot forward in the 1v3, gets at least the odds slightly more in his favor after getting the first 2, but still a little bit too much to ask to get the 3rd across the line. But yeah, it was a massive round for Formulation in regards to now they're down onto Sheriffs and onto Stingers. Hopefully playing a little bit more connected as a pack over towards B main. You have the 3 players wanting to set a little bit of a trap play. Camille playing on the contact.
Yeah, and if you haven't watched any of the other matches from Twisted Saints, you slowly get the idea why they've been so damn good and why they've been such a menace so far. In both Swiss stages, 1-0 tries to play aggressive, nasty shot to hit. But is that quite enough? I do not think so. You know, Vubit's around, but Camel's been quite quiet. Hasn't really revealed all that much. Oh, headshot connects, but not quite the kill. That hurts. That's not what you're liking for Formulation. I feel this round is already handed over to your opposition.
Yeah, and that just leaves a completely empty B site. Sure, you have the camera for a little bit of info. But given timing, Nephew might actually have a decent flank because there's no trips available for the side of TSE.
Sure.
Luca's going to be the first one he fights as well on 2 HP, but he doesn't clear the corner. Ah, that was their way back into the round. Now it should just be a clean up, and it absolutely is. And within 1 round now, TSE off the back of just connecting a couple of rounds together, playing nice defaulted and slow as a pack, especially when we're seeing the fights over towards B main.
Sure.
That was a nasty shot though.
And the streak started off from a timeout, didn't it, Summer? This is kind of the reset that Twisted Saints sort of needed. You should never underestimate the power of momentum, and Twisted Saints know the importance of that and have put it to great effect.
And we're getting close to a couple of ults online for TSE, but it's mainly the deficit that they have versus Formulation right now. You've got Camille's, you have Courses as well. Could be some big round-changing ultimates. Especially if we can see Yanto's getting online for a post-plant, possibly even for a site hit. It's things to consider. Formulation though, considering the push over towards A, they have a decently deep line 4-1-0 over towards A main, playing around this one way.
Go, go, go.
But there's no trips to be broken. Formulation are just happy to sit and wait.
There. Poison orb emitting.
Yeah, you don't really want to overstep as well. Dak in a good position to deal with that potential flank, and we'll be holding on to that for now. Viti making his way now through the sidelines. Here's the Hunter's Fury already finding a frag here for Yantu. Nefi holding his ground, and he's got Vubit to assist him to the back of the site. That might just be enough to make Twisted Saints leave. No, Viti holding out off on the rotations. Paranoia not quite connecting, but you know that Vubit's around now. You know you've got to deal with him before you take over the side. That's exactly what Deck has done. Now it's down to 1-0, and he's blocked completely off. Insult to injury, Viper Spit drops.
And even more insult to injury. Since you try to get out of CT, make a little bit of noise, there's some sonic sensors you're going to have to be wary about. He maneuvers past.
Okay. Well, he was silent up until that point, but you get why you want to go for that pre-spray. But I feel like 1-0 already knows the ending to this round. The likelihood of him getting a kill, especially now being hurt so much by the toxins, the poison through his veins.
Enemy remaining.
But even though he is low on health, he's running after the rest, but the spike explosion will be the end of him. And Twisted Saints have now been able to equalize their score of their opponents.
Yeah, and in the context of it being the first 4 rounds for formulation, in regards they got the pistol, got the follow-up. Mainly the only rifle round that they've won has been that bonus round. And it was off the back of Corsa just going above and beyond, and now a timeout for formulation, like you said. It's their opportunity now to get the coach on the mic to see what he has to say about this sudden switch up, not only in the momentum of the game and the flow that we're seeing just so heavily in favor of TSE right now, but what can they do to change things up?
Yeah, Kaisugo is a very energetic coach. He's very emotional in a way that he'll try and inspire his players and try to get them in the right headspace with the right energy. He's the right person to talk to in timeouts like these, and a big reason why formulation has had good bounce backs in previous events. And now hoping that what Twisted Saints were able to do moments ago with their timeout, formulation can do better.
Well, they have the full loss bonus to work with. They have the income coming in, but even so, they're down onto half armor. Sure, they're able to get the rifles out, but it's not necessarily pretty. Thankfully, no one in TSE are bringing out an outlaw that we see Luca using often. It doesn't seem like there's any crazy switch up in regards to the setup of the starting position of the formulation player. So maybe it was that sort of inspirational sort of timeout coming in from the coach to try and get the players locked in.
Poison's off.
The instant change for formulation is that you don't have players too far forwards. A bit of a gamble towards the left-hand side as well, posting up with most of their players.
Does Rubik get cleared here? Because there's no flashes.
It's a hard angle to cover. He's likely good for the one. But no! Luca expecting it so damn fast. And it's already Twisted Saints with first blood.
But Manzaro might be able to catch off Yanzo, especially if he's running.
And now you've got to be cautious towards your back side. Camille, not quite able to sneak away. Good timing on the paranoia as well, not allowing basically Rubik to see at all. 1-0 continuing to put on the pressure. Neffy, that's the play that was needed. The first couple of rounds can be attributed to his success. 1-0 oversteps into the snake bite, and now it's down to Dak and Corsa. A 1v1, which Corsa will have a little bit more information than his opponent will. Goes for the swing. But Dak surprises him just before the final tick of the neural theft. Jumps out of the shadows and makes this round his own.
Oh, and that's the 5th round on the board for TSE, but it's the 5th round in a row. Off the back of a formulation timeout, unable to convert. And yeah, sure, like I said, they have the loss bonus, but now they're down a round. After starting off in that 4-0 lead, now they're really feeling the pressure.
Yeah, this is not where formulation would like to be at this point in time, and you kind of get the idea why Twisted Saints also elected to go for this map. They're comfortable. They've got things going in the right direction, and look, up until this point, Deck has had a quiet game, but that round, he was needed, and he was the only one remaining for his team, and he got it done to find the lead here for Twisted Saints. Now, we do see a bit of a technical pause. We're finding out shortly what the reason behind it is. But so far, I feel like we've been treated with quite an excellent game so far, Summer. I feel like it's delivered from both sides. It's quite competitive, and these rounds, intricate, and also some high fragging situations from both sides. We've seen Neffy do it on formulation at the start. We saw will some rounds into existence. And now the rest of the squad is rallying up around him as well.
Yeah, that's what's needed is, like you said, everyone else stepping up, and especially decking that last 1v1, catching course off guard with a massive wide swing, getting the 5th on the board. But for me, like you were talking about how far that formulation has tried playing very reserved, tried going for the pushes down B main and A. When you're looking at TSE's comp, and we saw it slightly in the last round in the sense of when Zeri's pushed down mid, got Yantu off guard, and was even able to double up onto Luca as he came round into sight. That's what they need to do, especially when they don't necessarily have a designated trip for flank. Like, sure, you have a deadlock, but you can't just leave the trip and ignore it because you can get past it, right? They need to be exploiting this weakness in the comp.
Twisted Saints switching up the pace a little bit here, but so is formulation. Are you going to expect 1-0 already down the middle of this map? Center pillar. And you do not expect it. Neffy also joining in. Luca finally able to answer back, but is it enough? Look around and your teammates are gone. 2 against the 4. And formulation's push and pull works like a charm.
Yeah, honestly, that was perfect in the sense of TSE know that mid has been a weakness for them, especially when players are just walking down, trying to take advantage of flank. So instead, both of them have a little bit of a switch up. TSE want to fight for it. Formulation have already read into it. They were a step ahead. And now they're in a situation where they're 4v1. They have the spike. They've managed to close the door. And everything is being covered right now.
Yep. You're going to have 4 sets of eyeballs looking directly at your location. And 4 very scary rifle barrels also lined up at your head. It's Vubit's rifle that connects first, and finally formulation have been able to break the streak.
Yeah, that little adaptation that they had over towards mid, honestly perfect. And it was the right time for it as well, since they've been taking advantage of the flank and the pushes down mid so often. TSE wanted to get ahead of it, and instead they're just 1 step behind in that round, but still have enough money in the bank to reinvest into this one. They have rifles across the board. It's 5-5. It's nothing too crazy just yet. But formulation can regain the momentum on this defensive half. They could start to swing it in their favor just as the half closes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Vubit alerts his team of opposing presence. But he might just be stuck here, and the Annihilation will provide no escape. Maysight taking over, and already with the numbers supremacy. 1-0 already on the back line. He's been in a situation like this before, and he's looking to inflict the pressure as early as humanly possible as well. Formulation lining up from different exits as well. Camille being patient, but it's a matter of time until formulation pull the trigger on this push. But instead, Twisted Saints turn the favor. They're the ones aggressing towards their opposing spawn. Now they turn their attention towards a smoke. Will gets 2 kills back to back. A full-on quadrip by Will, and he barely needs to see his opponents through the process. 6 rounds secured by Twisted Saints. They're having none of their opponent's shenanigans.
You talk about having none of the shenanigans, but again, we're seeing the flank coming in from 1-0. Sure, only gets 1 this time, and instead of TSE just sitting on site like they did before, or sending someone else to go peek him, they take proactive stance. They send a snake bite over towards CT, push, get the kill into Camille there, and sure, Will does go above and beyond in the situation, playing close towards that smoke. But now they don't want to necessarily wait for the retake. 1-0 again wants to fight towards mid, but the only issue is Luke is there ready and waiting. They're ready for Camille though.
Indeed.
Yeah, they are.
I feel like Twisted Saints have such a good answer to the Neon, right? You've got both the stun from Luca available. Sure, the Gravnet wasn't used this time around from Will, but that also is a great option. So whenever you've got 1-0 going berserk and you can hear his ultimate used, or you can hear his frantic footsteps towards your direction, you just throw 2 pieces of utility at him and he's a goner.
And even with the second sort of prong of that mid pressure, was being ready and waited for. Camille drops without necessarily being able to do much for the team. And now TSE are in the prime position to take advantage of the numbers that they have. I want to go over into the site where there's only one player, but it is Corsa, so there are a couple of kill trips that he can work with. But this is a situation that he has to go above and beyond to even make this a possibility for the rest of his teammates to come in for the retake.
Corsa, great chance to move in, but obviously two players looking in his direction. He won't be able to find both in time. And with Twisted Saints' early advantage, it feels like Formulation are just further and further behind in this one, sort of hoping that they get checked early. You can see the thought process from Vubit, but there being a sonic sensor didn't quite allow him to make it look effortless.
But look at Yanto, he has all, like, time is ticking. There's 3 players they have to go through first.
Viper Spit is actually used. Vubit gets a pick. Snakebite provides some extra space.
Hang on.
Vubit with 3 kills. Yanto, all he's got to do is try and get some shots across with the Hunter's Fury, but Nefi knows even when the last one connects towards him, he can stick onto the defuse here. Repositions in case of a potential shock dart, and the round is for Formulation. This had no business going their way, but Twisted Saints couldn't lock it in, so it's 6-6 by the end of this half, as close as it could be, and no one could say where this game could go right after this. Still recovering from the end of the previous half, but it's time to get going for the second one of this map. This is Twisted Saints' map pick after all, and now they go on to the defensive side. Formulation, they had a great start, but they couldn't quite maintain it, but it's still anyone's game walking into this pistol round.
Already a lot of damage being done to a couple of the players through the Viper's smoke. They're going to be able to regen a little bit of it before the site hit comes down. But the reinforcements are already here for TSE.
Indeed. Already plenty of players to throw at the problem. And Dak is able to find first blood. 1-0, quick to find 2. Viti, through the smoke, is also creating some chaos on the sideline. But then again, Formulation have got all 3 players grouped up, and they might just try and use them to hold their ground. Shock darts, making sure 1-0 isn't hiding on the closest of corners. Twisted Saints holding hands, but leaving Will a little bit further behind, making sure no one's on the flank. 1-0 with a swing, but it's Yanto and Vidi to get the job done here for Twisted Saints. Vubit all to himself, but cannot hold his ground much longer. It's Viti's headshots that keep on giving this pistol round and that provide Twisted Saints their first round of this half.
Yeah, and the fact that we are splitting pistols, it does sort of lean into the fact that how close this game is, even though it doesn't necessarily look like it in regards to how one-sided it's been for a couple, for like 4 or 5 rounds back and forth. But we're finally getting into the place I think both teams are settling into this game, right? The fact that we are having the back-to-back rounds at the end of the half and now coming into a TSE pistol. Let's see if they can make it a little bit cleaner than the conversion that Formulation had in the first half, because there was an opportunity for TSE to win it out. Exploration's over towards mid. A crossfire has been set up, or at least Luca can swing off one, especially with a judge as they start to become closer.
Trying to stay silent about the fact that there's a judge in play. Good little grab net, but does it really stop Twisted Saints' efforts here? I don't think so. As the beast fight is being approached, Twisted Saints still have a lot to throw at this Vandal, no longer there for deck. But this should still be a simple affair. That is, if you don't concede the final, kills Luca, takes the aggressive angle for this attack. Nice little swing, crouches inwards, and with a judge, cleans up the round.
Yeah, a little bit cleaner than the conversion of Formulation, but still not completely ideal. They do lose a couple of weapons, but coming into this one, they have a Vandal, they have the judge still, and now it's been passed over to Deck, who's going to be likely playing it around B main, using his wall to sort of dip in and out of trouble. But now it's going to be the first test for Formulation on this attack, which is difficult against the comp that both of these teams are running, with how much delay that you can have and control that you can get just with a Viper's wall. Be interested to see how they navigate it, and they decide to navigate over through mid. Insert 1-0, retreat back to B main to get this drone out to try and clear Dak out of this position.
Yeah, it does what it was set out to do.
Cover going up.
Yeah. But Viti thinking if he should stick around a moment longer. It's no mystery that Twisted Saints have got presence. Well, Formulation has got presence towards that left-hand side, but if you're Twisted Saints, you're not quite sure where your opponents are going to end up. Now Formulation going towards its A side. The War of the Deadlock no longer there. But if you look at the mini-map, already rotates coming forth.
Yeah, you leave one player over towards B main, and that's the judge, and now you have everyone rotating over, and especially with this side that Will's playing with these sonic sensors, there's so much delay.
With the grab net as well, slow down substantially. Spray downs in an effort to deter players entering the site. Will able to hold his ground, and he had the weakest of the weapons, and he's still there, still being a menace, and with Viti's help on the crossline, it's all that is needed. Will, 3 kills to the name, and now Vubit with 10 seconds. No dream there. It's crushed into pieces as Twisted Saints continue their streak here on this defensive side.
Oh, and it was like you said about the fact that they are rotating over towards A. They haven't necessarily given any presence anywhere, and yet TSE was still able to read into it. They make the gamble that it's going to be over towards A with the lack of anything across the map. Post up Deck over towards B main with a judge. And clear out the rest of the map. Set up crossfires over towards A, and yeah, it was those sonic sensors that gave enough delay, and especially Will taking on that kill against 1-0. That was the start of the sort of unraveling of the attack side for Formulation in that round, especially. But now, a little bit more of an aggressive position coming in from Will. A deep wall. And a little bit more presence over towards top mid from TSE. But the Viper's wall coming in from Neffy is just going to really struggle to get any sort of presence unless they commit bodies to it. And instead, they put in all the sound over towards A. Not happy how it turned out last time. Hopefully on the eco they can make it a little bit more damaging.
Formulation. They do make their presence known with the orb capture, but to which extent?
And there's no trip coming in from the elbow side. This is a free pathway for them to get out onto site.
But Will is dangerous in positions like these, and he'll be the first to be tested. Will alert the rest of the team to come help. Gravnet comes in just on time. Stops 1-0 from crossing. He's actually so damn low, and there's a little bit of chip damage done second by second. They're being squashed into the ground. And it doesn't look like Twisted Saints were tested at all during that round.
I mean, there was no sonic sensor. The only issue is there was a Gravnet, there was a Viper smoke, there was also a flying coming in from Vuva, there was also TPs, and there was a lot coming in. And Vitoes, especially using his ultimate to get over towards that A site to really solidify the A defense again. It's the same sort of crossfires that we were seeing, and because of the trip was still up over towards short, they completely ignored it. Able to focus everything in on that elbow flood out onto site, and eventually ended up in it being a flawless round for TSE, double digits on the boards, and now an operator out for Luca. It's getting a little bit scary for Formulation, or at least they've spotted out the operator, so they know that there's one in play. But an operator and a judge started on the same site might go in unexpected.
All right, Deck.
Oh no.
Let's see what you've got in store for us here. Undetected as of so far. And may have a chance to find a few. That's two. Runs out of bullets, but it doesn't matter because his friends have now joined the fray. Still, though, some damage comes across from the Formulation side, but it feels like Twisted Saints are just playing with their food. It is not fun in the Formulation Cup right now.
Yeah, the fact that Deck's able to get away with not just sitting in the corner for one, but also the multitude of kills he was able to get off the back of it. Oh, it's just chaos for the side of Formulation.
30 seconds left.
Get the info on the op, drives him off the angle, gets the drone in. They're thinking, oh my god, there's a free site. We've scared Luca off. And instead, it was just a ploy to let Deck get active.
And look, what was it? 4 rounds in a row for Formulation in the first half, or was it 5? I feel like it was 4.
It was a 4-0.
Yeah. So, Twisted Saints have now one-upped that. And it was a timeout that put Twisted Saints back into the game. And Formulation are trying to do the same thing. They may have left it a little bit too late. 2 rounds only required by the younglings of Twisted Saints. And this map could very much be theirs. Map.
Yeah, the map might start leaning in favor of TSE, especially with the last 5 rounds that they were able to I think it's safe to say that we're looking at this being favored for TSE to close it out.
Only.
and it's just looking at the money of Formulation. I'm expecting possibly 1-0 to drop over the rifle to maybe Vubit. He can't actually afford one. Play the ultimate, try and go for something fast, something poppy, because the slow and steady has not been working for them, because TSE have been able to navigate using the Deadlock, Viper and Omen to delay so much across the whole map in regards to control that they've had over towards A main, over towards B, and how aware they are over towards mid as well. There's a little bit of a switch up though. We have all the Deadlock utility towards mid and top. But the only issue is Dex just managed to get one through the smoke on a spam. It's not how you want to start the round off for Formulation.
Nah. Yeah, not really giving your best chances in winning this one. Being a player down from the beginning, Formulation have actually escaped the smoke. 1-0 under the radar, ends up with finding Tech, and now you've got to wonder, how far is he willing to take it, Luca? That is unlike him. So far, it's been pretty damn clean with those. But this time around gives Formulation a chance to get comfy on this B side. Viti interrupts Corsa from joining his team, goes in for more and denies the spike plant. This is ridiculous. This is not what we expected. Twisted Saints showing up time and time again, and nothing pressures them on this defensive side.
Match point.
Viti just has been playing perfectly this game, right? He's pressured over towards backside, he makes a step. Then you bring out the reveal from Camille, there's a wall coming in from Wanzarius, there's just pressure being put on him there. And instead of being worried about where the Neon's getting up to behind the wall, ignores it. Peeks out towards left, gets one, drops down, kills the planter as well, and then his teammates are the ones that clear up the last kill. And now we've got into 6 rounds in a row, after a 6-6 half, and we're seeing TSE on the brink of closing out this first map.
This is mad. This split, and this split alone, Formulation have beat Balls twice on this map, in the Lower Swiss and Upper Swiss. Once 13-6 and then 13-2. And Twisted Saints lost to Balls in the Lower Swiss, 10-13. But this is not what you'd expect to see. Twisted Saints fully under control, and it's no difference this time either. Viti, great paranoia, make sure that Formulation aren't going to move any far forwards. But Formulation does have hope onto Camel here, which tries to break through, and I think he might have just done enough. But Formulation want to go and take deep side control, want to enter enemy territory, and Luca just simply will not allow Overdrive enabled to guarantee the third kill in this round for him. But it's a 13-6 to seal the deal for Twisted Saints.
I feel like we rated them way too low coming into this one. I was thinking it would have to be towards a 3-mapper, especially since how well Formulation have been playing on this map in particular so far in the last couple of months. They were 5-1, now 5-2 after this one, because TSC, honestly, after the first, it was 4-0, I was like, oh, Formulation really hitting the ground running. They're keeping the momentum going that we've seen across from the lower to the upper. And then something just clicked. The timeout coming in from TSE at that 4-0, they managed to get 5 rounds in a row. And then again, something else clicked when they went into that second half. And it was just flawless on their defense.
I mean, we already knew a lot of these players were cracked, right? We already knew that they can bring out these dark horse performances, come out of nowhere, come out swinging. And come out swinging they did. I mean, I love that we get to see a lot of these highlights again. We saw Will. I think that was the start, at the beginning of the resurgence coming in from Twisted Saints. I think it was just a couple of triple kills back to back, or, you know, on a span of 3 rounds at least. And time again, they were just thorns in the back of Formulation. It's just like something you can't shake off, you know? Yeah, I'm very, very impressed. We get to see it from the stats as well. Viti, a consistent factor for the team, but I feel like every single one of these Twisted Saints players had moments where they've just popped off.
Yeah, and honestly, for this just being the first map of the series and how dominant we've seen both of the teams have their moments on this map, but you can't overlook the dominance that TSE got to show. And I'm just hoping that we're going to see something similar going into the next map, especially since it's a map that they still play often. Like I said, the first 2 maps of the series, both of these teams like to play, except Formulation picked into Lotus. So they might have cooked up something a little bit behind the scenes that we haven't necessarily seen yet, and it'll be up to TSE to adapt into that in the next match.
Indeed, but TSE is the kind of team that would just decide to show up with a 2-0, and I feel like with the groove they're in right now, I don't see that as too far of a possibility, but we need to hold on to our emotions and these thoughts of the future, as it's time to take a break. And once we're back, it's time for Lotus, map number 2 of this series.
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And when they listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, maybe like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, bridging. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them bones, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, it's clear, it's evident. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it. Yeah, elevate bars, I regulate. Yeah, UK wheel up the tune, just meditate. If they get it by 9, then they kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last. Celebrate, mind the guitar, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. They don't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. That's irrelevant, maybe like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, breathing. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them bombs, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire in the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon.
Shame. I'm not asking you for closure. I just want it to be over. We don't need to break up if we were never aligned. Is that okay? I shouldn't be yours if it means changing who I am to get us through. You shouldn't be mine because you're you. I've had enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We want love. Of course it's not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. When I met you in the summer, then you weren't such a bummer, and I wasn't as critical as I am now.
Welcome back to Samsung Odyssey Challenges Northeast, everybody. We are already underway. One map in of Formulation versus Twisted Saints, and already Twisted Saints win their own map pick. This is a match for qualification into the playoffs. Already with 2 wins in the bag here for the main Swiss stage. They could make their dream come true already, Summer. 1 map away for Twisted Saints.
Yeah, and it seems so silly that we're saying that Twisted Saints versus Formulation in this 2-0 bracket, they're a map away from making playoffs. As sure, we've seen a couple of the players on the team at least make playoffs in different teams, whether it's Sweet and Sour and down those sorts of lines. But honestly, it felt reminiscent of watching Sweet and Sour play, of how we watched what went down in that first map, in the sense of it was very one-sided, and then it was very the other-sided, and then it was just sort of then back to it was very much one team full force at a time. So hopefully when we're coming into this next map, we'll see a little bit more of that back and forth, in the sense of we're seeing a competitive game from the start to finish, rather than it being flip-flopping who's dominating at that specific time. And I do have a belief for Formulation coming into this one, because in the last couple of months, they've yet to lose it.
That's true. That is true, and I guess that's a massive positive that Formulation going to be relying on, and obviously, you know, it's a reason why they're picking this as well, right? It's a bit of a confidence pick for them overall. It just hurts if you're Formulation right now, right? Because at the half, you're able to square things up, you're able to kind of defeat your own demons after, you know, the comeback from Twisted Saints, and then not win a single round on your attack. What's that? What's that? I mean, it's not really going away. Obviously, we know Formulation. They go through these moments where they drop a map, you know, it's not a clean start to the series, but they do find their way back in. They do have that determination about them, and coming into this one, I am sure they'll want to bring that to stage right now.
Yeah, and there's no any changes coming in from either of these teams in regards to the competitions that they're wanting to run. Both loving the Omen, but again, it's that sort of different identity in regards to the Sentinels that they're running, of the Cypher versus the Killjoy, and then doubling it up with the Deadlock on Formulation, and then taking Viper as that second sort of controller, Sentinel sort of role that they're bringing in for the side of Twisted Saints. So it'd be interesting to see how those two match up against each other, especially on Lotus, when we saw Twisted Saints be able to play around their own Viper walls very, very well on Sunset.
Indeed, and you know, we did talk about Formulation's series of success on a map like this, but I feel like recent trends matter the most. I'm looking at recent trends. Formulation beat Team Liquid Academy on this one, and while Team Liquid Academy were nobody to be seen in Split 2, they were the victors of Split 1, and that's not something you can look away from. But now it's time for action, time to jump in to map number 2 of the day, Lotus, where Formulation begin things off on the defensive side as Twisted Saints have elected to begin as the attackers.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see aggression of both of these teams. Formulation looking like they want to explore over towards B main, and TSC over towards C. Possible crunch coming in, especially with how heavy Quartz is playing, especially with this camera being ready to peek off of it.
Still waiting.
But still, there is an imminent explosion from both sides here. 3 players for Formulation looking to pull the trigger on a potential mid-push, but it is Will alongside Timmy the Turret to hold the fort for now. Closing up the distance, but Timmy will alert of the players nearby. You can tell that there are 2 or 3 players near this position. So Twisted Saints open up the door and make sure that position is cleared out as they turn their focus now towards C, where Course is hiding. Only some pixels available for him to see anything. Some pot shots onto Yanto, but no kills.
A decent amount of chunk damage they go across, but for the side of Formulation, they have managed to clear out at least behind the smoke over towards B main, so when it fades, they have an opportunity to crunch into the players as they settle out onto C. But look how far away Deck is for this flank. Could cause some issues.
Formulation. Yeah, they're taking their time though, so eventually the flank will come into play. Neffy with first blood, and Deck shows his mark. Now we'll walk into Sounds and help out the rest of the team. Yanto, backside. Firstly, pressured by 1-0, and Formulation take the side by force. Pure numbers, pure firepower, and round number 1 goes to them.
Team Ace.
Go a little bit screwed, especially with Neffy only being able to get 1 over towards the door. There's an instant answer back coming here from Deck. You can see it in the replay. But yeah, as soon as they started to lose that pressure over towards door, it was almost as if the pin was pulled and the grenade got sent flying, with all 4 remaining players flooding out towards CT. 1-0 up on the elevated angle. And like you said, it was just numbers overwhelming those players over towards site.
So, the best start possible here for Formulation. It's how they begin Sunset, so you can't really read too much into this. Long way to go, but it's as best as it can go to begin with.
A little bit different though from Sunset, is everyone's actually invested into a weapon, so any player that they lose here will be a loss to them going into the bonus. But it doesn't seem like anyone can get past Neffy. Sure, it's just a Spectre. It's not the most powerful weapon that they have to their arsenal in this one, but it does the job. Against the classics, it does the job.
For sure, and I feel like Formulation knew that we don't want to lose players here. We've all invested into this one, not handing anything over.
Yes, this should do.
Okay, so we saw a very weak bonus from Formulation that they were able to convert on Sunset. Now they have a little bit of a stronger one, right? Still have weapons across all plays, but there's no Vandal or anything to speak of. So you're really looking at Wanzaru and Corsa to take those initial fights with more of the long range and hope the Spectres and the Stingers can really do some damage as those sight hits are coming in and that sort of close quarter engagements. And especially with this double Sentinel utility up over towards A, it might be an issue for the hit, but Wanzaru's not even going to get a chance to stave it off.
Yeah, Corsa does return the favor on a different front, and he's being pressured. Takes the fight head on, but falls back with everything being thrown at him. Horn sees some paint shells. Camille, oh, he doesn't even need to see anybody to make that shorty work. Look at him go, and Vubit looks to join in. Will the only player that has found any frags this round, but Formulation make quick work of this bonus.
And it was exactly as the sight hit came in these close quarter engagements. Camille has thrived using that stinger. I believe too he wasn't even able to see one just short catches the shoulder from the smoke. Everything else was just blind spray and pray. And again, it's a converted third round for Formulation. Poor money on TSE. Oh. And yeah, we were talking about you can't give too much stock to it because we saw how TSE were able to bounce back. But I don't think Formulation will let one slip like this again.
Thankfully for Neffy there was a cage available to keep him alive. TP not quite landing directly where he would have liked it to go. Twisted Saints seem to be moving with a little bit of pace. As I do say that, pull the brakes and opt out of this C-site trajectory. Thing is, if you do go towards A, there's a lot of deadlock utility. You might want to wait until that wall sort of fades. You've also got to keep the Formulation players busy towards the left-hand side, which so far they've done a good job at.
Yeah, but the only issue is should they go over towards A, you have the sonic sensors, you also have the superior weaponry, and an opportunity for Vubit to get out, and especially with Wanzaru rotating over now, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for TSE to overwhelm with numbers, but they don't have the weaponry to do it.
Yeah, they might have faked for long enough, but it all comes down to these first engagements. Viti with the first one, 1-0, makes it very difficult to connect onto him off the back of it. Deck is there a trade, but you must hear his movement to the side. Able to find Camille's pixel and end up on top. Corsa knows he's got to do some heavy lifting here, but he can't quite interrupt Will from dropping back. Neffy gets shut down. Will delivers. And it might just be enough. Twisted Saints, they started this round with just mere pistols. And they've got the numbers advantage at this moment in time. Haunts, you know Corsa's nearby. Of course he is, as the spike needs to be defused, but he's taking the fight head on. And now might just be given enough space to defuse halfway. Yantu knows that he doesn't have to take the peak, at least not early on. So damn clean with that headshot connection. And it's a thrifty round to put Twisted Saints right back in this fight.
Yeah, Yanto closing that out in such a fashion as well. Like you said, didn't need to necessarily peek, but takes the initiative and takes the dome off of Corsa, who initially had the exact reading of what the play and what the situation and the setup was going to be. As soon as he got the kill over towards Tree, instantly went to spray, but unfortunately Yanto wasn't already on the angle. Similar sort of pressure coming out over towards C. Neffy just being a nuisance, having his TPs about, so there's a lot of questions for TSE to answer, especially given this position that they're not going to have thrown out. But the trap play doesn't work because no one has fallen for it. They weren't necessarily committed too far forward. Now that's a lot of information for them to work with and rotate off of.
Yeah, they are moving very quickly. Corsa asking for reinforcements, and it's arrived in the form of Camel. Interestingly enough, they do leave Will behind in case any lurk comes in from behind them. And thinking about breaking Hobbit here, it might be a quick exchange now into this B site, a double-sided approach that could catch Vubit off guard. He's got some sonic sensors to work with, but has no time to react to that play. That is brutal by Luca. And Camel wants to interrupt the plant from happening, but Viti is there and ready. Quick thinking on their feet. Twisted Saints convert to this B site and have just unlocked this round for themselves. Just a single player standing in their way, but it feels like there is no resort.
He might be able to get a consolation kill, especially one onto deck. That's going to lower down this Viper's pit. But it's still 4 players to get past it. It is just a consolation kill because the time is dwindling. Numbers are 2 in favor of TSE here. But yeah, like you said, it was that sort of pressure over towards A. They were able to split into B, even with the wall still up from Vubit towards main. TSE were able to overwhelm just based on that Hobbit sort of flood into that B site ahead of the sonic sensors. Sure, the stun's coming, but if you kill him before the stun activates, then everything's fine, and that's exactly what we saw Luca do.
I'm liking this from Twisted Saints. I feel like there is a variety in their gameplay right now. And Luca, albeit being silent you know, up until the point, was very snappy when it was most required on the entry. But again, for Ultimates for Formulation, this still is their round to lose. But at the same time, Twisted Saints, they faked this position moments ago, a couple rounds in a row, but now it feels like they might want to commit to it.
Oh, and just with one piece of util from Yanto and a nano swarm from Will, they have broken both of Corsa's trips over towards C. And that's why you can see so many players hunkering down on this position, because sure, you've spotted a couple of players out from TSE, but they've dealt with all of the Sentinel utility already.
1-0 on the lookout. And Will on his 1v1s, 1-0 dealt with, he isn't able to find any spores of war in the process. And therefore, Twisted Saints getting a pick on both fronts enables them to be in charge when it comes to the numbers, and they might just be able to take side control. Unless Neffy opts to take a front-facing position, and I think that's exactly what he's trying to do. This is sneaky, a bit risky, someone might add. But he goes for it nonetheless, and it might just pay off a double kill, which Deck is able to reply in favor.
30 seconds left.
But it leaves Vubit all to himself, and he tries to interrupt Palooka in his tracks. He knows Deck has got the spike, and he knows he's on the other side of the side, but Vubit will deliver formulation, leaving full trust onto Vubit, and it pays off.
And it was such a great start for TSE, but Neffy stepping up, getting this double, putting it into a winnable situation for Vubit. Watches from the sidelines as his teammates clutches out and gets a 4th on the board for the formulation side. And thankfully, for them at least, we're able to stop Twisted Saints getting the same sort of momentum that we saw in the previous map, because it is so dangerous to have momentum on this on a team like Twisted Saints.
Yeah, Neffy gets caught off early. Yeah, and Vubit doesn't really get a chance to be too around in that fight. Gets sprayed upon, through a smoke, through a box. Not fun. And 1-0 knows if Formulation have got a chance in this round, it's by getting a couple of peaks, untraded, fragged. But this is not going to be easy. So slowly making his way to reinforce Camille's back line. Well knowing that Twisted Saints could quickly convert onto a B-side push. 1-0 takes a peek, but Camille under heaves of pressure. Cannot do all that much, and it feels like little by little Twisted Saints are gaining the advantage. Deck caught pants down. 1-0 wanting to be the difference maker, and now the overdrive being available, he's going to use it straight away. Figure out where Yanto could possibly be, and will catch in Corsa with back turned. 1-0 needs to be careful. Doesn't have bullets in his Vandal. Switches up to a Phantom, realizes there are no bullets in that. Reloads okay.
An ace is
Locks
needed.
in. You know that Yanto must have retreated. By process of elimination, that is the only possible place he could be coming from. But Yanto is clean on the swing, and Twisted Saints say a big no to this comeback.
Oh, and it was just sort of 1-0 all the way through. Like I said, it was an ace that would have been needed for this. But it's still from the side of TSE, for the fact that it came down to a 1v1 situation where Yanto has to hit a shot like that. Off the back of being 5-3 up, in regards to numbers, a clean hit out onto site, you can start to see the little bit of crack showing in the TSE side that Formulation is starting, or at least 1-0, are starting to take advantage of. But a reset round. Money's not great, utility's not great either, but if they can get the right sort of timings on the peaks or the right gambles, the players in the right places, they can do a little bit of damage.
Well, Corsa had a chance there, but a flying Luca and a showstopper is all that was needed in that particular instance, and it feels like it's very much the same for the rest, just pure, overwhelming power coming in from the Twisted Saints side. A brute force take, which 1-0 is not enjoying, and he's making it known. Wants to put a little bit more pressure on the Twisted Saints, make it a little bit more competitive than it has been. And equilibrium found once again. We have seen both games start off with a streak of success of Formulation. And both times, Twisted Saints have found an answer to equalize.
In a little bit of a different fashion this time, right? We saw a 4-0 lead for Formulation into a 5-round streak, but at least it's had a little bit of back and forth. There's a little bit green breaking up that red carpet that TSE were trying to roll out, and even a timeout coming in from Formulation now, wanting to make sure that they don't let this streak continue forward. They have the weapons back now. They have a couple of ultimates, especially with Camilla's looking for a retake, or Corsa's off the back of a pick somewhere on one of the extremities. But the only thing is, Twisted Saints also have the money to answer back anything that Formulation have to offer, but also one-ups them with the ultimates as well. Both Will and Yanto have theirs, which can be so devastating for a site hit, especially if we're looking at possibly over towards C, or getting a Nightfall going out over towards A as they go in towards the site. There's a lot of things that TSE have to work with, and sure, timeout was Formulations, but it does give Twisted Saints time to think as well.
Indeed it does. I wonder where this game will go. This is actually quite the exciting one. I don't think this would be the game of the day, but it's definitely delivering. Neffy flying under the radar so far, and I think the timing with that smoke fading is quite good. Catches Viti off guard. The Omian 1v1 successful, the Paranoia good, but Deck not affected by it, is able to swing and help out. 4v4, as Twisted Saints aren't being quick with a decision to push into his side.
Yeah, and especially with the aggressive peek from 1-0 out of B, is able to get a pick onto another TSE player, so at least, again, another untraded kill for Formulation. But TSE is starting to scale up now over towards A, and a perfectly timed wall. And a Prowler to clear up close. They know there's no one over towards stairs. The wall is in place. Now even with a camera? They've put so much information over towards the stairs position that they're not even going there. They want to split into B.
I mean, there is a Sonic sense available, but that's not going to be any hindrance for the push. 1-0 They know he was in mid earlier on, and he'll be a thorn once again. Luca
10 seconds left.
able to put some shots across, but it's formulation all day for this one, converging from all sorts of angles and locking Twisted Saints inside.
Okay, so there was a conversion off the back of the timeout for formulation. That's exactly what you want to see. Maybe playing with a little bit more confidence, especially with once Eric's peaks over towards B. Confidence to stick around, especially with Rebit's utility into support. And also with how heavy that they were able to rotate over towards A and over towards the stairs position and drop a lot of utility there is because of nothing was broken from the side of Corsa over towards C. So they're confident in those sorts of rotations. And instead, TSC now the ones down on the luck in regards to money. A couple of stingers, some sheriffs in the mix. I will say the first round they were able to get on this map was off the back of sheriffs. We're corralled into A, 4 players from formulation and so much utility to get past.
No surprises. No escape.
Slow down for a little bit, and Bubit will try and catch them off guard because of it. Nice catch with the grab net. And then that's formulation a lead. Again, having the firepower advantage is good, but having players low is dangerous. And Neffy's head gets ripped to shreds, giving an opportunity to Twisted Saints. Corsa locked in an Anna Swarm, but is able to get some clean work done. Deck finding 2 out of pocket, 3 in total, spike in hand, and darting towards C. This round could very much be his.
And especially with a Viper's Pit available as well. With Camille being on 44, you're looking at being, it's 2 body shots. Deck being only 1, and now with the Viper's Pit in play, it starts to make things complicated.
Oh my god. Camel falls down to 1 point of health due to the Viper's Pit's toxins.
Breast been dropped. Does this make him think he's gone main, gone towards CT? Does he clear his right side? No, he doesn't, and the smoke goes up. And it's a 4K for Deck in the round. And like I said, it was an eco that got the first round on the board, and now it's an eco that got the 5th.
That is utterly ridiculous by Deck. That fight in Hobbit was the reason why he was able to win that clutch. And then being smart, taking an off angle, being in that box, no one holds a clutch on that box. But Deck did, and it was enough to win the clutch and the round for Twisted Saints. An eco round, no less.
And it's the distraction of the ult going down, expecting him to have moved to an extremity towards main, towards CT, but he's still on site. Meters away from being able to replenish that ultimate, decides against it, plays the mind games. And again, we're in this situation where the economy has been going back and forth on formulation or TSC, that there's always a stinger in play, it feels. I don't know if formulation have the opportunity to have a heroic play similar to what we saw with Deck in this one.
Yeah, that's the thing. You kind of need to create those opportunities, to be fair. I mean, ultimates galore. All you need is a pick, and you're basically in a rifle upgrade.
There.
But Twisted Saints taking the cautious route. Quiet from the get-go. And while Neffy realizes the presence of a few, has to drop back, respect the presence.
But there's no committal. You still have 2 players outside C. They're still hedging their bets of trying to poke and prod, find the least defended site from formulation, but the only issue is I think they might have picked from, because look at the reinforcements on C.
Yeah, formulation have got the best read, actually. This is a really smart play, realizing that Twisted Saints did not want to go for that A-sec push. Luca entries. Yanto does a good job as well. 1-0 wanting to save the day with the overdrive, but frankly, just too many players with too many guns around. Still damage is being done. It's not over, especially with Will being low. 5 seconds, you're actually running things very close, but Deck saves the day. It could have gone wrong, but with Deck being around, there is no reason to sweat anymore. 6 in the bag, and an opportunity to have a 2-round differential by the end of this one.
Yeah, and using 1-0's ultimate as well, you could see the idea wanting to go for a stun because they had 4 players there for formulation. They had the right read. There's too many players for the side of Twisted Saints with better weaponry, with better positionings that were able to avoid the stuns, shut down the ulting Neon. And again, we're back over towards the C pressure. TP across that has been heard, but there's a little bit of a trap play. 1-0 has the operator, but because B main's been taken, has to back off.
Again, a lot of raucous, a lot of noise. 1-0 with first blood though. Getting that big green in his hands. Working off so far.
Do they expect
Neffy
a
close
judge?
angle. Yeah, that is a good question. I don't think Neffy has posted up so closely before, and it does catch Deck off guard. That is 2 picks to nothing. Formulation needed this. That's a little bit more pressure off your shoulders, but it's not over just yet. Full focus needed. Luca going in for the showstopper push, looking for someone. Not able to find him. Prowler realizing he's still around. Annihilation off the back of it. That is a good pick to find. And slowly but surely, Formulation getting further and further ahead. Twisted Saints rely on 2. Will and Viti, 2 of the biggest fraggers that this game has seen so far. And so far, I've actually made this a very close endeavor. A 2v3 is very much more doable than it was before, but they need a chance to push through. The smoke gives them a little bit of cover, but there is no interrupting the defuse. And 6-6 is the score, just like it was at Sunset at halftime. We are back, and it's time to get going for the second half of Lotus. Currently, Formulation have not been able to get their first map win. Unfortunately, it is Twisted Saints to be the team on top, but it's still neck and neck, just like it was the previous map. 6-6 at halftime, as Viti is on the receiving end of a big push coming in from Formulation. Corsa with first blood, Sight not respected, instead Team Twisted going in for the first shots. And it's still a close affair. Will sticking around, looking for the first pick there, but Rubit finds the timing, and the Sight's taken over.
Yeah, and the nade going out catches Camille, who's the low HP, so it does bring it down to a 2-2. But the only issue is Yanto's now the one with the least amount of HP, a lot of chip damage being done, but instead, it doesn't matter. Yanto's HP because Luca's the one that's fighting forward, connects both kills, and now they're going to have a peaceful defuse.
Yeah, no one's around. Can take all the time in the world to just defuse.
Or maybe not all the time.
Yeah, you probably want to get defusing already. No, just deciding which ultimate is more important to invest into. Yeah, you realize Luca's already got 3 orbs in there. So, yeah, there you go. Showstopper will come in a little bit sooner than it would have. 7-6, though, for the Twisted Saints. And that's what you really want if you're considering a 2-0 here.
Well, it's definitely what they'd prefer for the side of Twisted Saints,
sure,
right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think anybody wants a map 3 if you're the one who wins the first map. So it's, again, a little bit of an issue with the HUD. It is formulation that are a map down. TSC did win out the first map. So is the pressure is going to be on formulation to be able to bring back and convert this one to just a force haven to be seen. But on full classics, 2 sheriffs. Especially with Will playing with that outlaw, should be easy pickings for this killjoy over towards C.
Indeed. Should be. Right? But
yeah, it's
we'll
the
see
keyword.
if it actually is improved. Yeah. We've seen a few crazy situations unfold already in this series.
But no one's necessarily crazy committed in any of the angles that they're playing.
No. But Deck, with just off of spotting out the tippy toes of his opponents, is able to spray across the smoke and get the job done. And Camille has actually escaped Deck's POV and ends up with the pick there. So potential upgrade, that's exactly what it is. Camille having his hands on a stinger now. But still, a player behind, but no longer. Vupik connects a shot. Okay.
Left.
Is this really around which formulation are able to convert? You've needed a little bit more than that, especially when TSC are grouped up like this. Simple pickings for Camille. That is 3 picks already in his pocket. And Will, with just an outlaw, is closed in on. This is absolute ridiculousness coming out from formulation. They started this round with 5 classics and they're able to convert it into a round win.
I mean, they had 2 sheriffs, but I don't think that was really the thing that brought it over the line. It was the hand delivery of a stinger that ends up collecting a double kill over towards Waterfall. That really was the nail in the coffin for Twisted Saints. And sure, I will admit that we've had very close conversion rounds, but it was always a conversion. The conversion was always successful, even if only 1 player survived. But now we've just had an eco against TSE who had outlaws, who had stingers, who really invested into this one. And now we're seeing their financial woes being down onto 3 classics and 2 sheriffs. Snap formulation in the driver's seat. 4 rifles, a stinger and Camille. But after seeing what it did in the last one, I'm not doubting Camille can get active in this round.
No, you can never doubt him. Absolutely not. Especially with what he did the previous round. With a stolen stinger, no less.
A recycled,
from the start.
I'd like to think. But in a little bit more of a positive light, you know? Reduce, reuse, recycle, guys. We might be able to convert an eco round.
Yeah. No, if you do spot a weapon lying around, convert it, call the authorities. That is the advice we're giving out here. All right, as we have moved off topic, A-Site taking over. Formulation, no real resistance, only Viti somewhat nearby. But without any reinforcements, you don't expect them to be any forwards facing. The rest of TSC moving in from their spawn and already being pressured, so their approach will be slowed down, delayed. 1-0, lowest on health, is actually considering being closest to the fight, just under the ledge. Converts with a headshot before he goes down, so that's some damage min-maxing right there. Corsa wanting to take the fight head on, but the Sheriffs are so damn treacherous. Camille finally able to put an end to that madness. And Viti will not have a long-lived life either. Formulation, it did get scary for a second there, but the weapons will prevail.
Yeah, a couple of pot shots coming in from Yanto as well. Gives them a little bit of confidence, a little bit of damage that they've been able to create. But looking at this one, we've seen an investment into an Odin. Yanto's playing over towards Tree, and there's a lot of formulation players sat outside of it. This could be brutal, especially with Luca playing over towards this cubby. It's going to be broken open. He's going to be on the angle with the operator as well. There's so much going on. That formulation I'm going to have to get past. We're at least aware of the Odin.
Oh, well, even when aware, it doesn't stop the bullets approaching. And it's such an annoying thing to deal with this. You've finally got to deal with him. Door opened. Viti caught with the paranoia in hand, and Yantu cannot retreat onto site. That's more like it for 1-0. Round opened wide. And now with a site takeover, don't want to hold back either. That's actually very far forwards. They're looking to push. Deck ready for it. But it doesn't matter because both trades won by formulation. Corsa backs it up as well with a second. And Bob's your uncle in this round.
Yeah, and it truly is just off the back of 1-0, bypassing this spray, catching off Vito off guard. He wouldn't have expected anyone could make it through the smoke. Makes the step, has his paranoia out, unable to do anything off the back of it. Yantu gets caught as well, trying to retreat. And then, again, proactiveness from formulation over towards Heaven, taking the push, taking the peaks. Throw numbers at the problem, win out the trades eventually. Yeah, that was a crazy investment for TSE coming into this one as well. You had the operator and the Odin coming through, and now you're going to be on, well, sort of down on your luck in regards to money. Easy pickers for 1-0 on the Outlaw. But they might have an opportunity to tip the scales, especially if they go headfirst into C-site with not only the Killjoy setup, but now with deck rotating over, Snakebite available, Stingers, like it could get out of control.
It could get scary really quick, actually. And I think that's that is what is looking to happen here. Deck able to connect with the first shot, with the formulation trading back, and Neffy finding the high ground. Yeah, there is no holding this site. But Will try and stick around. Yep, an angle found by Vubit to have a higher ground and spot out Will on his attempt to retreat. So formulation, albeit in a potentially difficult situation, are able to unlock the site, take over. Pure firepower disadvantage though for the defensive side. And Yanto is basically what remains to seal this round. And that's exactly what formulation are able to do. Find Yanto and get themselves onto double digits.
It does seem that formulations are the one sort of leading the charge now coming into this half. Sure, you can see that one little pistol from TSE, but since then it has been that red carpet being laid out by formulation on this attack. And especially with double Sentinel, they're really able to not necessarily play by their own pace, but make their way into sight relatively cleanly, especially against TSE.
All right, now we got ourselves a buy round v buy round situation. Again. And the site takeover has to be respected. Overdrive already from 1-0, but falls back. Annihilation from Vubit, but doesn't check the left side. The fact that you don't fully clean it means that there is a bit of a trade, a 4v4. That TSE are trying to break through on. You don't check Deck's corner either. What is going on with these corners? Twisted Saints are going to take full advantage over that and suddenly double the amount of players available for this take on the spike diffusal. And there's simply not much the Camel and Corsa can do. Only try and hope that these kills that are just sent in as a distraction can net them something in this round. But Viti will clean up as well, leave no survivors on the other end. And Twisted Saints are safely back in this fight.
Oh, and it was just sort of the whole thing of, you go CT The first player doesn't check the corner, fine, when Zara gets the trade. You walk over towards Waterfall and you still don't check the corner as you try to push forward. Try to gain advantage for your team, and yet you give TSC the way back in. A double kill coming in from Dak, and then it's just full force for the TSC players from, well, towards CT to just run in, take over the site, and with it not being planted for main, there's not much they can do. And hang on, Wanzera is born Odin on the Neon, has decided to beat Yanto at his own game.
And it worked.
It's a very clean kill, only probably about chip damage done onto Wanzera. And an untradeable kill comes in favor of Formulation. And now, away into the B site, especially with walling off Vito.
Yeah, the B site's already taken over. And they're going to be safely in this site. They can find post-plant positions. They're not really being pressured directly.
Yeah, TSC were not ready for them to redirect over into B.
But now they're going to have to be ready for this retake. Sonic Sensor on one end. Could be a bit of a disruptor. Wanzera holding the other. But it's the lockdown they're banking on to make this retake possible. Pushing forwards. Dak is able to hold with a judge. Lockdown shut down. And Camille keeps on giving with the frags. Now it's a 1v3. All of a sudden, it's Luca to himself. But with all the bodies flying on his screen, nothing can be done about it. And Formulation take charge once again.
And it's an instant answer bag for after the round that TSC were able to convert. An instant answer bag for Formulation. 11 on the board, keeping the lead firmly in their favor. And this game truly has been sort of a back and forth in regards to economy, especially towards the tail end of the first half. And even coming into this one, it has felt like TSC have been on the back foot so many times in regards to money, whether it's playing with stingers or playing with judges. Even in the last one, we saw Dak having to play with a judge. And now a timeout first used for Twisted Saint, starting to feel the pressure. A looming third map, especially with Formulation on 11.
Yeah, pressure kicking in for sure. You can't help but feel that some of those rounds slipped away from them. Especially the one a couple of rounds ago, not checking their corners. That seemed like a clean take. Could have been a nice 5v5 where they could have potentially had the upper hand. They had a few ultimates available, right? Overdrive, Annihilation, but they tried to use those preemptively and it just didn't work. And it's all kind of cascaded into a butterfly effect of them being 3 rounds behind. And at a big economical deficit in this one. Formulation threatening that map point.
And it's the conversation of how much do they invest into this one in regards to the ultimates, because they haven't necessarily got any other than Dax to really make a difference into this one, especially on the eco. You're not close to Lucas, you can't play to get those online, and especially when Wanzera just running down as a Neon with an Odin, it's just difficult.
It is. It is also very daunting to play up against. And as the neural theft is enabled, no chance of the taking here as well from Formulation. You can tell that it's business all day long. And they're playing with the ultimates as well. Good balancing on it, knowing that you've got Wanzera who's being up and ready in a round or two. You've got from the shadows and the Fade ultimate as well available to you for the rounds after.
Toxin screen down.
Little by little, chipping away at this game, and that's how you need to do it, especially losing that first map the way they did, going back to basics, leaving no players in danger of taking down here from the Twisted Saint side, and map points on the line. Formulation one away from bringing things to a decider.
Yeah, it does feel like Haven is looming. And just coming into this one, an opportunity to close it out for Formulation, especially with a couple of ults online. You have Camillus for a nice sight hit, but for TSC, you're looking to see how Deck can get active with his Viper's Pit as well, whether that's locking down a certain site or using it for a retake. But the main issue is, it's going to be how successful can TSC be at this fight over towards A?
Well, so far they've got 2 players available here, make that 3. Hobbit door broken, and it's heard from Formulation 1. Zero posted that very closely. Prowler showing his presence. And the only other information TSC have is a little lurk from Will towards that left-hand side. But with the Nightfall dropping, they're alerted of a potential push. Neffy cracking through the back lines from the shadows, working out superbly. And now with the numbers advantage, they can walk through this A side, and there will be no hindrance with their cross inwards. Yanto looking to see if he can stop it, but knows he's got to play the time. Knows he's got to wait for his teammates to arrive. This is not a one-man show.
It's just setting up for the retake. You have Sonic sensors over towards Hobbit, which, again, Rubit is going to be in charge of. You have a wall over towards Stairs that has to be dealt with.
Timing. And Rubit turns around just on time, but Will is there. Excellent shot to connect. That's what TSC need, but they need a little extra as 4 players are still left to deal with here on the Formulation side. First one that will be contested is Neffy's angle. And it's a tough one that you can't just take care of like that. Such a menace. Course has got his teammates back. And Formulation's confidence has come back. 13-8 is the score as they go one map apiece. And Haven is where everything will be decided in this series.
Yeah, it felt like the dividends finally getting paid towards the end of that matchup. We were talking about how dominant it was back and forth in the first one, and now it's something similar we've had in the second map. Again, once we switched sides, it felt like one team truly took over. In the first, it was TSC. In the second, it was Formulation. But let's see what will happen into the third. But before that, let's just have a little bit of a recap of what actually happened on this map, because it felt like Formulation had their moments of letting the ball slip and not being able to convert some of the rounds that they should have, whether it's talking about clearing your corners on certain rounds. But in the end, it felt like an overwhelming pressure and presence of them on that attacking side that TSC just couldn't deal with.
Indeed, it was a little bit too much, wasn't it? And there were a couple of pieces of the puzzle that have came together there for Formulation overall. A few too many answers to everything that their opponents were throwing in at them. And sure, you had moments where 1-0 was taking the lead there and being the entry that his team needed, but it was a lot more of the team being more successful on those takes and being very decisive with the openers and closing out the rounds when they were given those numbers advantages. So clean, at least cleaner stuff here shown from Formulation. And heading into Haven, I feel with a little bit more confidence.
Yeah, I think definitely confidence is going to be the thing that they're going to have to run with going into Haven. It's not necessarily a good map for either of them. It's very low reps in the last couple of months and not great successes for either of them, right? It's either a 50% win rate or lower for both. And I think it is a very even place to see that sort of this best of 3 find its end, right? Because both of these teams love the 2 maps that we've just seen, and I'm really interested to see what we're actually going to see from both of them coming into the 3rd and final map.
Yeah, up until this point, it feels like both sides had a similar ideology on how to play their maps. But for the next one, I feel with the compositions that we've seen so far, we're about to see something a little different, some spice, and it couldn't have it any other way for a deciding matchup. Haven up next, folks. Don't miss it. Be back after this break.
Loading, straight with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Pushing on, keep rolling. And when I listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok comes along, they get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Found here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little pedicure, the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, maybe like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. if you want buff, we can go psycho. Psycho, psycho, head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Mic on, mic on, turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Icon, icon. Icon, icon. Yeah, it's clear, it's evident. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it. Yeah, elevate bars, I regulate. Yeah, UK wheel up the tune, just meditate. If it didn't get it by 9, then it kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last. Celebrate, mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling, bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling, rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MC's bonds are super. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit more than a club, zoning. That's irrelevant, make me like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them, rhyming, reading. Cycle through these sheets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them bomb sheets back again. Oh, cause the little fire on the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Icon, icon, yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Psycho, psycho, head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Mic on, mic on, turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Icon, icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon, icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon, icon. Icon, icon.
Out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore.
Welcome back to Challengers Odyssey, Challengers Northeast, everybody. It's time to get going. It's time to get going in the third map of the series, the decider of this match. And look, both teams taking their own map picks, kind of the way you would expect it, but I think Formulation struggled a little bit more than what was anticipated at the start of this day. Truly, Twisted Saints showing that they are a worthy opponent here and could threaten this Haven pick.
Yeah, I definitely think the threat is real for both of these teams coming into Haven in the last couple of months. I think there's only one sort of rep between them, right? Formulation's played it twice, Twisted Saints played it 3 times. Like, it's not crazy sort of numbers that we were seeing on the other 2 maps of teams playing it like 7 or 8 times or having a flawless record on it. So this is a very much middle ground for both these teams, which is what you expect coming in as that 3rd map decider. But really, neither of these teams really taking the edge coming into this one. I think it's going to be very even sort of playing fields, which is exciting.
All right. It is very exciting. I feel there were some ways in which TSC had the upper hand in the first map to deal with the issues Formulation were throwing at them, right? Having a good way to deal with a Neon. But now we've got a completely different look in regards to composition. You've got a Yoru and ISO on the one hand. You've got the Neon and Killjoy on the other. So different choices in Sentinels, different choices in aggression. What's the vibe check here, Summer? What do you reckon?
It is that sort of conversation of, do we love the Neon or do we love the double dealers of the Yoru and ISO? And I think there's so many different sort of ideologies of both of these compositions, and I just love the ISO Yoru pick. But I love teams when I see them playing it. But I will say, Formulation running a Viper on Haven is an interesting choice. Is sort of playing that instead of bringing flashes coming through, because sure, you have a double duelist on TSE, you're not running a double initiator, but you still have Luca on that Yoru as that sort of supplement and replacement of the breach, so that you still have flashes in your pocket. I'm just worried, should we switch into TSE on the defense in the second half with operators coming out? There's not much to get them off the angle.
Absolutely not. But heading into this one, with both teams wanting to get that first seed into playoffs, already with 2 wins on their belt, and potentially a 3rd being guaranteed once this map is over. Already TSC exceeding expectations, putting this roster together. For this split in particular, Formulation had some changes, but a little bit more reps prior to this event, at least in officials. But here we go. TSC start things on the attack, show their presence towards A, but double back. Decision not yet made.
Yeah, and with the turret facing over towards Long and Garage, there's not really much you can pull over Formulation sides in regards to trying to sneak your way up and jump out of C. Because, yeah, you're going to have to smoke the turret, which is going to give Course a very good idea about what's going on. Calls for a little bit of a rotation coming over, and especially with 1-0 inputted and inserted over towards A long, they have a lot of information to work with to get the pieces in the right place.
Now it's a good timing on the Nanoswarm as well. It's allowed Formulation to close up the gap with 3 players available now to the backside. Smoke, which Corsa will traverse into. This could surprise his opponents, and indeed it does. Luca jumps in and finds his head shred to pieces. Will does have that extra shield to keep him alive for a moment longer, but the brunt force of the defensive power Formulation was just too much to handle.
A little bit too much, like you said. Too many players, too much delay in regards to Vubit's smoke. That Corsa plays around perfectly, but yeah, it's this double kill from Vubit, also destroying the shield. And Corsa just staying alive, moving towards backside, being a nuisance, being a distraction for the rest of the TSE players, that eventually, when the rotate does come through CT, there's a free pickup onto Will. We've been pretty equal in regards to pistol rounds, right, throughout this series. So it's nothing too crazy, because we've seen some banger rifle rounds. But TSE are just going to have to get past these weapons. Although, Dex managed to jump into Garage and get a shorty kill.
I will say, though, Summer, Formulation have always won the first pistol of each game.
True.
And whether they've won the consecutive ones is another question. Actually, they went 4-0 on the first one, 3-0 on the other one. So, yeah, we've seen a bit of a trend here. Corsa seizing the chance off the stun to do some damage, but these pistols have been able to answer back substantially. I'd say 3 kills isn't too bad of an endeavor. Even though Formulation get the round win, that's a bit of damage done to their camp.
Yeah, classics in a shorty. And it's the shorty that opens up, like, in a round where we see an Outlaw, a Guardian, some Stingers, a Bulldog from Formulation. And yeah, it's a shorty on deck from TSC, TPing, jumping around in Garage that gets the initial kill. We're seeing some wild things today, okay? But back to a little bit of sense of normality is a conversion on the pistol. Weapons back out for TSE now. Look how aggressive 1-0 is. Oh, and it goes through the wall, but there's so much damage being done to Fitty, even with the Sheriff. Some pot shots, and now a wounded Cypher walking about the place. They redirect their attentions over towards C. Corsa, not armed very to the teeth at all, but a little bit of utility, some nano swarms, but it's not really going to be able to play off the back of it.
No, does avoid confrontation just in time, getting into the smoke. But then again, Formulation may have some answers here, as I was about to say, haven't lost a player. Deck does go low during that trade. An upper angle could leave him exposed, especially from behind. Neffy's able to read into it. And now, it's time for TSC to defend. You've got Viti on the lurk, the flank, the flurk, if you will, low on health. All the way around, and no one has a clue, but misses a shot on the second one. But at least he's keeping Camel busy while the rest of TSC lock the site down. Yanto posts up closer, but Luca not showing his ground will be the guarantee. But it looks like everybody is going down with the ship on this one. Luca is able to find the headshot, but there's no surviving the explosion, and TSC get themselves the round win.
Yeah, and for being a bonus of Formulation, thankfully, I will say TSC were able to convert the bonus. Okay, they were able to convert the third round, which is something they have been struggling with in not only the first map where they were able to win, but also in towards the second as well. So at least we got a little bit of sense of normality that we're starting off with a 2-1 scoreline. But with everyone going down on the ship in round 3, FMG are fine with money. TSC are being forced to bring out Judges, Bulldogs, Guardians. It's not ideal in any sense of the word. So instead, they wanted to go for a little bit of close quarter engagements, looking over towards Garage, put some pressure on A, and now they're setting their sights over towards B, and especially with the drone coming through now. Camille's been noted. Who's backside?
This actually might get complicated, especially with Camille finding the gap. That's 2 kills and no retaliation. And in the meantime, Boobit's been able to close up the distance. Camille is keep on giving. How is he getting away with these? Finally, TSC have got some sort of an answer. And they've decided B is just not it. The Camille is yet to be dealt with. And as they do walk into C, there might just be another threat available for Formulation. Look at Neffy. Never mind, he's no longer there. Yanto rips him to shreds, but the round's not over. Viti not only has to deal with 2 players, but he's got to get the spike down as well, unless he can get it all done right here. Camille! Of course it's Camille to close out this round. He's the one that started it. He might as well end it as well.
And it's all off the back of they knew exactly where he was positioned, especially towards that. He was droning, and yet on the excursion and the expedition they went on over towards into B, it seems Camille just slipped their mind. Repositioned towards backside, catches players off guard, doubles up, even doubles down, getting the remaining 2, picking up 4 for himself in that round. And yeah, it was a bad situation for TSC money-wise, but this is an even worse one.
Yeah, this is not where you would have liked to be. But a bit of a reset for Formulation, potentially gain a greater lead. That's what you want to see. And again, build an economy. That's sort of where you want to be. And potentially dig into some of those alt orbs as well.
I mean, you say that. Formulation also don't have the greatest money. At least they've been able to stop the spike plants. There's not that extra boom for TSE going into the next round.
Sure.
But any damage TSE can do, especially on players like Nefi, 1-0, and Viva, they haven't necessarily got crazy amount of monies to rebuy into the next one. It's going to be a little bit difficult when all you got is classics, sure, and a ghost, and no spike.
I just saw the cutest little gun buddy, a little duckling wearing glasses. So who was holding it? It was one of the TSE players.
Well,
either way.
Yeah, it's just sort of stalemate.
Stand still.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it is.
Oh,
I don't think anybody of us noticed VT get himself across A and now creating another flank for this potential B take, but every single formulation player is around, but does it even matter when these pistols are doing so much on the chase with not much time to run after your opponents with? Yanto with 3 points of health! Oh my god! There is no freaking way! There is no way Yanto is able to make it work. 3 points of health and 2 seconds to work with.
They have 3 classics. I just want to remind you, 1, 2, 3 classics, 1 shorty, okay, and 1 ghost. And yet, even after a standstill, it felt like they were accepting their fate. We see a pick come in. The Cypher, the look through Vitty's position over towards A. Unnoticed. Gets it. Invests in neural theft. I was thinking, what a waste. You only got classics. What that gonna do? Instead, you look at classics getting the kills. Right clicks being the king, apparently, in the round. And yet Yanto, in the 1v2, gets the first quarter. Decides to tuck tail and run. There's no time, but instead gets caught around the corner.
That is something. That's something.
And now look at the money. I said any damage they can do, and yet they've just won the round.
Oh, come on. You can't even get away. 1v1. Oh, looking to close up the gap with the Bucky, trying to be difficult to shoot. But, yeah. A Hail Mary. What a moment. Like that. Huh. All right, well, we needed some time to kind of relax from that round, but imagine Formulation win a deficit of a player with lesser weapons, if you will. Yeah, that'd be adding to
a lot
this game's
into this. We've had
shenanigans. True. Yeah,
kill
it's a little bit too much to ask for.
They have all the information that they needed. They get rid of 1-0 with the Bucky. Realistically, a massive issue that could have been over towards long, especially with the ult online for him. Take no chances with Lucas. Dimensional drift into sight, isolating Camille. Yeah, and it's a complete lockout for Formulation. Or it should be. I don't know anymore. We've won a round with full classics.
Indeed. Oh, it's definitely gotten everybody on their feet, on the edge of their seats. One way or another. You are not comfortable where you are, and you have to consider that every single round is a possibility. All 5 remain alive for TSC. Now, they're the ones that are able to slowly create an economy that can sustain until the end, but it has remained to be seen if the streak can continue. Formulation, 3 ults available, guns in their hands, half shields though. But the fact that there's only 1 Phantom on the other side, that might not make that big of a difference.
Yeah, and for the side of TSE, with this sight set, at least early round over towards C, trying to get some early pressure towards long. It's a double up of these players in this corner. With the drone hitting, they surely know there's some shenanigans happening over towards C.
But crucially enough, it's not Formulation that they're not taking many risks this one, right? Not really going for those excursions, any push and pulls. None of that. Sort of waiting for TSC to make their move and react off the back of it.
Yeah, for the side formation, they have Courser's ultimate to play for retake, especially over towards A, so it's likely Camille's going to play for one and get out. Doesn't necessarily
hoping that a headshot could have aligned.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily get the kill, but it's still damage and information. Actually scares TSC off. A really clear drone over towards long. It's going to give formulation a lot more confidence to lean a lot more over towards this middle side, over towards B, and even garage towards C.
It's the right call to make. 1-0 lined up and ready with 3 players approaching. Smoke going in this direction, but he throws down a stun to delay. 25 seconds. This could actually get very risky. Paranoia forces 1-0 off the angle. Hunter's Fury as well, hoping it nets for some extra information. Vubit on the chase after the Sova, and all of a sudden this is getting out of control. Chaos on the site, but it's TSC that's finally get access to it. Vubit locked in between 2 different fights, and with a spike going down, a lockdown is being enabled. Deck will get a kill before he hands over his life. Camille, once he gets the pick onto Deck, it will be a 1v2, but he hasn't even found Deck yet. He hasn't even found Deck yet, and that will be his demise. Yep, that's a head scratcher, and TSC with the lead.
Deck is just about breaking ankles over towards this C site. He's so committed in towards that ult. Of course, his ult that Corsa put down, because he knows that his teammates are safe over towards long. He can play the long game. If he can stick around, just be a distraction. Yet he TPs behind a player, gets the kill, then TPs again, confusing when we see the final play trying to come in, trying to clutch it out. And it's still Deck that closes the round out in the end. And another early timeout coming in from formulation.
Yeah. I don't know how to feel about this, Summer. It's tough because a lot of these rounds are decided in those final skirmishes, right? Whether that is a full buy round versus a full buy round, or whether an eco is involved, or a lighter buy perhaps, but it feels like it's hard to contain those you know, hungry for kills players, right? And it feels like Twisted Saints might have the capabilities to do that a little bit more often with the likes of Luca and Will and the double duelist setup.
Yeah, like you said, it comes down to the site hits themselves, especially when we're talking about when players are trying to get off site, having got the spike down, or even when they've lost the spike onto site, trying to fighting to regain that. And just, it's mainly the site and the avenues just before the site that the fights are really important. Well, that was in the last couple of rounds. This one, he wants to prove us wrong. Takes the initiative over towards A-Long. I don't know if 1-0's been spotted this close up, so might have a chance to catch players off guard.
Methodical walk up the plank here for TSC. But I feel like it's Vupit that will greet the Sharks on the other end. And indeed, that's what happens. A bit of a better track record, I'd say, for TSC this game, dealing with ecos, the anti-ecos. And with only 3 players remaining and the site fully locked and loaded, this should be a simple affair.
Please stop talking. I feel for the play, like for anyone who's supporting TSE here. With
Mephi gets a kill and a Viper Spit is available. That's the issue here. He indeed gets a kill. Corsa gets another, but obviously too many players spread very wide for TSC. Therefore, you can't account for all the angles, and a lead now being created.
I mean, they still put their best foot forward in that round. The fact that only 2 TSC players survive, it is a little bit concerning. But like you said, it's still a round on the board, still enough money to reinvest, just based on the fact that they have had 4 rounds in a row now. Ultimates are starting to come back online. We see Will's available yet again. Yeah, but the money is back there for formulation, so this is sort of a key turning point for them. And the adaptation they've made, if they got 4 players here, is almost a guarantee that Will's going to find one in the ult. It's just whether he can connect the shots he does. So at least that's 1-0. One of the big key pieces and problem pieces for formulation off the board.
Top 3 in ACS in the league as of the Swiss stages. And not having him available for these upcoming duels is a bit of a hindrance, to say the least. TSC pull the brakes, though. And they've created a few question marks on the map. Formulation wondering, have they left Garage? Neffy looking to clear it whole. Spots out Viti, and his head is ripped off. Corsa also doing great work on the site. Doubles up as well, denying any sort of approach from long. But Will wants to close up the distance, which Corsa shall not allow. And it's all down to Deck, and sure, he finds a headshot onto Corsa, but it's through the box, keeps his opponent alive. But a dire situation, especially with a double swing, that's more like it for Formulation.
Yeah, it's got a little bit messy again towards the site hit itself. There's no smoke over towards Garage window, so it's a free peek for the players there. There was no real pressure on Corsa back site other than individual 1v1s being taken. And we can see there's nothing against any of the Formulation players. We know they can thrive in those situations because they are names that we know in this league. They're names that can stand their ground when they're being tested one by one.
Great opener from Luca, but there is a bit of counteraction. Hunter Shuri hoping that it can connect, but I don't think he's found a single tag.
It's broken the trip though, and especially with 1-0 up this close, there's an opportunity for a fast flank without even alerting Viti.
Will it matter though, because TSC are actually moving very quickly onto this site. Flashed up, Neffy can't really do too much, but now he's recovered and throws down a Viper's Pit for good measure. Luca realizes this is the moment where he has to shine, but the fact that Corsa swings out, it kind of gives TSA a gift. 1-0 has notified his opponents of his presence, and a double-sided swing. The collaborative effort from TSC seems to be working out, but Camel somehow lines two up. And all of a sudden, this round flipped on its head. TSC 2 plays to the 1, and an A-site imminent push coming its way, with Neffy having to do it all for Formulation.
And he has to be slow because there's 2 players left. He can't just hightail it over towards A. I mean, here's that spike going down, but the only issue is Luca is low on HP. There's a flash available. He can try and set up Deck for a peek when he hears the spike tap.
Toxins going up.
There's a lot of angles, a lot of areas that Neffy has to clear.
I mean, even if from the shadows can be dropped in as a bait.
Might not even be needed.
Yeah, probably not. Dropping. Neffy breaking his ankles in the process. Flash looking away. Again, Luca being low will be the first easy pick for Neffy. Does he realize his opponent? Deck is in the same position his teammate was moments ago. 9 bullets, it will be enough, but I don't think the time is there for Neffy. Nicely played by the 2 remaining players from TSC, guaranteeing the round and guaranteeing this half will at least end with them being at equal terms with their opponents.
Well, they've at least guaranteed an equal half, but Formulation do have an opportunity to right their wrongs so far. But they're just not well equipped to do so, and it feels like a broken record this entire series. The economy management of both teams has been very wishy-washy. Sure, we have 1-0 with this Vandal, hoping to be the spearhead of the round, especially with the rotates that are available with obviously playing an agent like Neon. Can try and be everywhere at once. Look how reserved TSC are playing. They're aware of the low money, possibilities of aggression. And saying that, Will's already got his ultimate online again, an opportunity to isolate.
How crazy of a story would it be for TSC to end up in the first seed into playoffs? Repeat the Dark Horse stories Viti, Dcads, and Yanto have been able to do in the previous split. 1-0 gets away with a freebie. Deck not quite aware of that potential push as Twisted Saints approach the A site. The contract will connect, and the 1v1 will be successful. TSC little by little take over the site, even though Neffy is posing to be quite a bit of a threat. Corsa finds himself into the back line and creates complete havoc. No round is ever over until the fat lady sings.
Yeah. This initial kill is just a little bit unaware of the possible angles and the possible push. Luca really tries his best. Oh, but it falls apart. It really does. Unexpected position over towards flank. That's 2. And that's, again, a couple of kills in the round just going on unexpected positions and unawareness of where the formulation players could have lurked off to.
Boy. Okay, Luca. All right. Nice entries. This is TSC with a weaker buy, but still make it look as one-sided as it ever was. That will not allow 1-0 to work his magic. The only positive for formulation is that they're walking towards Camille. But he will swing, and there were just a few too many players ready for him. 7-5 is the halftime score. The most decisive, we've seen it all day. But TSC are the ones in the lead. They're the ones to beat. And they are pretty much the favorites to be the first seed in the playoffs. It is the first time at a half where a team has a lead. This time, it's Twisted Saints Esports that have a 2-round advantage against their opponent's formulation. Now, they're on the defensive side. Formulation need to create something consistent to deal with what TSC have been throwing at them so far.
And we have our split pistols, so if the pattern tracks, TSC should be able to convert this one. With 1-0 already making his way across long. Might try and put a spanner in the works. Oh, Daiki cheeky. Surely you get cleared here. Camille's thinking about it.
Yeah, it's up to checking it at the right time. And Deck decides to swing at that moment. So beautifully done. Will double kill on the site. Superbly defended, and now Vubit in a very lonely world, but thankfully won't be lone for long as he greets his teammates on the floor. Pistol round to TSC.
Hey, the pattern tries. At least there's something we can rely on in this series, because it has been complete madness in every map, I feel.
Last player standing.
But flat out from TSC, especially after being able to hold down short with Deck's kill with the shorty. All eyes were in the right positions over towards long, and the players flooding out there. So for TSC, it was a relatively easy one to get across the board. And now coming into this one, it's full classics for formulation. For every investment for TSC, bar Yanto. Which is fine, because he's the sole anchor over towards A. You don't necessarily want to give any crazy upgrades.
Trip broken. Yanto alerted, but not before he drops onto the ground. And with TSC having to play catch-up here, it gives formulation some confidence maybe in this one, but they did just lose Neffy, so no longer with the numbers advantage, and now the weapons are the ones that have to be favored. Paranoia coming through. Luca seizes the chance to just swing. That ghost is magic. And with Viti and Deg backing it up as well, there's not much the formulation side could do to hold on to that site. A ninth guaranteed.
Yeah, and a really good conversion as well for the side of TSE. Like I said, they only lose Yanto, which was almost kind of the plan, right? Situating him as the solo A defender, only with a ghost. Relying on the rest of his teammates to see it cross the line, and that they did. Not losing anything. Gives Yanto the opportunity now as well to buy up into this rifle. Only concern for this one is Luca on that outlaw. Sure, this full shield across formulation, but still 140 is a lot of damage, and especially with the get out of jail free card with TPs that you're going to see Luca on. He's confident enough to put some pot shots down, hits one onto the V-bit. So these stats going to be a bit of a concern for the controller player, who's going to be inserted over towards C. Now they change the direction of sort of interest, right? Especially with this Viper Wall cutting off short and B. There's opportunities for lurks that haven't been spotted by the TSE players. So it keeps two players over towards short and long on A, weakens other areas.
But the decision seems to be made. A site approached. Yanto deck. Different positions held. The two entries towards this A site, but it's Yanto pressured first. And now bolstering up Deck's position. And look at Sewers. But formulation eventually double back. Having none of that right-hand side, and into Garage they go. No one holding it for now, but they will have to deal with a C site filled with Cypher trips. And now with two players defending, this is going to be a treacherous path. Zero jumps over the first trip, but that means Kama will get stuck on the second one. Zero able to find an answer, but Luca being a menace. Now you've also got Will joining in on the fight. 9 seconds and the spike isn't quite down yet. Paranoia causing chaos to the center of the site. Neffy wanted to take matters to his own hands, but the defensive powers overwhelmed from all directions. Double digits in TSC's bag. And now you can safely say they are running away from their opponents.
Yeah, and even Luca being able to connect the second shot onto V-Bit towards the end, already done the body shot damage. With the information that the early information they got over towards Garage allowed them to get two players out onto site. Just again, further issues for formulation to have to deal with because they had players out and already in those sort of crossfire positions. When the rest of TSE arrived, they were able to just casually walk out onto site. And even with the lower buy able to convert, and we can see formulation making a play for themselves with this lower buy, but it's a lot harder to do on the attack than on the defense. You can gamble. Can put all your players towards one side, and especially with Deck playing with an Odin. Although, hang on. Suppressive Fire didn't quite work out.
No damage has been done at all. Yanto is needed to turn the scales back in their favor because things got scary for a second. Vubit, how many headshots can you find? One so far. Okay. A round on our hands. Corsa as well from further back in mid. And Marshall in hand to make sure that spike is defended by another layer. Vubit might not even bring that to fruition. Corsa jumps in as well. Of course, it's a thrifty to put formulation on the attacking score sheet.
You asked how many headshots you could get? 2. A solid 2. But yeah, I think there has to be an asterisk against this game in regards to how many ecos we've had. And We've said before in other splits in the sense of, oh, wow, players are really good with the Sheriff, really good with manipulating the rounds in regards to push and pull, being able to make the right calls on these ecos. In this series, it feels like they've just made a call, thrown everything at it, and somehow still walk away with a victory, even on Classics. So it might be something to keep in mind for these teams as they walk away, or even teams watching that, hey, ecos aren't to be rifled with, especially these two teams. But there's still caveat of there's 2 rifles still for TSC into this one because of the money that they were able to build up in the first couple of rounds.
Busy. And he will not check his left-hand side, will he?
He will! Oh, but he didn't clear it fully.
It's a lazy peek. It is a lazy peek. So, upper hand for Formulation. Luca can hear all the commotion. He's hoping he can interrupt Vubit's attempt to cross, but only some chip damage as C access is granted.
If they're able to retake Garage, that is a weapon that they should be able to pick up and recycle, possibly onto Luca, especially being on this Yoru.
If being the keyword, because it is defended currently by Vubit. Although a smoke has been dropped to block it off. TSC are going to take their sweet time to make sure every corner is cleared. And Garage taking control over. Vubit, this tyranny on the paranoia could actually be perfect. Spray down. Actually catches Neffy. How did that even happen? Still though, the remaining players from Formulation are low. A couple of them at least. But I think TSC have made the call to just respect this round. Hold back. Make sure you end this round with every single player surviving. Have a gun in their hands. And make sure you don't give away your economical advantage.
Yeah, it's not only about the economical advantages. You can see 2 of those players going down to the spike at the very end. They could have tried to make damage on some of the players as they were leaving, but because of how close some of the Formulation players are to the ults, especially looking at 1-0, Neffy, and even Camille for these sort of post-plant ultimates that we're seeing, it is so much more benefit to them to go down to this, go down to the spike, even if they're unable to pick up an ult of their own. Not giving one to any of the players of Formulation, the benefit is so much more in favor of that.
And a timeout brought out. Back-to-back rounds for Formulation is kind of taking the steam out of TSC's engine. I mean, they still have a lot to work with, a lot of resources, both in credits and ults. But this is where a lot of the younger teams struggle, right? Closing out a game. Now, Twisted Saints, they've got some experience in being dark horses like this, but they've never really been the stars of the show, the victors of a region. And in order for them to get that status, they need to be able to close games like this.
Well, off the back of the timeout might be a perfect opportunity. Having a chance to discuss, to formulate a plan, and especially with Will's ultimate, Yanto's as well, up on the cards. They're not shy of resources to work with. This wall over towards A has been a huge nuisance of keeping players of TSC having to be posted up over towards long and short. Now a silent crawl down long. It's respected by TSC.
Yeah, and so you can definitely tell there are people around. Thursday down a recon, hoping that it works out in his favor, and indeed it does, albeit stunned. Is able to succeed in that trade, and I have no idea how, especially considering that 3 players now from TSC are fairly low, could be easy pickings. Formulation are not going to turn their attention towards another site, no. Doubling down on A, with 3 defenders now on this site. Again, the remaining players here are low, so simply collected. No issue at all for Neffy. And with the site taken over, double the amount of players available, TSC need to wave the white flag and relent.
Oh, and it's the kill onto Will. Will was the only player with HP over towards that A site and playing in such a committed position. An insta-kill from Neffy. And then you can just put your attentions over towards backside with the rest of the TSE players who are in defense of A. Away, low HP, easily dealt with a wallbang. And then a follow-up kill from Neffy. Truly very decisive.
This is a crazy turn of events, isn't it, Summer? This is... I mean, look, obviously Formulation getting around win here is not absurd, right? It's not, you know, something to be unexpected. I'm just thinking about, in the grand scheme of things, right, the way that Twisted Saints kind of got here to begin with, the lowest Swiss run, with their 2 losses, right, going 3-2, and now coming into the main Swiss and performing even better against a field that should be a little bit more competitive. But again, a bit of a struggle. And while they did take a timeout, Kaisigo did have his words with Formulation as well. And nothing is over till it's over. And this game has proven this to us every single round.
I think nothing is a given, especially in this series. Whether you're on eco, full rifles, or 1v3 maybe. Like I said, nothing's over until it's over, but this one, a little bit more of attention over towards the middle of this map. A little bit of pressure over towards B. And it has actually cut them off from the sight lines that they're going to have to reclaim over into sight. They have smoked it off, so at least a little bit more security for TSE to rotate around, especially now with Will slipping in onto the site.
Yeah, Viti alerting the troops. On the lookout. But Formulation this time around will not be holding on to the garage angle. Instead, look to put most of their efforts towards the longest trajectory of the 2. This is interesting.
Yeah,
avoiding the trip altogether, and now looking to walk into Lucas's hands, sending in the clone off through the smoke. Formulation not bothered by it. Through the smoke again, but it's Lucas Spray that ends up on top. Hunter's Fury also assists. Okay, it's pure pandemonium with TSE spraying across every single smoke they can find and finding heads, finding hearts, and inevitably collecting this round. Brother, that Hunter's Fury was nuts.
Yeah, double kill coming in from Yanto with that, just supporting the players on site. And then on top of that, you had another failsafe of Deck using the From the Shadows to TP over towards C-Long. So there was failsafes in place, even if the players on site fell and there was an opportunity for them to get back into the round, Deck was there to shut it down. And now we've got 11 on the board, finally breaking this 3-round streak Formulation we're able to put together. A little bit of a change of pace though. Attention's back over towards A.
Indeed. But then again, TSE might be well equipped for it. No, they...
Oh, Yanto wanted nothing to do with it.
Yeah. For a moment there, they looked a little bit more convinced that it could be a B play. But it's only Corsa thinking about that position. But now, he's got friends. Bit of company.
But he can't stick around forever, especially Luca though, because when this TP goes down, he's likely to either take it or reposition.
Okay, no trip, but the shot that was there as a guarantee. Stun to the side. Jump above. The information is there from Luca, and there's nothing he could have done to trade his life. Spike going down, a numbers advantage for the Formulation side. Contract coming through to at least try and keep the numbers even. Deck, on the other hand, has found himself his own kill. TSE gaining charge, gaining fuel. Vubit, his position realized. Corsa trading, having his teammates back. And this round is definitely not over. But TSE need to play catch up. 2 players are low. 1 on each side. Spike needs to be tempted. A walk created, a potential spike diffuser. Hunter's Fury is the perfect answer, but Deck is able to answer back. Hunter's Fury, it's into its final tick. Now he needs to start diffusing. Deck is damn accurate. Now hiding within the smoke, but Camille has got enough bullets in the chamber to spray. Formulation holding on to the round with the skin of their teeth.
Luca, unfortunately, unable to get anything done over towards that B site, but now into this one, able to buy up into this operator, seeing if he can have any sort of impact there. We've seen what impact he can have with the Outlaw. We've seen it in the last couple of maps. We haven't actually seen much of the operator in this series at all. And it was something that I was talking about, formulations, composition, bar the movement from 1-0. There's nothing crazy to get them off the angle. There's no flashes or anything like that. Sure, you have the paranoia from Vubit. Nothing too substantial to really nullify this operator of Luca. Or even then, with the dimensional drift available, they're very happy to stack 4 players over towards this A site, play retake B and C.
Okay, things have gotten interesting. Dimensional drift available for Luca, but do you really want to take that with the operator in your hand? You might want to switch the gun out. Maybe that has a shorty side by side with it. Looking for the information, and they're revealing Vubit for now. Not much else around to be found, but look at formulation closing up the distance. Bunching up together and wanting to make sure they can take this fight head on. TSC approaching the spike, but little by little, they're being hurt. Viti trying to create another angle of attack, but not quite the timing he needed. Corsa catching him off guard. Will wanting to stick to the defuse, but all the damage coming in from the spray, from the Viper's Pit, from everything around him. It just softens him off enough for a bullet to do the job. And that is yet another formulation around this game. Is destined for the long haul. And double digits now found for formulation as well.
And the prime opportunity to equalize the scoreline. Money's not there for TSE. Ults aren't necessarily there either. Some heavy hitting ones, or at least to try and turn the tide of an eco. They are playing for the orbs though on Will. Trying to get another kill contract online as soon as possible. Now the Outlaw being spotted, perhaps we'll think twice about peeking over towards long.
Yeah, probably.
It's not ideal.
No, definitely not. But you're right, it does seem like formulation have entered the highway towards the 11th round. It's the next exit. It's up to TSC to create the road bumps, if you will, the obstacles on the journey.
If this has managed to get backside without being noticed, but they're just going to throw everything at him and not go.
But you'll soon realize that no one's following up. Given the fact that Nefi's already taken over the A-site control, the From the Shadows will come in and join him, and just because of Vubit's quick reaction on his ultimate, he's there to make sure Luca cannot kill off Nefi.
It's almost a protect the president sort of play there.
Oh yeah.
And with another TSE player falling, the odds start to slip out of favor of any sort of way back into this round, and it might just be completely shut down now with Corsa's kill or attempted kill towards flank. Might just turn into a containment game. Not that it's really going to affect the money and ability of FMG to buy into the next.
Shadows traveling.
Okay. All right, Will.
Not yet.
Well, it will be here and now. Will, this is going to be the spike explosion, and equilibrium has been found at long last for formulation. They're the ones doing the coming back now.
Yeah, an 11-11 scoreline, but thankfully it isn't a round that we're going to see ecos or anything like that. This should be a fall-by round for both these teams. It's such a pivotal round for either of these teams to win. Not only in regards to money for TSC, would be damning if they lost this one, but also it puts one of these teams up onto 12, up onto map and series point, playoffs point even.
The spray has got to be good by Deck. He's able to get away with a Shrouded Step. 1-0 closing up the distance, and Deck is out of dodge. So potential 5v5 on the streak take. This could get chaotic really damn quick, but I'm looking at utility, and there really isn't much available there from TSC, hoping they can find a body, and using Neural Theft together with a Recon Dart could be the way back in. Already expended. The arrow lands and breaks instantly. 1-0 point blank, but the shield gets a lot done there. Will closes up the gap just on time, but the formulation firepower overwhelms.
Player standing.
Deck desperate to keep his team in, but it's all down to Viti. And Hask got to respect the lockdown. Both Neffy and Corsa taking the long route. Onto the spike. Will attempt to defuse. Good for the one, but Corsa shall not allow his life to be in vain. 12-11, and it's formulation to be the team to beat now. They're the ones that are one round away from making their way into playoffs.
And it is again, just as the side switches, we've seen something click in these teams on every single map, and even the third and final one on Haven can't avoid this, with formulation really stepping into themselves in the last 7 rounds, winning 6 of them. And like I said, the money on TSC is dire states, and especially it being round 24 and then being on 11. They go for something unorthodox, send Luca down mid. Hoping, contempt fate, bring a formulation player that wants to explore towards Garage, but the only issue is the timer on the TP goes and he has to get out of dodge. That space given up, and look at how far back the rest of the players are. There's no space anywhere.
Yeah, walking all the way towards the A site as well to inevitably have to rotate towards the other side of the map, but it's not just over yet. Formulation have left the spy behind, and even though they might be going for it, short push and pull here, it will not be the end of this one. Spike collected, making its way towards the center of the map.
I got Spike.
It's Deck, and it's Will. Looking to see if they can defend this. A wall created. Deck wanting to see if he can survive. This time takes one down with him. Kill contract just as the spike was about to go down. Good timing on it, but can you win that 1v1? Indeed you can. And now Camels is on the spike parting duty. Shocked up. Doesn't quite do enough damage. And Corsa chimes in with him to take the fight in. Will, he's got the extra barrier. The double tap is there. And now with a shield, we'll try and close up the distance. We'll try and go towards Neffy and Camille. But it's 2 players, 2 angles in which he can isolate the one, but it's just not enough. 13-11 is the score. Formulation find their reverse sweep and lock in the first seed into playoffs.
Yeah, and in the fashion that they did it too, we saw...
And we have lost Summer, everybody. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
okay, it was just my screen. You're back. Cool, continue.
Basically, Formulation have gone through thick and thin, bad and good, and they still find their way at the end of the day, when all chips are down, in a 2-1 victory, being the first seed to go into playoffs. And just with a caveat to that is they have not lost yet this split, coming in from the lower Swiss into the upper Swiss, and now they've gotten their ticket as first seed going into playoffs. This team is something with the new changes they're bringing into this split, and they've been outperforming expectations, especially set by what their performance in Split 1 and 2.
Oh, for sure. This is a really good turn of events here for Formulation, and now I'm not convinced with what I just saw in this series overall. I feel like there were a few unnecessary mistakes. I feel like, sure, TSC gave them a really good fight, yeah, I feel like going to playoffs, that will be a completely different story, and they're going to have to amp it up from there. But going undefeated in the 2 Swiss stages after not quite, not even invited to the main Swiss, the split before, having to go through a gruesome end to make it here, they've done it. And now the first spot into playoffs is theirs. TSC, on the other hand, still have another couple of chances to make this one work on that 2-1 bracket. And still some fight in them to potentially make it there you've got to give kudos to Deck. I feel like he had so many moments where he showed up in this one, overall, topping the charts overall, not only for his team, but for the series as a whole, for this map as a whole, rather. And I feel it's a little bit bittersweet, though, on the other hand, right? When you have Twisted Saints getting so close, but no cigar, you know? I get that bit of feeling by the end of it as well.
Yeah, 100%. But again, like you said before, this is just their first chance of many to make it into that playoffs, because they were able to get up to this position of they are 2-0. Sure, now they're in that 2-1 bracket, but they, from now forward, every game that they're going to be playing is going to be a qualification match, and it's going to be BO3s. So we've seen them with a little bit of bite to the team, especially coming up against Formulation here. We've seen moments of extreme good and maybe some areas to clean up, but it's definitely positive signs going forward, and I hope we do get to see them again in other qualification matches, but also making their way into playoffs, because I think they could be the dark horse of this season.
Yeah, they really could, and I think taking this into consideration, you've got to think of the amount of firepower you can bring to an event from the get-go, right? How much you're in tune with your squad once you enter an event. I think for Formulation, it was the best case possible, right? They came off of a LAN in Sweden, having a chance to get a nice little bootcamp-like event going in for them, getting reps together, gelling the way that they should, and, little by little, making those wins that they get individually, perhaps, but also as a team, and forming it into a result that nets them 6-0 in the Swiss stages and a first seed in playoffs. I do believe we're waiting for Corsa as well to join us for an interview, so do stay tuned with us until that happens. But Summer, up until this point, right, did you expect coming into this split, after seeing Formulation a little bit in between the two splits, seeing what they've done with the changes, do you expect them to kind of be at this point?
I've qualified to playoffs. I definitely think it was on the cards.
Sure.
I will say hands up, and I will take the sort of slack for it. I wouldn't have expected them to be one of the teams going in as the first seed, as that 3-0 scoreline as well. So I'm really impressed, and I hope we get to see something similar when we do eventually get to playoffs, because they're going to have an extra couple of days break than some of the other teams making it through, who are still going to be fighting, and they also have an opportunity to keep an eye out actually on how the teams are playing, who they're expecting to play up against going into the playoffs.
Sure.
But it is massive improvements from what we've seen of Formulation as that sort of overarching name, whether it's the 3 different rosters we've seen every split.
Yeah, the thing is, the advantage you get in regards to seeding, getting your 3-0. You're either first or second seed, depending on, round wins, etc. But you still get to play against the 7th and 8th seed, or 8th seed, coming into this one. But I still wouldn't consider it such big of an advantage, given the teams that already have got a few losses and are likely to be in those seeds, right? You've got the likes of Team Liquid Academy, who have got 2 losses. What if they get into playoffs? I don't want to be facing against Team Liquid Academy when I'm the first seed and supposedly have an easier matchup. Sure, Liquid Academy are their own weakness in a way, right? When they're playing good, they're playing great, but they also have the flip side of that, and I think that's the weakness that they've seen, which is something that Formulation can exploit. But I feel like the competition is so damn vast in this Swiss stage. There's so many teams that can inflict damage and take maps, yet alone, and even series off of any of them. It's never comfortable. It's never easy. So saying that Formulation are in the top 2 seeds, I still don't consider them, a top 4 favorite yet, right? It's hard to even imagine that. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think after what we've seen of them, top 4 is on the cards?
If they can hit the consistency that we've been seeing when they are great, it's similar to that sort of Team Liquid-esque conversation of when they're at 100, they are 100, but they can slip down into the sort of percentage that we're seeing them on the server. But unfortunately, we will not be having an interview, as I think Corsa's a little bit too busy celebrating the victory into playoffs. But our next matchup incoming will be Metasport versus 200. After the break.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, we are moving like some sidekick. We are moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, we are moving like some sidekick. We are moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, we are moving like some sidekick. We are moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, we are moving like some sidekick. We are moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my nights. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Be like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines are the freeway. We'll do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
Loading, straight with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And when I listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folders. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Planty, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little pedicure, the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, that everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, maybe like an elephant. elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling and rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Icon, yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Psycho, head to head, bout to bout, turn a mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, it's clear, it's evident. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it. Yeah, elevate bars, I regulate. Yeah, UK wheel up the tune, just meditate. If it didn't get it by 9, then it kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last. Celebrate, mind on the toss, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MC's bonds or super. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit more than I can't zone it. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these sheets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho, head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to Samsung Odyssey Challenges Northeast. It's time for the second match of the day. And obviously, sure, there are some concurrent matches going on, which we will be updating on you later on. We'll be looking at Fullbox 200 versus Metasport, who, just like the matchup before, are also doing damn well this main Swiss and have a chance to break through into playoffs. And that's what we're looking forward to. If you missed the action before, Formulation were able, with a reverse sweep, to beat their opposition. And yeah, Summer, how do you feel now that we're jumping? We've kind of got a feel of the competition already today, but now jumping into two fresh teams.
I'm really excited to see Metasport play. I haven't necessarily seen too much of Fullbox 200, being the sort of newcomers that they are. But for the side of Metasport, my expectations, I think, have been higher this split. It's sort of gone an even step further, especially not only after the event, the off-season event in regards to Glitch, but also the way that they actually made it here into this 2-0 bracket, because they may or may not have taken down who is it? Enterprise Esports. And yes, admittedly, we'll say it was in a best of run, but it was a very dominant, something like a 13-4. And they are not only the champions of Northeast Split 2, but they were the challengers. Champions of Challengers EMEA. So there's nothing to shy away from when we're really playing into the fact that Metasport are here and they're not here to mess around.
Yeah, it's a bit of a redemption arc for them as well, considering they were in the top 4 of the split number 1, but, you know, we're nowhere to be found at split 2, so now bringing it back, obviously there is a lot on the line for these players, right? A lot of them have got some high expectations of where they should be by this point, a lot of experience in this challenger scene, and just want to play in VCT. This is what they should be fighting at, right? This is where they should be in regards to competition. And finally, with a potential match win, they could potentially find themselves amongst the first seeds in playoffs. And obviously, while we do talk about a team that is expected to be here, there's one that wasn't. A dark horse as of this moment, Fullbox 200, who, unlike, you know, the teams that we've seen so far today, I am barely familiar with most of them, right? Maybe Kayaks rings a bell mostly, playing in Challengers France earlier this year. Maybe Cryo as well, who hasn't really been in a challenger scene but has been around in the northern scene for quite some time, in the east scene, might I say. But the rest, for me, unknown entities, and they have showed up so far getting wins against Ace Kid Tempest, Wild, Daddy Elise. They got their wins to be here, but now it's a BO3 to get them into playoffs.
Yeah, we were talking about some of these players this is their first year playing officials. We have barely got anything to go off on some of these players, other than the fact that they can be absolute aimers. That's our sort of caveat of coming into this, in the sense of, sure, we got a bit of experience to bolster up the inexperience on this roster, but for what they lack in experience across the board, they certainly make up for with flashy plays and just sheer aim that we've, at least from what I've seen in some of the matches, especially the one against Pixel Lumina.
Indeed. So an interesting endeavor really coming up into this one, because I think it's a recurring topic when it comes to Challengers Northeast. We always have these younger teams that kind of make their hero runs, whether that's through qualifiers, through the lower Swiss, hell, through Premier, right? And getting their chance to play in situations like this, and now getting to see the likes of Evriosa, Sulinist, like you said, who have just played their first officials this year, right? Now are in consideration of some of the best in the region, right? So look, you've got to be able to do this consistently to have that title, but this is their first steps here, so potentially could net them a lot of experience to get here again. Oh, come on! I was about to talk about the maps. We could potentially see a Corrode now. It's best of threes. No, instantly banned by Metasport. No chances taken. No risks. Playing it easy.
Yeah, honestly, I said this in the first series. Just teams don't want to play the new map, and I don't expect to see it until possibly challenges, or even going down the routes of waiting until Ascension to see some of these teams especially have it as a first pick, because they're just going to wait to see what sort of the T1 teams across the world are going to be doing. But looking at the maps that we do have as those first picks is Icebox and Lotus. So a little bit of a switch up from the first series. We're going to be seeing Icebox, but again, Lotus is a map that I feel every single team in Northeast loves. But yeah, Bind being banned out again, we have the same third map decider if it is required.
Indeed. All right, Icebox getting things started for this series. And look, I want to kind of, before we break down the maps a little bit more, right, before we kind of get into the specifics of Icebox, it's a topic that's been at the top of my head for Metasport as well, because just like Formulation, one of those teams that you hope you will see often at the top of challenges, but the roster that they've been able to field this time around, right, the experience that they have, anything other than making it into Ascension and, you know, being part of the conversation of VCT play is not where you want to be, right? Not where you want to be, especially when you got players such as the likes of Cider that have seen the highest of highs, you know, subbing in for FPX at an international event, right? A Masters in Copenhagen. It's, you know, grinding year after year. The challenger scene can get a little bit tiring, and, you know, you've got to wonder how long can this be sustained. And I feel for Metasport, this could be a final dance. But, you know, getting away from the grim thoughts here, this is very much a very winnable matchup for them, in which they are considered high favorites, though. But looking at the Agent Select Summer, what can we say about this one?
I am in love with Metasport's comp. I am a Harbor enjoyer through and through, but at the same time, I love full box 200s because it's giving 2021 Valorant with the double duelist of it being the Jet and the Reyna.
All right, yeah, I get that. So it could be a little bit of counteraction, one versus the other. But the similarities, of course, with the Viper Sova Jet will always be a norm here. As you know, we've got some really star firepower here from Jusu as well on that Jet. Super high performing when it comes to it, and a big difference maker. And now Kayaks, not Kayaks, Kayaks. will have to play up against them in this one. A difficult head-to-head for Kayux for sure. But as we enter this one, full box 200 starting off on the defensive side, as they have elected to do on their opponent's map pick. Metasport, though, as the aggressors.
Hey, Kayux does have a little bit of help, right? Cryo on that duelist role as well. Maybe not necessarily the head-to-head of the Jets, but for the entry-wise, he does have a little support, not only with the, obviously, Solanus' utility, but Cryo being that sort of second entry, or even being able to assist with Ilias.
And here we go. Pistol round underway. And Metasport attempting to poke and prod this A site. Yet to really show all that much. Just the cascade. Get them a little bit closer. Kayux doesn't really get to see Yusu as he shoots at him. So an early start to the duelist duel.
But there is an answer back from Cryo, right? He's able to get the pick onto Cider. It's just the only thing is it's one of the two smokes that they're able to have. And Sesta, sure, the wall's up over towards B, but it's not necessarily the thing that you need to get out onto A. Cryo, though, sticking around quite deep over towards A, wanting to be a thorn in the side, especially with the ghost that he's been able to arm himself with.
Very quiet for Metasport. Taking their sweet time to go for the push. Cryo, like you said, first imminent threat. And Solanus being able to back it up, not only with one, but with two, has completely turned this round on its head. Chinook in a bit of difficulty here. Takes a moment to find the spike, 20 seconds, and there is no opportunity to move to the other side of the map. Has to commit with A, but 200 playing this nice and simple, not taking the fights, holding their angles, allowing Chinook to enter the fray by his own accord and seizing the chance to take him down once that happens. First blood goes to full box 200.
I think the space over towards A at the initial where the wall, the cascade from Cider will be going, it's going to be hard for 200 to necessarily contest that, especially when we go into those full rifle rounds without playing heavily ahead of it, especially when you're looking at where we saw Cryo play the round before, Kayux up on towards pipes. It's going to be a full committal that they're going to have to do with those fighting just that area of the map itself. Otherwise, it's just going to be space that Metasport are going to be able to get round after round relatively for free, even if they just have sort of Cider being posted up there. In this round, we have Anguist, who's just been able to pick up an easy kill of his own with the Marshal. It is an eco. But this investment might just pay back.
Yeah, you've got to be careful about giving him these fights, right? The only one with a rifle for Metasport. But no second pick collected. And the A site imminent yet again.
But again, Cryo playing in a similar position to before, but a little bit more reserved since he has a judge in hand, which will be scary, right? You get one with a judge, you can use the dismiss to get out, but it might just call to halt the entire Metasport attack since they don't necessarily have anything to tank it, or they can just run it down with a frenzy. That works.
Yeah, that was a good wide swing there from Juicy as well. You can't really account for that swing. So Metasport trailing in numbers. But the investment here could help them have a say. There goes Solanus and Chinook, a quick back-to-back trade, but it's 200 on the back foot trying to catch up, and with Noseby getting a pickup, suddenly this is very much doable, leaving Anguist to him lonesome. Marshal in hand. And it's going to be a toughie, especially the toxic screen lined up in front of him. Noseby will go for the spray, maybe the Marshal barrel showing on the other side of the smoke. Either way, it is the collection for 200 and making sure that a crisis doesn't occur.
Not too much loss for them in the round. They're still able to keep Bulldog and I believe it was a Vandal towards the end. Or Guardian, sorry. But it's still a couple of weapons lost. They're able to reinvest a little bit to bolster up the buy, get the Marshal coming in onto Kayux. Chinook taking the brunt of the investment in the last, going down onto Guardian. But it's nothing too crazy for Metasport in the sense of lacking anything. And again, focuses back over towards this A position up until the orb with this wall.
There.
Even though they've managed to get the space relatively for free, it's not as if anywhere else being precious, so they're able to keep 4 players here. You have the turret up over towards mid. There's nothing cutting off that line of sight. You have Furiosa over towards B. They can stick everyone here. Everyone's focused on the exact right position where Metasport are going to try and break their way into sight.
This could be very tricky. Very intricate. But again, a big discrepancy in firepower. Sulinus gets spotted. Chinook and Anguis both win their first fights. And even though Nose B tries to be an interruption, overwhelmed, quite frankly, a bit too much to ask from him. And Kayux has to walk away. Well, can't really walk away because he's 6 feet under, but Efriosa
30 seconds left.
is the one that has that choice.
Planted.
Feet underneath him. And the capability to run. Otherwise, Metasport, that was as clean as it could be, especially considering the stack on A.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, they did do the due diligence going through in regards to utility, clearing out the corners.
Toxin screen down.
Any damage that can be done here is good, right, for the side of 200 in the sense of they can get a couple of weapons off the board, force the reinvestment, deny any sort of build-up of economy. This early on, especially in the half. But it's only going to be good for one. But one is still going to at least force the second rebuy of the round.
Toxin screen down.
Keep Sider's bank in check.
Okay, so bonus behind us. You could say that's positive for both sides. But now ultimates start to come alive, and we've got a full buy round for both teams.
Here. Yeah, and yeah, just looking, Sider's already got his ultimate online. This going into an A hit, especially with 4 players here, can be so dangerous in the sense of you move out of your the area that's going to get hit with the ultimate of yours, and then you just walk into someone else's because of how close-knit this site can be. It can get scary for the players of 200 who are just going to get caught in transition. That's obviously if they do decide to invest it. Continue to use the cascades to scale up, face and peek new angles.
Yeah, something that Metasport have tended to do is their ability to cut noise very abruptly and cause a bit of issues. Here comes the Harbor Roll though, and now the defenders will have to deal with being stunned up if they stay in place for too long. Chinook doubles up. Mosby, again, only good for the one. But Metasport play the numbers game, and now ahead 3v2. Spike going down, and I wonder if Fullbox 200 want to go aggressive off the back of it. Chinook, on his way to retreat from the site, ends up collecting ahead. And Efriosa looking to pick up the pieces. A 1v2 not entirely impossible, but when a Hunter's Fury is in play, when a Shock Dart and Nano Swarms are available for Metasport, this is not going to be easy at all. It's not impossible, I'd say. You know where Angus is, so you can make him move out of his position. You'll win the 1v1, but yet again, the Hunter's Fury is there.
Nowhere to run.
And you're able to avoid the first one.
Shit. Come on.
Not avoiding the second one, and you're definitely not avoiding the third one. That's fair enough. Chinook, patient to hold on to that. A close endeavor by the end, but not really under too much pressure.
But from the side of 200, admittedly it'd be more convenient to win the round, but having just positives to take away from that one, they got the Harbor offline early, they've gotten the Hunter's Fury offline as well, so that's 2 relatively big ultimates from the side of Metasport invested into this round. And sure, they got the Killjoy lockdown coming up online, Yusu's close to his, but for the side of 200, they can start to sort of see the positive, especially with Noseby close to the lockdown, can be devastating if Chinook doesn't have that as an answer back.
Yeah, Kayaks will be tested here. The only one with the capability of doing significant damage. But he's been closed in on, right? Distances dwindled. And because of that, an opportunity for Metasport to close up and end this right here, right now. A good response, though, from 200. Dedicating a third player to the site's defense. Kayaks can't quite get away with Shinnick's elevation. And slowly but surely, Metasport are taking over the side. Look at Harbor creating a little bit of a pocket with 3 players trapped inside it. And Juicy knows exactly what to do and where to spray, where to look. Yep, there's no hiding for the remaining 200 players. Moj B somehow is always able to find the one, but I feel like that's all she wrote for this one.
Yeah, it's just conversation of damage. Relatively unrecoverable guns unless they're able to cross over towards yellow, which Anguis will not be allowing that to happen. But for the side of Metasport, this is one of the reasons why I do love Harbor just on this map as a general thing, and I will always stand by this, even if they nerf him into the ground. But it's more like it's similar to A, where we see the sort of progression of zone by zone using the cascades. First one's up over towards pipes, then we see one towards the right so you can get space in towards elbow. It's the same thing that happens over towards B. You have one at the start just to take main, then you send one to be able to take the space over towards yellow, and then you, like you said, the pocket that was created with the full wall all the way around forces the players of 200 to play ahead of it and into the line of sight that Metasport's players are already posted up on. So it just makes it difficult. Even though they're on eco, it's really showing how well Metasport are respecting and doing their due diligence every round.
A very familiar round for Metasport, at least at the start. Setting the pace quite slow. Kind of prompts 200 to go for something, right? Try and poke here and there. See if you can seek out what your opponents are doing, but the only information that they just handed off was this poison orb and the breakage of the turret.
There's still an alarm bot though underneath kitchen, underneath tube, so the only real space that they have or question marks is towards kitchen, which Casual is taking up now just to go re-clear. And even though they're sending a wall to put pressure over towards A, the drone's going to come out behind it. It's going to have so much information that they should be able to rotate over towards B with.
Again, 200 with not too bad of a read though. And if
They
you're
down
Metasport,
themselves. They went back A.
yeah, 14 seconds, but now this should solidify the deal. Lockdown dropping as well, that should guarantee the space. 9 seconds, and the pressure is on. If you're 200, you want to inflict the pressure now, but that also forces mistakes. Spike in the ground, Hunter Suri causing chaos. 200 winning their fights, but it's not all over. Especially when Juicy and Anguis are together. 2 of the highest fraggers. And it's Juicy so far to separate himself from the rest. The lockdown of the opposition has been taken over, but this one for Metasport has to land, which 200 respect, leaving us into a 2v2, a fight which Metasport fancy to take. Anguis with a triple kill overall this round hands the win over to Metasport.
And again, is thriving in their chaos initially are the players of 200. Unable to deny the spike for picking up the kills around sight. Unfortunately, with the use of the Hunter's Fury to deal with the players up close pushing towards Snowman, it was a free entry for Anguis's lockdown to prove difficult to deal with, forcing the 2 remaining players of 200 so far back. As soon as they tried to get forwards, time had already ticked, and the double swing, too much to deal with. And even an early timeout coming through from full box 200, weapons aren't going to be there, ults aren't going to be there, bar Kayaks, and you want to try and find a situation where this Jack with the Blade Storm can make a difference. Otherwise, it might just be an open street for Metasport to really claim, because 4 in a row already, likely to be 5, is daunting.
Yeah, This is not by no means going to be easy. And while Fullbox 200 have a chance to speak among themselves, Metasport also have a word with Shadow, which this is his first project as a coach, by the way. Oh, we get to see a few stats beneath as well. Bitfix took Lotus 13-7 against EC's off stream. Ah, okay, so we see some progression in that 2-1 scoreline. If anybody's keeping an eye out on those, Kayaks with the plate out. Oh, so damn Clayton's still alive. He doesn't get away, right? Surely he doesn't get away. All right, this round has got the word nuts written all over it.
Yeah, the deadly duo. Kayaks gets his baits the rest in, trying to go for the trades straight into the crosshair of the Viper. And yet they still have another player here. Cryo is here to bolster up this defense as well.
Nicely done. And the sheriffs keep on giving. Oh, is this going to be flawless? No, Jusu wants to make sure that is not the case. But yeah, that thrifty came out of nowhere. All due to this moment right here. Beautifully done by Kayaks and Efriosa. The intuition of spamming that smoke there is the last nail in the coffin, really, in that round.
Yeah, for the side of 200, happy they got these and got out, and they just got gifted further and further kills. Even on the sheriffs, you can see, that's what I was talking about the players. Don't necessarily know too much about them as a team, but as individuals, their aim can be really crisp. A little bit of a difference in approach, difference in a wall, which means Cryo's gone ahead, wants to peek from jail, does a decent amount of damage, but gets back to safety. So that's going to make the Metasport players a little bit uneasy towards the start. Going to have to re-clear out over towards jail. They weren't even necessarily too sure about how safe Nest was. Oh, what?
What?
Wait, hang on. I was expecting one, but how has he managed to get 3?
Beats me. I have no clue. Please tell me we have some sort of a replay of that, at least from a different perspective.
Even from like a sky point of view, because
yeah, something.
3.
Okay.
Okay,
yes,
okay,
nice. This is exactly what we
okay.
asked for. Okay, they lined up. How many bullets was that? Like 4? And 3 kills found? 2 bullets and 1, and the rest find their mark. That is just crazy.
What did I say?
The
aim is. But oh, I don't know. That was. I think that was the freest 3K that he's ever gonna get in his entire pro career.
Probably. Maybe. I hope not. I hope he has a little bit more action than that.
Yeah, the freest one though.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, up there for sure. I'm not gonna have too many of those.
Again, Cryo playing ahead of this wall, making Metasport uneasy that they are having to utilize this drone time and time again just to make sure these angles are cleared. Confident in his ability to get one and dismiss out. But also it's a decent amount of information that 200 are able to play with early on. And with a lack of, again, the turret being broken, if they're going for these full A hits, they can stack it up and again, there you go, in for one and out. Doesn't even need a dismiss. Oh, he's going for more.
He does. But Chester this time is the one to win that fight. You've got to be careful though, because Kayaks is circulating around. Sure, Timmy the turret will alert of the present. No, Cloudburst concedes and never mind. Turret is there on time. Good old Timmy alerting 200, well at least Metasport of this push. Solanist, another triple kill, but this time not as free. This time he had to work for it, and it pays off. Jusu,
30 seconds
with a
left.
name in his pocket, he needs 3 more, a quadra, and he's got barely any time to make this magic happen. Kayaks as well, elevated further away with Noseby closing up the distance. 200 are the team to be, the ones in the lead. And of course, it's another triple kill from Solanist.
Yeah, I feel like he's pulling these out of his back pocket because admittedly, like you said, he had to work for this one. It wasn't necessarily as free as the triple lineup from the last round, but again is in such quick succession. One over to over towards Jenny, flick up towards the right, and then gets the one over towards Pipes as well. So honestly, hats off to this Sova player, because back-to-back rounds, he's taken each round under his wing with a triple kill.
Yeah. I was talking about Shadow the previous time out as well, but there was a little bit of a joke as well when he joined the roster. The team hadn't won a series of matches ever since he joined, and they were joking between themselves that it was a potential curse. I feel they needed that side event, that glitched event, to get things rolling in their favor, because not only did they win games, but they won the entire event. So definitely a lot more confidence for Shadow in his first coaching project.
And they went straight into a boot camp after it as well. So
exactly.
they've had their reps in the off-season. It's just I don't think they had any idea they'd be playing up against Fullbox 200 or the players under its name in the qualification to playoffs match as well. So
no.
It's going to be a little bit more of an adaptation on the fly. How are we going to adapt to this team of newcomers?
Yeah, they're good at adapting. They've shown it so far in their tournament run. Metasport on their redemption story to be amongst the best in North and East. Nothing to do with all the talent around, and Fullbox 200 definitely being an indicative of what youth can bring to the table. Kayaks weaving in and out of battle, and he survives.
Yeah, that's been an issue for Metasport, not just necessarily Kayaks, but Cryo, especially over towards that A side, being able to be that sort of poke and prod, whether it's just doing a little bit of chip damage and getting out, or connecting a kill, dismissing, or just running away. The trays, the instant trays, haven't necessarily been there for Metasport just yet. When it comes down into sight, they're definitely a lot better, but on these initial picks, it seems Fullbox 200 are relatively successful at getting these, especially the entry pick, and retreating to safety.
Updraft. Dash in. Couple blades, one connecting to the torso. You've got to be a little bit more cautious though. Be a little bit more deliberate. And this time it's the Phantom to get things done for Metasport. Noseby again can always be accounted for. Is always good for the one, and the team is rallying up around him, and suddenly Metasport in big dire straits. Spike left in the middle of no man's land, and Anguist can do nothing about it. A 6 to be collected by Fullbox 200, while Anguist has to just look away and hide.
Tuck tail and run, save the Phantom for a rainy day. And it is indeed a little bit of a rainy day for the funds of Metasport. Utilizing the Blaze Storm in the previous, so you should have funds in this one. It's going to be sort of a buy next situation. Bring out as much as you can afford, whether that is a Vandal for the case of Yusu, or it's Stingers for the rest of them. But, silver lining, if you can get Sesta onto site with this Viper's Pit, these Stingers can sort of turn the tide. Instead of being the weaker weapons, they become the stronger ones. Again, piece by piece, zone by zone, on the takeover towards A.
And Metasport, with the weaker weapons, all they hope for is a pick.
That
and
works.
Noseby has provided them that. Cryo as well, from the bird's nests, can't quite be what 200 needed. And Metasport want to stick the landing here. Viper's Pit committed. Sunless finds himself side by side with Cider. I think a little bit of confusion from both ends. But still Metasport with the upper hand. Aldrone on the lookout. This is going to be really interesting. Efriosa hoping he gets a few pot shots in. Throws in a Viper's Pit of his own. Now that will do a lot of damage to the remaining players. Chester up close. And the Stinger does work. Chinook has got one of his own. And Metasport will make sure no one shall cross the pool of toxins. No one shall get anywhere near to that spike. And as the spike explodes, the gap is closed upon. And only one round is the difference, with 1 round to spare in the half.
Last round in the half.
Fortunately, it's a little bit dissimilar to the first match of the day in the sense of we actually get to see full buys majority of this time. It's a little bit more of a grasp on the economy situation. Both teams are going to have a full everything they want coming into this last one, whether it's rifles or whether it's an operator that Kayaks was able to save over from the previous. One thing to note is that there is Hunter's Fury on both sides. You see 10 HP already just from the spam from Solanus. Pops the ultimate cryo, fights forward.
That's crazy. That's what it is. And Metasport on the back foot already. Chester in the thick of it. But it's Cryo again to win it, and there's no way Sider's able to collect the pieces here. Chinook helps out, but Cryo's looking for the ace. And Chinook has got 2 to deal with still. Boy, if Chinook saves a day, he's had a footstep, and he's just avoided them. They've got no clue. Turns his back, though, and an ace is guaranteed. The first ace of the day, as Cryo confirms the lead at halftime for his team on Metasport's map pick, no less. Full box 200 come in on full force.
Not ready yet.
And it's time to get going for the second half of this series. 200 in the lead, a 7-5 score. And being Metasport's map pick, I'm pretty sure they'd love this pistol they go their way and start this merry comeback.
It would definitely help close the gap, at least, that 200 have been able to build in the first half. And Metasport are going aggressive over towards mid, meeting 200 at the gate.
But it's Cryo with first blood. Cider didn't have a chance with everyone up against him there. Timmy the Turret with an assist. Taking Kayaks down to 58 points of health. And there's no one really there to defend this B site. It's going to have to be a full retake opportunity. Great timing for Juicy though. Cryo, not quite there. And now a 4 versus 4 means it's anyone's game. Thing is, you've got to deal with Kayaks. This is not going to be an easy position to take care of, especially if you can get behind you up in kitchen. Anguist expects it. That is brilliant. And now Metasport have completely turned the tides in their favor. They're the ones with the numbers, but they've got to act quickly because 200 have got that spike down. And by the second, it ticks more frantically. They're waiting for the toxic stream to fade. The Nano Swarm will also be laid. Onto the spike. But Efriosa starts to shoot back. Nosebleed as well. Shinnick, the only one back from Metasport to get a trade in, but they're running out of time, even if they end up with the kills here. Jester finds every single one, but I'm afraid the spike will have to explode, and the round goes to full box 200.
Oh, and they still managed to get her over the line. So much delay. And it just really comes down to the chip damage that they were able to do as they were crossing over towards yellow. Just a couple of shots was needed. Sure, like you said, Sesso gets the final 2 kills, but by then it's a little bit too little too late. And another round for 200. Sure, no one survives, but just it gives a prime opportunity for them to reinvest up into this one. Outlaw, Guardian, a couple of Bulldogs. And yeah, it's just going to be difficult for anyone to peek into the Outlaw of Kayaks, especially with so little investment that they're able to afford coming into this one. Sure, Angus hopes he can make the Marshal work, but there is a difference between an Outlaw and a Marshal.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about that duelist head-to-head, that, you know, Kayaks would have a hard time against Yusu, but it is Kayaks showing up mostly so far in this game. I mean, no, sure, it's Outlaw versus Pistols. You can't run, you can't hide, but I'm talking about the game overall. It's been an impressive showing, and that is the quickest Caster's Curse in human history, as Kayaks does end up dropping off the back of it. But still, a round to be secured. Shinnick, the only one remaining. Getting a 1v3 with a Sheriff would be pretty much a miracle.
Well, they lose 2, but what's that? An Outlaw and a Ghost that they end up losing in that round in regards to investment. So it's nothing crazy for the fact they're losing. It's nice to see Sada able to get a couple of kills a little bit closer to his ultimate. My feed has frozen, so
yeah, same. I can hear the game in the background though, so I think that's a positive. Maybe the EVS machine is kind of stuck. Maybe. Well, we know that production is looking into it. And we have been given another solution. All right, let's have a look at this one. So far, a 9-5 score, like we said, 200 just getting the win. But Kayaks, this is quite aggressive from him. It actually pays off. How does he even find Anguist there? But it's still a 4v4. And 200, trailing in weapons, would love another pick.
And especially especially onto the early player that is defending this site, they're able to scale up relatively for free. Shinixu is going to send some a little bit of chip damage with the shock darts. But now the play for Metasport to get back into this round is how quickly Yusu can become active on this flank, especially with Furiosa watching it.
Now a swarm. Stopped instantly by Chinook. The second one will pop this time around. That's going to delay the spike defusal. Chinook considering going all the way around here. Ooh, does end up connecting. And the second shot lands on Kryos' heart. The beat has stopped, but Chinook isn't stopping. Finally, Silenus is able to put him to his grave, and Metasport eventually are able to get a successful retake on this defensive side and get themselves a 6th round overall.
We have experienced a couple of technical difficulties. We're trying to sort that out and as soon as possible. But you guys can see, I'm pretty sure. It's just we can't. So just maybe you guys can help us. But we're going to go for a quick break to try and sort out the technical issues. But we'll be back with you guys as soon as possible.
All right, we're back, everybody. It's time to get going again. Thank you for being patient, by the way, with everything that's happening. And I'm happy to see that the game can continue as normal. Just a moment ago, Metasport were able to win their first full buy. And now looking to see if they can continue that streak.
Yeah, able to convert the 3rd round. Not allowing 200 to necessarily get their bonus conversion and run away with realistically the game, because we would have been seeing that sort of 10-5 scoreline. It's not ideal, but Yusu, hold up, hold up. So aggressive over towards A, and it's the pixel angles across, picks up 2 players and scares the rest. He just retreats.
Yeah. I think he just realized Kayux was having way too much fun and he wanted to be part of it.
To join them in spawn.
Exactly. But doing those maneuvers from time to time do pay off, and Juicy shows just why. Now Metasport, 2 players advantage, and 200 wondering which side could be weakest, which side could be attacked. Well, the thing is, it's going to be a 3v3 on A.
Yeah, and especially with the wall going up this early on, about 30 seconds left on the clock, it's going to come down to the
30
end
seconds
site
left.
push, it has allowed UC to get to a little bit of a safer position over towards Hell, that he can get assistance from his teammates on the cross into site. There's nano storms to work with.
Oh, Juicy keeps on giving. Of course, has to take one down with him. But then again, if you play the numbers game, Metasport should come out on top. Cryo
10 seconds left.
having to deal with a lot here. And now drone right after him as well to reveal exactly where he is. But we'll go for the spike plant. A safer option. But ends up with another kill. If you isolate one more, this is doable, but you're low on health. 30 points of health, and Chester decides it's best to group up with his teammate. No way, Cryo. No way. 3 bullets left. And he's just realized where Shinnick is. Recon to help. And Shinnick, off the back of the tag, is able to collect the pieces. But blimey, did Cryo make that scary.
My ult is ready.
And it's just the denial of the second ace on the same player, right? Especially just how well Cryo has been playing.
Player standing.
Just reads the last reposition wrong. Chinook hadn't yet crossed. But really does try his best. Just unfortunately for the side of Fullbox 200, that means they have to go back down onto pistols.
It's that raw firepower that it can be scary in those chaotic moments, right? You've got to respect it. And definitely some mechanical skill illustrated here by Cryo.
A little bit of a pace change, a little bit more aggressive, and Cryo doesn't even need to see his enemies to pick up a kill on Chester. And that sort of allowed Kayaks to feel a little bit more confident playing up over towards pipes.
In the meantime, Yusu's able to shut down Nosebee's life on the other side of the map. And the blades available for Kayaks will mean that they will continue the breach into A. Shinnick disallowing the cross of 2 different players, and with Anguis's help, no one else will step foot on A. As nice as it started for 200, it did not finish that way.
Yeah, they weren't able to get anything done after that initial pick. 4 players survive.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, off this back of a near triple kill for Chinook, just on that angle there. And it is difficult when you have sort of the composition that Metasport is running, when you are able to just leave Yusu over towards B, have a turret towards mid. It's similar to what Fullbox 200 are doing, how they're able to stack A so heavily. But the only difference is Metasport have the composition to just delay. Aldrone to clear out close, able to scale up off the back a bit, but Chinook primed and ready for this wall to go down.
Oh man.
Gets a dink. Oh, and it's just the follow-up from the rest. And that's exactly what happened in the previous show. It happened a little bit later when they were closer up onto the site towards bracket.
It's just the pure numbers Metasport are able to provide towards this A site, right? It's just the fact that they had 4 players ready and waiting off the back of the toxic screen. As soon as it drops, you're ready, you're holding the sidelines. And the 200 players are going to be exposed, so very well aware. Nice little trap. But at the same time, it's not like 200 have put too much pressure towards B, right? Kept Metasport players busy in that direction. So a few rounds in a row have definitely put Metasport right back in the fight. Bit of a pace change, isn't it? Now that potentially 200 will find themselves in a bit of an economical difficulty.
And it's just sort of formality at this point. It's going to be an equalized scoreline, 9-9. And for the way that 200 started off this half, we were expecting a little bit more oomph, especially with the initial hits that we saw. But Metasport seemingly found that answer back.
Yeah, Metasport have definitely amped up. Ever since they've had guns in their hands here on the defensive side, they haven't really let go. Jusu on a nice, juicy operator, and you've got full Vandals to pair up with that, but also 4 ultimates. A hard ask for 200, but 2 hero rifles might give them away yet.
We're now a list of 2 players over towards A in regards to the utility that's been sent. Cider picking up those orbs. Hang on. They've completely left. This might be a possible free sight if they're able to cross the sight line of Cider. Might just be able to secure this plan, and especially for Rosa with this one away from the Viper's Pit, it can get scary, and especially now with Cider going down. Yeah, there you go. The pit gets used. It's just going to make it ever more difficult for the players to get back onto site. Although they do still have the lockdown coming in from Anguish, that's still available.
Yeah, you've got to wonder if that's going to be used, or a Hunter's Fury maybe to break the gaps. Kayak so aggressive there, and he dashes out to safety. Hunter's Fury breaking down the lockdown. So Metasport need a pick. That's the recon connecting, but the updraft is enough to put Kayaks right back into safety. Spray downs onto Viper's Pit. Shinnick causing trouble, but until Efriosa is dealt with, that Viper's Pit is going to be such a menace. Anguist finding a corner to work with, but this round is down and out. 200 with limited resources are able to perform the bare minimum to get them a round win.
And you can just see it falling apart as they have the orb over towards A. They have no resistance, so they just leave. They want to rotate over towards mid, worried about a B split possibly on the lower buy. Cider falls on the cross, and it's just a free pathway for the full box 200 players to get onto site, to use that Viper's Pit, and just thrive in it with their close range weapons. So they do hit double digits first, but because of the efforts of Metasport, they're at least close behind.
Aldro to make sure that the Viper's Pit doesn't hold any more secrets other than the singular Viper. But Chester, even he wasn't spotted from it.
They want to make a diversion.
Yeah, they move into mid.
Sure, they might not be able to get to B through main, but mid might be an opportunity. They will be at least notified of this with Cider's positioning and the turret.
Cider giving him some space here with a cascade, making sure that 200 aren't too quick, not too rapid with their approach. Juicy spotted towards the back end, but Cryos after the chase. Juicy second shot's the charm, low on health, up close with Sulanist, but that stinger will hurt. Nosby on a high ground will get dealt with, but this is starting to get a little bit.
Metasport one. You don't know the colours well.
No. Wow. Yeah, I'm colorblind, by the way. Not really. I'm not. I'm joking. I just wanted to make you feel bad for a pure second.
But it doesn't even matter. Right. You can see at the bottom that it's Metasport that win, and the fact that it's 10-10.
Right. Okay. I just want to make you feel guilty for a little bit. Some friendly banter. Anyway, 200 full box 200. Take themselves a timeout. Losing that round can't have felt too good. I did respect the effort with their push in mid. Don't know what happened in the post round, like after the plant, but a lot was thrown at them, right? Metasport had a lot of resources to throw at it, a lot of ultimates, and frankly, a lot of bodies.
Yeah, that might just be a little bit of an issue. And this is also the second timeout, and the second and last timeout for full box 200. So this would be the prime opportunity for them to make their presence known, especially with this lower buy. Because you're looking over towards Kayaks to be that sort of hero rifle. Admittedly, no shields. But since he's going to be having the Blaze Storm into the next, this is one of the main rifles. Same goes with Solanus and Furiosa, that you're looking to be the difference maker in this one. And again, uncontested orb for Cider. We've seen his ultimate about 2-3 times already this half. It's something that they love putting the orbs into because of how realistically cheap it is. Instead, they're starting to put a little bit more pressure over towards B this time. But that's all it is. It's just this feigned pressure. Blocked off by the one-way of Cesta. It's nothing too committed on the cross.
No, and they're not really tempting Fate towards B. Chester, there is some damage towards him, so he's wary, calling in for friends. And surely, Anguist will get a little bit closer to assist in this hold.
But it's still a time ticking. More reinforcements over because, again, Yusu's fine to hold down A on his own.
And Chinook has the Hunter's Fury available as well. Push coming in from Kayaks, and he's not going to lose that fight. Winning the first engagement, but Cider is ready for reading his opponent's position. Still, Hunter's Fury delaying the plant. Nanoswarm also assisting in that fashion. 20 seconds. And if you're Metasport, you've got to think now, the way you win this round is by denying this plant, but so many players are there holding the corner, making sure that Solanist is able to punch in the digits. And a lockdown off the back will actually put 200 in pole. They're the ones to beat here, and a hard ask for Metasport to try and compete with them.
And it's such a deep lockdown. Chinook can't even find a safe place to rest. At least there's a little bit of a bodyguard situation going on with Yusu. Time is ticking.
Not where you want to be if you're Jusu. Anguist attempting luck towards that spike. Anguist connects with a shot, and so does Chinook, and now surely you know where Cryo is. He's low on health. One bullet should do it, but if he's able to interrupt the defusal, and I think he may have. There's no time for Yusu. It wasn't a defusal to halfway. Therefore, the win has got to go to full box 200. A bit of a mistake, a bit of a fluke, but just enough to cross the line for full box 200.
And it's on 9 HP, and a classic, by the way, that he's able to win out the 1v2. Sure, the ticking time bomb has something to help with it. Beauty having to get off of the defuse to get the kill. Unfortunately, not enough time. Like you said, half wasn't stuck. And now, again, it's not necessarily anything crazy in regards to the repercussions of Metasport losing that round. They're still able to get the operator out. Hayek still has to invest the Blaze Storms into this one just based on the money situation. Cider has his ultimate. It's just, there's so many difficult things that they're going to have to overcome into this one, especially whether it's on the site hits or the retakes. They have utility to work with from the side of Metasport.
Yeah, that they do.
But they have spotted out the fact that Yusu does have an operator again, and he is posted up over towards A. Starting to gravitate over towards B, but there might be a fight happening towards long.
It might be. Cryo able to take the fight against Chinook. Can't quite escape though. Anguist there on time. Chester ends up taking that fight, but it's Efrios that ends up on top of it. Kayux has got himself the blades, and that's when things get a little bit scary. Solanist keeps the pace going, and Jusu in a really tough spot. Stuck between a rock and a hard place at this moment, as this round is not going to go his way. Full box 200 with an potential upset here against Metasport. They'll be one round away from securing their opponents' map pick.
And I'm just thinking about money going into the next one. Anguist, I'm not sure he's going to be able to reinvest into anything much more than possibly a Guardian. But there's opportunities for them going into the next, as 200 are going to be putting themselves up onto map points. Cider has the ultimate. This close to Anguist as well. But it's a saving grace that Yusu was able to save this operator over. In fact, he wasn't lured in for this retake too early on. Yeah, survival is the name of the game.
Match point.
Sure. An important gun to hold on to.
Yeah, just look at the money.
Yeah. Thinking time for sure. This is the first time out Metasport are taking. Shadow making sure his players are aligned. The Insider trying to take the decision for this one, but it hasn't been easy. I feel like it's these individual fights that Cryo and Kayux take on that just net them early numbers advantages that inevitably gives them the secure in the end. How do you keep a hold of your members without also conceding space?
It's a game that they're going to have to play coming into this possible last round of Icebox. They aren't able to challenge a full box 200 that seems to be hitting this stride, at least in the last few rounds. Especially on this attack. Hunter's Fury to work with versus a Harbor's Ultimate. The Reckoning. Hopefully Cider can find a situation where it comes and pays dividends just for the continued play. Instead, looks like 200 sight sets are over towards A.
A recon. That's going to spot 3 players altogether. So you definitely know the brunt force of this attacking effort is towards this A side. You can see some movement already from the defenders. 3 players strong. And this is where Cryo seems to try and peek. He sees 2 players up against him, so he wonders whether it might be a good idea to commit, but they do choose to go for it. Harbor ult down. Hunter's Fury to retaliate. Cryo, a very nice off angle to catch Cider off guard. Silenist is able to return in kind, but Shinnick at the back end of the site is only good for the one, and you need a little bit more than that. Anguis pressured, wanting to take the fight head on, and Jusu nowhere to be found on the wrong side of the map for yet another time. Was not amongst the conversation for the defensive, and surely this would net the 13th round for full box 200, already performing on their opponent's map pick. A massive upset. We already knew that full box 200 were outsiders here in the 2-0 bracket in the main Swiss stage. We already knew that there's something up with these youngsters, and it seems raw mechanical skill is enough of an answer against Metasport, at least for the first map.
Yeah, and it does come down to just towards the end as well that they were able to avoid not only Cider with the Reckoning at the beginning, sure he rotated in, but also Yusi with the Operator. It was something that they struggled with, especially when they were just peeking into him, especially over towards A or towards B long. They figure out where he is and they avoided him, and they were able to close out a couple of rounds, because that's how dangerous Yusu can be as this duelist with the scoped weapon. But unfortunately, just wrong place, wrong time, and it's an opportunity now for full box 200. And now a map up in the series, heading into their own map pick to possibly join forces and make playoffs.
Yeah, 100%. They could be greeting formulation already in playoffs, being the second team to make it there. But obviously, still a lot in store for us. I just want to touch on that duelist standoff, right? At the start of the day, at the start of the series, we knew, you know, looking at Jusu, this would be a hard ask from Kayux, but both Kayux and Cryo both really showed up in numbers. And look, I obviously didn't do my due diligence prior to this game, at least not enough, because up until this point, Kayux, during the Swiss stages, was topping the charts all across the board. Top of the leaderboard in ACS. So, quite frankly, I think we already knew that this could have been a good answer to Jusu, and it definitely was, because it was a battle of 2 against the 1 when it came to that department. But I'm impressed. Summer, any final words before we throw things to a break?
I just hope they can keep up the same sort of measured aggression that we saw in this matchup, because like we say, it's newcomers, not necessarily the most experienced when you look at the members on Metasport, but there was key moments where you could have seen just sort of the defaults and the standard slip, and they didn't. So I'm hoping we can continue to see the measured aggression and going into the next map of the series, but that will be after a short break, and then we'll be coming back to you with some Lotus.
I'm on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they could tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics, I need it from Charlotte. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging in darts, making reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I push it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She been curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked out, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell.
Hello folks, welcome back to Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast. We've gone through our first map of the second series of the day. And look, 200 take Metasport by storm on the Repose and Matt's pick. How did that even happen? I do not know. And now they get to play on their own home ground. The newcomers have come again, Summer. They've done it again.
And I think we were talking about it just before we came back on stream, in the sense of this is a good map for 200, and it's not the most ideal for Metasport. Admittedly, they have a little bit less reps on it, but like you were saying, it's a little bit of a punish pick from the side of 200 coming into this. Metasport, they've played it once already. The split lost it to Control. They lost it over towards a Glitch. They've got like one win on it, and it was against Leo, this up-and-coming Swedish team. But from the side of 200, they actually have some decent teams that they've beaten on it. Ace Gear, Detulis, some land dodges, and it was a very, very, very close loss. It was a 16-14 loss against Team Liquid Academy, so they're not to be trifled with on this map in particular. But hopefully Metasport can give a little bit more of a fight than they did on their own map pick, and what we're expecting coming into this one based on their records.
Yeah, I mean, even though they didn't quite get that win against Control, it was still a close affair. Obviously, not the caliber of team you'd like to lose to begin with. Yeah, all eyes on Fullbox 200, to be honest, to see if they can actually maintain the pace they brought on Icebox and actually find some consistency to draw things across the line. Potentially winning this map could put them in the top 2 seeds of playoffs, which is mad. Mad to think about that it happens every single split, every single season. There is this youngsters team that pops off, and I feel like Fullbox 200 just want to put themselves up there. You know, what's up with unsigned teams in Challengers Northeast? It just happens all over again. It's Requiem, it's Sweet and Sour, and it looks like it's going to be Fullbox 200 again. We'll see. We'll see. It was Chuck Matt the previous season, and the Team Liquid Academy, although those weren't unsigned at the time. So, yeah, I wonder if Fullbox 200 can find that same fate. But now on the home ground, and them, you know, going towards a map that they are most comfortable on, do you feel that more of a possibility, or do you feel like Metasport, you know, that was a bit of a wake-up call, and they'll get back into the thick of things soon?
I think for the side of Metasport, for me, in particular, looking at this one, is obviously we can't tell what's going on in the teams, and it's very hard to comment on it. But I'm worried about the pressure that they might be facing, especially when there's the conversations of how long can they keep doing it at this level without progressing further and making like a mainstay at making those challenges, or even a mainstay in playoffs. It can start to play on the mind and on the pressure coming into this, because sure, they'll have other options in the future, but right now, for them to qualify here and today, they're gonna have to get past Fullbox 200's Lotus.
And that they will. Metasport starting things off on the attack, as they have decided to be the pacemakers from the start of the game. And crosshairs lined up towards this left-hand side of the map, where Cryo and Efriosa are waiting. And look, 200 have already spent a couple of players to rotate towards C, already having a few more members to help out. And it's the best call they could have made, because Metasport aren't slowing down. Instead, they're looking to commit. It may be a bit of a read, something they expected coming into this one. But a Prowler is expended, and Metasport will take a few steps backwards alongside a door opening towards B.
Yeah, a little bit of a different avenue for Metasport to get through this round, but the only issue is, sure, they've sent players the other side of the door, but the spike remains outside C. A little bit of a pause, waiting for a reaction possibly coming in from 200, but they're going to rejoin the teammates outside C and go for the hit.
It's big mind games going on right now. I think Fullbox 200 may be on the better end of it. Efriosa within the smoke tries to be a menace. Kayaks, even though with 30 points of health, ends up with a pick. Metasport in big trouble. They need a pick and they need it quickly, but Efriosa is not going to make it easy on them. He's just continuing to walk, continuing to press the D, mouse at the D key button, but still, somehow it's salvaged. Metasport have got 2 players available to them, but the thing is, they get the spike down and they're half points of health on each one of them, and I think the aftershock is a bit too far off.
A little bit too deep, and
No
the peek
way.
over the
No.
top sets him on to disconnect. Another 2 headshots for himself in this round. Connects 3 and is able to get the pistol over the line for Metasport off the back of them realistically losing the initial 2 kills. Bruiser trying to get the right clicks to work. Doesn't necessarily go in his favor.
Yeah, I see what they were trying to go for there. You know, trying to be a distraction while the rest of them do the heavy lifting. But by that time, his teammates weren't quite in the right position or have already fallen. So albeit a 3v5 advantage, it's Metasport that end up on top. And Cider bring it out the Marshall from the get-go.
We saw a similar buy from the side of Metasport when they were on the eco, with Anguist forcing up the Marshall. Couple of kills across the map, and it's a full run into C for the rest of the players.
Yeah, they've been given the site for free. And this round should be relatively free
I mean,
altogether.
a stun and aftershock can do a lot of damage here.
Well, that's the stun. And it's Efriosa with a classic to get things going, closing up the distance, trying to potentially create a flank, and he continues to find picks. But Silenist on an island there, really, and surrounded by sharks, will have his limbs cut off.
Benefit for Metasport is it was a very weak second round buy, which means they can force up into this one. They've saved the Vandal and the Guardian, which were the main real investments in round 2. That looking across the board, this just seems like a little bit of a weaker buy in regards to a full rifle round. They do have half shields, so that's the only caveat for the side of Metasport, but there's no one on the side of 200 that is wielding this Outlaw. And it's teeing up to be an incredibly dangerous bonus.
Yeah, it could get scary, couldn't it? So many rifles involved. And especially heading towards the emptiest of all sites. Where did that from the shadows land? I'm not quite sure I saw. Either way, back to ground zero. And Metasport quietly make their way in. Cryo gets caught, distracted by the entry in main, and Shinix sees a chance to pounce.
Spike planted.
Just hoping to wait for the rest of the teammates to retreat, reposition for the retake. Fortunately for the side of 200, everybody's over towards site, but unfortunately, everybody's over towards site, and there's a lot of utility that they can throw their way.
And that's what they're trying to do. At least there's a paranoia available to try and delay and split the 200 players apart, but it's Sulanist that does so damn much. Cider in the center of it without a rifle tries to be a block, a human shield towards a spike, but that won't work. Not this time. And albeit a decent bonus buy, it's still 200 to come out on top with 4 players standing.
Yeah, with 4 players surviving, that is actually quite incredible, just based on the weapons that Metasport were bringing into that round, and it does kind of give a hint of what we'd be expecting coming into the full rifle rounds now, because even on this one, Metasport are basically same for same of exactly what they had in the previous round, except they have full rifles rather than a Guardian dotted in there somewhere close to Chinook's ultimate. So hopefully they can get that online soon, use it to tip the scales in their favor. Pretension's back over towards A this time. Cider wants to go for a little bit of a look.
Solanist and Kayok's holding hands, and they might actually end up coming out on top. Cider couldn't react to that quickly enough. So quick. Lightning fast. Efriosa can hear the commotion, and he's even got assistance. The crossfire is good enough, and blinking you miss, and Metasport's attack has completely been quashed. Punched down, hurting. And the final 2 pieces to the puzzle have been realized towards C. Chester might have just found an opening for his squad. Spike could go down, and he goes ever forwards. One way
A lot of
respected.
respect. Yeah, there's a lot of respect being given, even though sure it was a 5v2, sorry. Still a lot of utility.
goes for the chase, but do you realize Efriosa is in the angle? No, you don't. And therefore, you leave Shinnick all but to himself. You know where he is. Oh, and the stun, it cannot be escaped. Oh, but stun, he doesn't care because he ends up with 2 picks, 5 bullets. And Silenist might be walking directly into his crosshair instead. Silenist will beat him to the pounce, beats him to the trigger. And with the defusal, it's 200 to come out on top.
Toxins going up.
All I'm saying
Ensign.
it was a 5v2.
True.
And the fact that it comes down to a 1v1 is insane. So
It was a brilliant try.
yeah, from the side of Metasport, Sasta and Shinnick just slithering their way into C, isolating those initial couple of kills. Yeah, like you said, NC. And now this is where we're starting to see the economic issues for Metasport. 2 back-to-back rounds that they fully invested in, unable to convert. Again, another aggressive takeover towards A, this time with 3 players, but it's the same sort of resolution of Kyrix has so much information. Yusu could be devastating here with a judge though.
He could. Nightfall approaching, catches pretty much every single one of the Metasport players. So that's a lot of information gathered. Closing up the distance, want to take the fight head on, and it actually works for Metasport. Gun upgrades available. And now all of a sudden, full box 200, other ones on the back foot. Needing a way back in. Finding Juicer was a good start. Cider, considering wanting to walk out of the poison cloud. And indeed comes out on top because of it, dropping the poison orb just on time. Noseby knowing Anguist's position. It's still a 2v2 with Cider being low and the aftershock being a deterrent. But you've got to get onto the spike, and it's right slap bang into the middle of the site. There's walls up against them, not much health, and Shinnick can't quite find the player defusing, albeit connecting with both kills. It won't be enough for the round win.
I don't know if there's a miscommunication that they got off the spike because the reveal didn't hit them, because, well, Kyrix is just putting up his fast lane, shielded his teammate defusing. But again, it does seem kind of silly that we're getting to the point of all players for 200 are dying when it was barely any investment from Metasport. But they are getting the rounds over the finish line, right?
Sure, yeah. On the flip side, you've got to think about Metasport here, right? Yeah. Okay, nice. KX, first blood. But what I was trying to say is that on the flip side, Metasport, they've been getting so close to round wins, right? The upset that could have potentially happened in the 2v5. Here on the Eco, potentially winning this one. Getting close, but yet so far. And those are starting to mount up.
Benefit for them is it's kind of started to mount up for 200 as well, with many rounds with only 1 player or 0 players surviving. It's starting to have a toll on the economy. A Judge and a Guardian being brought out, half shields dotted across the board as well. They're on a little bit more of an equal footing than you'd believe.
Denied entry from the Nano Swarms. Here's Notice an opportunity to close in. Cryo does as well. This Judge can be dangerous. And you can tell Metasport want nothing to do with it. Chester's able to square up the numbers for a little bit, but it feels like even though they opened the door, they're not committing to the B push, and it feels like also full box 200 have got the read on it. Not really tempting to commit towards the B side defense. Now, second time, Metasport take the decision to approach B, and again full box 200 with the correct read.
20 seconds.
Again, the door opens. You've got to make the right decision. Smoke blocking off one of the players, but Suluna's got a bird's eye view off of this. Again, the switch up. Metasport are committing to C. They can't change their mind any more of times. Cryo, with the Judge that was dangerous before, ends up not doing a thing. Neither's the overdrive. Metasport get the spike down just on time. And it's all down to Sulunis. 3 players that are low. How do you pick up the pieces from here? Do you know that Chester's deep into the corner? That Shinnick's over in Mound, and Anguist tempting to swing. That's 1 point of health. This is it. They know exactly where Sulunis is coming from. And therefore, the round is secured. Metasport, the mental gymnastics to keep up with that round was obscene.
I think it comes into a question of like when you don't know what you're doing, the enemy can't know what you're doing either. Because the fact, I think we had about 7 door openings in the space of like 20 seconds. As soon as it closed, we're opening back up. As soon as it closed, do you know what? We're going to open it back up, put a little bit of pressure over towards B, and that really did divide the defense of the 4 remaining players of 200 because you knew it had to be C or B. Like, there's no chance it can be A, and they leave Cryo as the solo C, stack through on B because of the judge thinking that they can buy enough time with it, but gets instantly shut down. And now we're seeing the issues that has of being able to only keep 1 player alive, even though they had multiple rounds in a row. They're now the ones that are on the back foot economy-wise.
Oh, yes. It's been a topsy-turvy of a game, safe to say. Sliding door opens. Lotus escapes it. Oh, finds a headshot. And it's not enough for the kill. That is so unfortunate for Solanist. He gets teased with it a little bit.
It's important he stays alive, especially with Kayak's on this flank. Unfortunately, can't get around the corner for safety.
I mean, that would have been huge, right? Solo Phantom, the hero rifle, and it could have netted them an early pick, but instead you just lose a rifle, right? It's a trade that you can't really afford if you're full box 200.
And especially now with the positionings of Anguish, they're going to look to split over into B. He used a showstopper just to ensure nothing's going to stop them on this entry.
30 seconds.
But it does also give an opportunity for them to get those close range engagements, especially over towards Cubby. Opportunity to punish Sesta.
Indeed. Oh, the timing of it. Thinking he wanted to go for the smoke. Oh, that hurts. And now, full box 200 have got the numbers. And an extra rifle to play around with. Stun. Nose B is the only one to find a pickup through that engagement for full box 200. But all of a sudden, it's Anguist on the back foot. He's got the Timmy the turret to help out. And that might actually do a lot against Efriosa. But it is not going to work here. Cryo. 1 shot, 1 kill. And full box 200 perform a thrifty to switch up the script yet another time.
And again, we're seeing honestly heroics of certain players, right? And then just the consequences of bad timing, especially with I was talking about Sesta getting punished, but I wouldn't necessarily question it to be punished on timing, more of just overwhelming the amount of players that could get through Cubby. But then it comes down to Cryo. He had to hit that shot. His teammate was 1 HP on the spike defusing. He had to hit the 1-shot sheriff shot, and as soon as that smoke faded, didn't even give Anguist a chance to even get the player off the diffuser. And it's a round converted, a 4th on the board. And sure, every round that 200 have been able to get have been very, very close in the sense of, like, I don't think they can do it easy. But they all have been post-plant defusers. So Metasport are still getting the extra money in their bank from getting the spike down, sure. But yeah, they want to convert one every now and then.
Yeah, I feel like those are the mental gymnastics you need to take positives for Metasport right now. What doesn't take a lot to think about is that you already have 3 rounds and you're only 1 off of your opponents. This is not over. This is not the end. But you just need a little bit of a reset. Let's be fair. I think both teams do. Because some rounds just go up into the air a bit too much.
Well,
a bit too frequently.
Yeah, an opportunity for a reset coming into this one. Not a couple of players on either side having a little bit of financial worries, but there's also going to be a massive round in regards to the ultimates. There's 3 available for both sides, and for the side of 200, they have crazy good retake ultimates with Nozbees and Cryos being online. It can prove difficult for Metasport to try and navigate that unless they get a lot of space ahead. And especially in the post plans to push further, possibly into a heaven or have some stairs position. With an exploration of a pack of 200 players out towards B, a relatively shallow turret for the flank as well, especially with the pace that they're scaling up over towards A, it can get a little bit scary. They decide to tuck tail and retreat Thinking better of a 3-man flank.
Well, the A site will be open.
30 seconds left.
You can tell Lotus is considering dropping here. And eventually will. Off the back of the Rolling Thunder, this might be the chance that we'll find players in front of him, and indeed, that is exactly what happens. 2 picks to his name, and Metasport trailing. 1 revealed, the Prowler doing work, somehow not converting upon it. It's getting a little bit chaotic, but the pure numbers from full box 200 are everything that is needed. But let's be fair, they threw so much at it, it would be very difficult for them to not make it work and get themselves a flawless round in the process. Barely taking any damage also.
Yeah, honestly, it was a perfect play with Solnas staying over towards heaven until the last second where they can drop, run into a site with a breach ultimate as the rest of the players coming in. Sure, Sided tries to use the Viper's Pit to slow down the attack so they have a chance to recover from the stun. There's too much to deal with from the side of full box, whether it's the stuns from the Neon, the ultimate, the reveal, the Prowler. Just got bullied over towards the site, although they were still able to get the spike plant down, but another post plant dismantled by full box 200.
A very fair assessment, I think. Now, can they replicate this consistently? That's another question, and especially given that Metasport has still got another buy in them. A lot of work needs to be done, especially considering Nightfall available for Shinnick, lockdown for Anguist. But the thing is, look at the excursion from full box 200 towards that left-hand side, realizing no one's around, thinking that it's probably safer to dedicate more players towards this A-side defense.
They had something similar when they went poking and prodding out of B. This time, on a little bit of a double setup over towards Sand. Only issue is, there's only 3 players actually committing or trying to hold their presence over towards A, but this B split can be scary, especially if they go for this fast flank, open the door, fight them before they even get to site. That's exactly what happens.
Wow. And there's not much Metasport can do apart from Shinnick trying to pick up the pieces here. That's a wonderful paranoia. Give Shinnick a chance to bring his team straight back in, opening towards this A site, and the lockdown wasted.
Spike planted.
Efriosa, though. I'm not quite sure Cider is wary of him being here. Toxic Screen comes up on time.
He's got to be aware of it now.
How much he saved his own life for a bit, but it's only delayed it. Cryo also holding his own on his little fight. Chester sure gets one. Might be able to find a second, but this spike is being diffused, and there's nothing that can be done to prevent it. 6 in the bag for full box 200.
And my only concern is this is 6 rounds defense on Lotus as well. When traditionally you'd expect this to be more favoring the attackers. Not only have they secured at least an equal half, but it doesn't seem like they have any intention of slowing down. But again, the caveat to this is Metasport, because they continue to get the spike down, they continue to have this loss bonus, they continue to be able to feel the buy. So at least they won't go quietly into losing the half. They'll at least put up a little bit of a fight. Still with ultimates on the board, a lot of that of 200s using the previous. They might be able to use their own to tip the scales in their favor and finally get a post-plant conversion. Been a bit of a dry spell for the Metasport players.
Yeah, not really finding too much success. Kayaks. The confidence to stick around and still get away with 2. Actually, that's Efriosa doing the heavy lifting, but finally I feel like Metasport have got an answer that means something. Anguist with 2 picks.
You should run.
The C-bomb site are being approached, but at the same time, this lockdown is going to force the full box 200 players out. So entry to be permitted, but no full set of flashes available for this retake.
The only problem is, at least they're going to be aware of Cessa's position or possible flank. With the turret being broken, it's going to be sort of a time game, how quickly they can retake the site itself before they have to worry about flanks or players in main. Cider needs to be the first to fall.
But it's Anguist to end up on top. Cryo returning the favor, but Anguist really stepping up to the plate this round. Metasport needed something like this. Someone to rally up the troops. And Anguist has just provided that for his team.
Yeah, safe pair of hands. Opens up the kills for his team with a double kill over towards Sand. And closes it with a double kill, just protecting his teammate over towards site, holding that cross. And coming out into this, we're getting a full Perks 200 timer, which I don't actually hate. Because coming into this one, they have money, right? There's no question that they're not going to have it. But the difference of having a 6-6 or a 7-5 half compared to a possible 8-4, if they can really lock the last 2 rounds of this half in, can be astronomical, especially when you're switching over onto the attacking and relatively favored sides on this map.
I don't mind full box 200 instantly in the moment where they struggle most, draw out a timeout. They could have waited for a shriek to be created, but no, they know they've got a real chance to get away.
I looked at something I shouldn't have looked at. That might be, I looked at the win rate per half for 200. They have a like sub 40% win rate on the defense and a near 80% win rate on attacking rounds. So 6 is great, guys, honestly.
Yeah.
The fact,
if I'm a Metasport fan, I really enjoy that stat. I am not shaking where I sit.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something to keep in mind when we do switch over. But there is still an opportunity for Metasport to be the challengers of that win rate. But it would certainly help if they're able to at least get a 5-7 or a 6-6 half here. And it's not looking great. Already losing your Sentinel player Anguish. Sure, you have Cider still on the lurk. With numbers not in your favor and being split up across 2 extremities of the map. Really relying on the hit itself to be strong.
Well, Horn to the backside, can't really find anyone. The Nightfall does connect with a couple of players. Fullbox 200 can't really take this fight head on in fear of the Prowlers, but it's Metasport that lose the first player. It's Metasport that have Yusu that is low. At least they find the A site open. That distraction worked nicely. But do they have enough to stick the landing?
At least they're aware of the fact that someone should be over towards heaven. You can see Kajux holding it with the operator. Now the one-way putting out really is a surefire sign of you need to be wary of this position. We're fighting ahead of it.
A stun and a quick cross from Kajux. Already to the lower side. And pressure inflicted from the back end as well. Chester, Chinook, both chiming. Chester yet again. That's more like it for Metasport on a hold. Cryo. What if you bring out Brilliance here? That would be mad.
No, I think he's going to be bringing the operation into the next round.
most likely, especially with Noseby not really having too much cash. Kajux the same. It would be the safer bet. And Metasport survive with 3 and finally able to make a round work. Cleanly, I think, is the addition to that sentence.
Yeah, especially with the non-committal into C, but giving a lot of pressure and a lot of presence shown, allowing Cider to get so much space over towards A, over into heaven. Utilizing Cester's ultimate, obviously, to get the spike over towards A relatively quickly and safely, to get the spike down. Coming into this one, last round and a half. Operator still out for Kajux, obviously. There's a couple of Stingers and Phantoms to bolster up the buy. No ults really to speak of.
Well, the Toxic Screen does provide some extra space, but they don't really walk into Kajux, at least not yet.
They re-peek it. Gonna be in for a bit of a scary surprise. There's crazy patience coming in from Metasport. Quiet across the whole map. Now they start to explore. Want to deal possibly with the Killjoy utility Cryo's been having over towards B. Especially this turret.
Prowler.
Again,
as well as Paranoia.
Prowler.
And Pseudonist gets two, gets both. Oh no, back to the drawing board with that Prowler for sure. It's happened too many times. And Metasport trailing far behind and nothing able to do in this round as a defuse is guaranteed with all 5 players, only 11 points of health taken away from them collectively in this round altogether. 7-5 is a score as Fullbox 200 look to see if they can close out this series 2-0. 7-5 the score as Fullbox 200 again show they are ahead at halftime. Metasport, a bit of struggle, a bit of resurgence towards the end. But can that resurgence continue to the second half as they now are the ones responsible of defending the 3 sites of Lotus?
And looking at the setup, they're playing to completely retake over towards B. They want to hold down A, and especially with any sort of early aggression, ready to have an answer back. But the only question is, what's going to happen when no one's home?
Well, Fullbox will make it their home.
Oh, no.
And Cryo will just claim heads. Okay, he's going to take every single one of those skulls and put them on a mantelpiece. That was gorgeous and definitely one of the plays of the tournament so far. That is mad. And a brilliant way for Fullbox 200 to get things started. Cryo continuing where he left things off on Icebox as well, but this time on a Killjoy. Sure, Testers keeping things competitive, fighting a few headshots, a few kills, and actually a very close game with 15 and 20 points of health being the remaining HP for Sulanist and Efriosa. But a round 1 for 200 Fullbox nevertheless.
Oh, this is like, sure, fine, get the first 2, but the fact that he's still able to connect on the 3rd, and the whole play, the whole setup of Metasport is the fact that they were playing 4 towards A, ready for a retake on B, had a player towards C to play for just sort of info and maybe to wrap if they went B, and they can't even get past the solo Luke on A without losing 3 players. And it's just another notch in the belt of 200, up to 8 now. And this was the concern, is this is a team that thrives on the attack. In most cases, it's where they where they shine in the sense of this composition and just with the play style that they've been having in this tournament so far.
Sure.
Sider narrowly escapes death.
Yeah, but whether he'll survive altogether this round is a different question, as Fullbox 200 to take full site control.
Spike planted.
Sulanist the only one that really hasn't invested into a gun, which may allow him to take some more aggressive positions.
And the fact that Cryo is still outside B, ready to go for a flank or to come through the door, should be whichever's needed. It's a heavy waterfall push.
It is indeed, and Sulanist just doesn't stop pushing. Calyx, Efriosa, doing good work, but Metasport actually found some answers. And now, you're hoping that Cryo can do the heavy lifting. One found, and Sulanist with just the ghost may be enough. Chinook is standing on thorns, on Legos. It hurts, and there is nowhere he can go to escape the pain.
I can hold an area pretty well myself.
But damage has been done. That's the caveat for that one. There's only 2 weapons are going to be saved over. Maybe a force up from one of the players that only had the ghost coming in. Able to invest maybe a rifle. Hopefully that can spear header bonus rounds. But otherwise, 9 on the board for Fullbox 200.
I'll show them.
Realistically in the driver's seat of this map and of the series at this point.
Just trying to see if he can win a 1v1 here. Toxic Stream providing him some space to get away to the safety of the back A site.
Just poking and prodding, gaining a little bit of space over towards Rubble. There's not really much of a rotate coming in from Metasport, possibly reading into the fact that 200 want to go for a B split.
And in the meantime, the B side Metasport players are walking directly into Cry's crosshair. Headshot does connect, but a Bulldog cannot get that one shot, one kill. Therefore, shut down and turning their attention, full box 200, onto this A site. Sesta, great deliverance onto Kayaks. And the trend of Metasport holding down the fort continues. No one wants to drop. It's looking clean, but Sulnus accurate. But even with 3 bullets in the chamber, Sesta looking clean. And Metasport are able to win their anti-bonus.
Relatively clean conversion as well, so there's not too much reinvestment having to go through into this one for the side of Metasport, and that's exactly what you want, because sure, in the first half they were always getting the spike down, so they had a little bit of back to cash to buy into the next couple of rounds. They're not going to have that liberty coming onto this defensive half. It's a little bit worse in regards to economy. You don't get that extra boost if you get the spike down but still lose the round. Just gonna have to try and make these rounds a little bit cleaner. Oh, a lot of damage being done early on.
Indeed. Especially onto Kayaks. He's not going to feel too confident taking the first engagements now. And have that buffer, that resource.
And immediately, Sesta, as soon as giving any sort of pressure towards A, he used from the shadows to TP over towards C and finally convert that kill onto Kayaks.
Yeah, he's really stepped up the past couple of rounds. Very smooth with his fights. Are we going to have that open of the door 3 times in one round again? Or was it 4 times? I don't remember.
No, it was too many times.
Well, now it's the second time. And the spike is heading towards B. With only one defending, Shinnick will try and delay this push as much as humanly possible. Smoke towards the upper end, but that's not where Shinnick is lying. Hobbit broken through, so Metasport have an extra angle of attack. Door opened yet another time. And 200 are actually coming out on top of the trades! Blink and you miss it, Metasport lose every single one of their B-side defenders. And B-side is fully under the control of the 200 members, with 2 players left for Metasport to try and deal with the chaos that's being created. Chester will not be the answer, and I'm afraid Anguist can be neither.
Yeah, he needs to save this weapon for Cider. Everyone else can reinvest. He can reinvest or drop one over. But Cider down on his luck money-wise. Needs to start investing some funds, I think. But otherwise, 200 are up onto double digits off the back of, well, a double kill from Nosby, but then also, I just want to pull into the point of when they were able to get those kills over towards A-Link into Hobbit, they completely readjusted their setup. Everyone was on their own, but they were in a position where they were always able to support each other, even with Nosby sending a flash over towards main to assist Cryo and getting the kill onto Sesta. And then, obviously, Angrist has no way back into the round. 4 players left to deal with, all with utility that can just delay, forces him into a save.
By the way, I feel Chester's performance is the very definition in the dictionary of kicking and screaming through a game, doing everything he absolutely can to keep his team in this one, but things aren't just lining up for every single one of these individuals of Metasport. It's not the best day for a few of them. And that's not what you need on a qualification match. Sure, you've got a buffer, you're 2 wins in, a couple of BO3s more you could play and potentially still qualify. But sooner the better. And the amount of teams on that 1 loss, teams and 2 loss, still scary, very competitive scene. If you're able to get back into it now would be the best option. Otherwise, full box 200 are taking this one home. A-site definitely on the lookout, and Rolling Thunder will make sure no one is lying in the shadows of A.
And it clears the site out completely. Both of the 2 sort of pseudo-sentinels of Cider and, well, I was going to say and Anguish. Only Anguish survives for an opportunity at a retake. Or even plan.
Spray through the smoke. And now, Anguist left in a really difficult spot. Two players looking directly at him. Efriosa seemed like he needed help there, but Lotus has got it all under control. Chinook. Had an opportunity to get 2 picks there, but I think got overwhelmed in the moment. And Chester, of course, has got to run away and hide. This round is not salvageable. 4 players remain for the full box 200 roster. And an 11th round secured. What on earth has happened to Metasport?
I'm more focused on the fact that what full box 200 had for breakfast, lunch, and possibly even snack just before the match. Because honestly, like, you're talking about, sure, Cester's kicking and screaming his way through, but so is Sultanus. But he's having a little bit more fun of a time in the sense that he is winning 11-6 rather than losing. But he's also basically on 20 kills to 9. He's winning with that 2 KD and just being that sort of clean up for the side of 200, right? You're looking at Courage to make the entries and Nosby, but Sultanus has been there consistently with the trades as well. Safe pair of hands on this fade.
Everybody from this full box 200 roster have been looking clean, having their moments and their roles working nicely in tandem.
Oh, this is a cheeky place to put a lockdown.
Oh my god. And I don't think anybody can deal with it. You have to respect that the players on site just have to vacate the premises, wave their hands in the air and say, the A site is yours, take it.
And just how much space that they're able to gather as well. Still keeping the space over towards stairs, even using an alarm bot to help. Looking at Yusu to be the entry, and he is able to connect the showstopper. That's a way back in for Metasport. Oh no!
Yusu can't escape the aftershock though, fumbles the blast pack, and that's going to be hurtful. Chester delivering once again, but is it enough? You need a little bit more than that. Nosby gets caught, Cider finding the sideline. Cryo will run out of bullets, surely, dealing with all these players in front of him. And that will do it. Metasport, it took them a damn while. It's been a bit of a dry spell, but finally able to put their mark in on this defensive side.
Everyone's tech still working? Double check.
Better now than later, especially staving off match point for the side of 200, keeping that ever elusive 12, but also closing the gap, right? Because that's what's going to be required. The only issue is sure that utilized Cryo's ultimate, but it was that sort of trade-off to get the space. Sitting goes for Yusu's was used in response. Now coming into this one, what can Cider do with the Viper's Pit, whether it's going to be staving off a site here or using it for a retake? There's so many options to play around. Instead, he opts to hold down the C site, allow the rotations to go in to support teammates.
But the choice has been made. The B site is approached, no one there to defend initially. A retake needed for Metasport. I'm just wondering what they can use to make it work. No ultimates, no fancy. Big pieces of abilities to be used. Efriosa gets away with murder through a smoke. Kayaks as well, as he continues to put pressure on different positions. And now looks to join the team yet again. Cider finally finding success for the team. Juicy backs it up with something more. Anguist elevated, might be able to find a second, but Kayaks denies that opportunity. And Cider, at least he's got cover from one of these players as he starts to defuse. Halfway, but stunned, cannot run, which means Silness will find the back of his skull. And full box 200 on map and series point.
I do feel like you can see the sort of punish pick we were alluding to coming into this map, especially how confident 200 have been on it in the last couple of matches and how shaky Metasport has been on theirs. And then this half only managing to connect 2, one being a bonus and the other a miraculous defusal. Second time up being utilized. Full box 200 have yet to even need one. They've been playing this map with confidence throughout, and realistically, when you're up, sure, 7-5 on the half, and you're going into your favored half, now you hit 12. It's just more concentrating now of how they're going to close this out, not get ahead of themselves, because realistically they're one round away from making playoffs of Challengers Northeast Samson Odyssey.
I love that you added it at the end. Right. It's good. Yes, this is going to be interesting. And you're right. Potentially making the players of Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast for full box 200. I'm going to have to ask these guys what this name means. But either way, they may have the opportunity to answer right after this if they win it. Winner's interview, potentially.
Well, Metaport tried to go back to the tried and tested of playing 4 players over towards 8. Drops a little bit of utility to clear it out, and now they're going to at least break the wall and try and reinforce over towards the C site, but it might be a little bit too little too late, and instead go for a door opening, trying to be a backstab, disrupt them as they go in. But Angus has a lot to deal with.
Indeed, but Chinook does so much here. 3 kills in a matter of 2 seconds. And sure, Angus is there to pick up the pieces, but my word, that was brilliant from Chinook.
Or is this a lineup? Gets the first on Furiosa, and it's just a lineup of the last 2. And I said it might be a lot for Angus to deal with, but the timing of opening that door was perfect, that only 1 player was even able to make it onto site, who then got distracted with teammates calling that the door's opening and all hell breaking loose. And this is what I was talking about in the sense of closing this out, and the fact that they haven't necessarily got the money in this one, a timeout coming out to solidify their plans, not only in this one, in this round coming, but the next couple as well. If they're unable to close out with this half buy sort of eco, what is the plan for the next rifle round? Are there any adjustments that need to be made, or is it just a take a deep breath, do it round by round, and that they have the wiggle room to lose a couple as long as they convert that 1 round that is needed to secure this map, sort this match, and their place in playoffs?
But it won't be without the scare of Metasport being loomingly close to them in score, right? It won't be without the scare that Metasport are netting a couple of rounds, chaining them together. Can these newbies close it out on what is probably the most important game they've played as of yet in their career? Every single one of them.
They've at least been able to break apart 2 of the players onto site, but there's nothing really going off the back of it. They're not rushing in to just disrupt this plant going down. Instead, they play full for this retake.
Nightfall, no chances taken here. You know you're up against the pistol, but you've got to go all in. Stun as well. But you are taking a sweet time, waiting for the full box 200 players to enter your screen. Cryo, yeah, left to the sidelines, while Metasport able with just a singular casualty to get themselves a 9th round. Now is where things get interesting, Summer. Now is where full box 200 will be tested the most. A full buy, losing it, potentially could mean an overtime threatened by Metasport.
Yeah, realistically, they should have another rifle buy before overtime is secured for the side of Metasport.
Yeah.
So this is sort of... Yeah, but you don't want to let it get to round 24 to close it out. You definitely would prefer a 3-9 rather than a 13-9 instead of a 13-11. So yeah, full focus on this one. Nosby does have the Rolling Thunder. We've seen how impactful he can be, especially when he was on that defensive half. It's just whether he can get the same sort of impact on the attack. Similar setup for Metasport. 4A, turret on B. Not using the ultimate to get out on site, realizing it's normally free real estate, wanting to use it for the post plant.
Not really giving too much attention towards Hobbit, but wanting to put so much pressure onto Angus. Even the Rolling Thunders expended towards it, they're not settling for B. They're running and gunning it towards C.
But they haven't got a kill.
has survived. Importantly, still around, and Full Box 200 are on the chase. Paranoia, as well as a flash. Anguist is blind, and he's still destroying them.
One enemy remaining.
What is going on?
So much invested just to kill one Killjoy player, and yet they fail to do that.
Oh
and he
my
nets
God.
4 in the round to keep them alive, to keep them with the possibilities, not just winning this series, just for the possibility of overtime, for a possibility to even make it to a map 3. But from the side of 200, I wouldn't put it past them if they use a timeout now, because, or even save it for the round 24, because you've utilized so much utility to try and kill one solo Killjoy player, failed to do so, tunnel vision into, okay, we need to throw everything we have, and then he gets a 4K.
All right, reset, refocus. That's exactly what Full Box 200 will need to do if they want to be closing this one out, but obviously a bit of a buffer round this would be. And like you said, you didn't really want to be seeing this going to round 24 if you're a Full Box 200 player, but Metasport, on the other hand, don't mind that whatsoever. But this time, down a player. Thing is, still, the firepower discrepancy favors the team defending.
They have the advantage in numbers. Definitely not weaponry. Might have an opportunity to catch him off guard. That's a reduce, reuse, recycle. That is putting it to its work. Anguist, you're not going to have a chance for heroics this time.
You've got double the amount of players available now. Cryo might even make it a 1v4. That is crazy. This is absolutely obscene. This could put Full Box 200, and very likely it will, unless Yushu just pops out of his mind. He needs 4 kills, but every single one of his opponents have upgraded to rifles. Every single one of them knows where he is, and there's a lockdown for good measure, which he's got to respect. Repositioning from the Full Box team. Yushu is toyed with, played with, not given a chance to breathe. Up against the wall and 6 feet under. Full Box 200 are the second team to qualify into playoffs. Who would have thought?
And in the fashion that they did it, in a 2-0 versus a Metasport that looked like they were running a hot streak, coming out of Glitched in first place, taking down Enterprise in a 13-4 fashion, who are the champions of Challengers EMEA, returning to the regional league. And yet it's Full Box 200, the newbies on the block, that join in forces and create this team that glide through East qualifiers, glide through Lower Swiss, and seemingly have just glided through Upper Swiss in a 3-0 fashion to be one of the first seeds making it to playoffs of Split 3.
When you do your prep for games like this as broadcast talent, you always want to look at the narrative of the underdog, the story in which you kind of want to see them perform, and if they do, this would be an interesting point to bring up. And the fact that Challengers Northeast always had teams like Sweet and Sour, Requiem making it to playoffs, deep runs, finals. We didn't think this would be the moment we'd be seeing a team like Full Box 200 do it. Like, you prepare of it just in case, but do you really think it's going to happen? No. That's the answer here. But they showed up, and even though they overcooked a few moments, even though there are some cracks in the armor, they made Metasport bleed. Not once, but twice. 2 maps consecutive, a 2-0. That takes them to playoffs. All right, let's look at the stats a little bit, sure, because there were a few players that stood up more than the rest. Chester, an excellent game, an excellent series, wasn't enough. We wanted to see a little bit more of Juicy, right? That head-to-head between the two duelists, Kayaks as well, doing so well so far in this WIS stages in general. But that wasn't their story of this one, really. It wasn't. It wasn't it. Instead, it's Full Box 200 to take the dub. As simply as that.
Yeah, I don't think we can overstate how surprised, and honestly, in a happy way, in a good way, surprised that we have teams like Fullbox 200 that can come from like premiers or from East qualifiers into the lower Swiss and then make it to upper Swiss, but then also make it to playoffs as well. And it's the way that they did it as well. It's not just they've had some easy BO1s to get to this point and then, yeah, sure, they take down Metasport. We were talking about the fact that they had a struggle when it came into the sort of lower Swiss. It's not as if they went 3-0 there. They had their own trials and tribulations just to make it here, and they just turned it into a different beast in this upper Swiss.
Oh yeah. 2 players out of the 5, Efriosa and Solinist, played their first officials this year, their very first officials at the start of this year. It's been barely, I think, 6 months since then, or maybe 7, and they've already made it to the top 8 of a tier 2 event of the Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast. That is, quite frankly, a feat. I'm still waiting to see if we manage to get an interview in with them, but yeah, we will actually get to talk with the coach actually as soon as that is ready. But yeah, and it's hard to react after moments like this, right? But let's talk a little bit more about Metasport here, right? Because obviously coming into this one, a little bit more favorite in this series, being on a strong roll, having some solid performances, like you said, beating some very good teams. What do you think happened wrong for them? What didn't quite go right the way they would have liked?
I think it's so difficult to say. Obviously, we can look at the stats and be like, oh, they were struggling getting entries, or it was closing at the rounds and stuff like that. But my concern for Metasport is sort of the mentality side of things, because no one ever gets to see that side of teams, and especially having been on such a long high of coming from a tier 2 off-season event, LAN, winning it, then coming into lower and upper Swiss relatively cleanly. The fact that they've gotten to this point, they've been knocked down, I do hope that they're able to bounce back in the next couple of qualification games, because it would be sad to see them sort of reach this high and not be able to push it further into playoffs.
Well, we do have an interview with Kalk, the coach of Fullbox 200, ready as we bring him onto the broadcast. Kalk, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, by the way.
Yes, you pronounce it correct.
Awesome. First of all, congratulations on the victory. Congratulations on making it to playoffs. Talk me through that entire game from your perspective. Give us your thoughts. Open mic. I want to hear your reaction.
From my perspective, it's just like, I don't know, it went very smooth, even though the score was like really close, but I mean, I think we had it in control, and like we did some adjustments like during the mid games. That's why, for example, we took lead on Icebox, and then we like finished the game after it. Yeah, so yeah, this is basically it. The thing is, like, what I was surprised about is they didn't change anything. So the way how they played, I don't know, like months ago, like a week ago, nothing changed. So that's why it was like really easy to read and really easy to adapt.
Well, you're saying that it was a possibly easy game to prepare for. In the game itself, right, that you're one of the newbies, sort of the newcomers to this sort of level of play, especially in Northeast. Was it your expectation to make playoffs this early on in sort of the entrance to Northeast Challengers?
I mean, I will be honest, I just joined for this game. Like, I wasn't with them for like their run before. It's just like my friend Kayux asked me to help, and as you can see, I helped. Yeah, because yeah, like this is basically what I was doing. Yeah, I was watching some stuff, and I was preparing, and like some things that we did, it was clean again, I would say. Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, I really like this team, and they perform good. They're not afraid. They're like confident. They talk to each other. They have good vibes. Everything. So I mean, I think this is like the secret about like how we did this result, to be fair.
Yeah, I was literally not aware that Fullbox 200 were running with a coach, so thank you for the insight of you jumping in for this one, because I was very surprised with all with the timeouts, the impact it had on them as players, right? Resetting the tempo a little bit, and I'm sure you had some additions to put in there overall. But I'd love for you to talk to me more about the players in particular. I'm sure, as you said, Kayux is one of your friends, right? So, sure, Kayux is one of the more experienced in the roster, but there are a couple more of Evriosa, Sulinis that only have played officials at the start of this year, right? So they haven't really been in the scene for long. What do you think these players can develop into? Do you see potential there that can carry on through into the future?
I mean, if they're gonna practice more than 2 scrims per day, then probably yes. I mean, they're just like shooting good. Yeah, they have good vibes and everything. It's just, yeah, unfortunately, like people are doing stuff outside of Whispers as well, so that's why like there is not a lot of time. I mean, it's understandable with the current state of tier 2, right? Like, yeah. Unfortunately, even right now, if we go for like LFT post asking, oh, okay, like there is some kind of organization, sign us, please. I doubt something gonna happen, yeah. So it is how it is, but obviously the potential is there. People are shooting good, and like they know some fundamentals. Some fundamentals I told them. Some fundamentals I told as well, like based on game, like Metasport game. I showed on their example how they play, and like the way like how they play most of the time is really correct. Yeah. So yeah, it's just people need time, obviously, like to practice and yeah, like to deliver even more.
Okay, I won't keep you any longer. I have one more question for you. It's 2 parts actually, so this is kind of a cheating question. One, are you going to be continuing coaching through into playoffs? And if you are, who do you think is the biggest threat to you guys making a playoffs run? Who do you want to kind of avoid matching up against in playoffs?
Oh, honestly, I mean, formulation qualified already, right? Yes. I have in formulation two of my ex-players as well, so it would be like actually interesting to meet them. But like I think like the rosters that like are actually really good are like them, yeah, and obviously like Enterprise. So I don't know. From one perspective, it's like kinda you want to avoid them, but from another perspective, you want to like to meet them, to face them, to understand, you know, like where are you right now, yeah, like because here, yeah, as you said, like we just I mean these players just met for a qualifier and they play, and as I said, like 2 scrims per day maximum against, I don't know, like because they play super late, it's not like really good opponents, as you know, when we play super late, yeah, so it's just you can imagine like how it can turn if like we would have like better practice, yeah. But about like myself coaching with them, I mean, probably, yeah. I would like to say it's actually like really interesting roster, and I feel like they understand me from the first day really good, and there is like some stuff that I really like about them. Like we have a similar vision, let's say this way, yeah. So it would be really interesting to continue.
Well, thank you for your insights, Kauk. That's some really valuable stuff. So I appreciate your time, and thank you for coming in. And again, congratulations. And I hope to see more of you. Not only more Fullbox 200, but more of you as well. It's good to have you back in this space. So yeah, thank you very much, and have a good evening, man.
Thank you for having me. See ya.
All right, well, it was great to see Kauk again, now having a little project on his hands with Fullbox 200. Obviously, his own time, his own effort, but it seems to have given this roster a little bit of boost where they need it against Metasport today.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that he has only come in for this matchup as well, and the little amount of scrims that Fullbox 200 are running, it really is important that the team, the IGL, have the same vision of how to play as the coach, and it does help with that sort of transfer of information to get people up to speed quickly if you're not sort of butting heads on the idea itself. And I really feel like if he does obviously stay further into playoffs, like he's alluded to, then we can see this team be very dangerous. And I totally understand him wanting to play up against some of the beasts of this region, similar to like Enterprise or Formulation, just to sort of level yourself out of like, okay, we can beat Metasport, but how close can we make the game against teams like Enterprise or Formulation? Is sort of trying to mark yourself on that sort of pecking order as well.
Well, this was a brilliant day, a brilliant set of matches all together. But let's have a look at what is coming up in the following days, right? Let's have a look at, well, first of all, what's happened today, right? We've got to get a feel of what not only happened on stream, but what happened off stream, where Bonk were able to take on Extreme, and Bitfix not quite getting the win there, only getting that one map win and taking it to a third in the deciding series. But it's Easties to end up on top on that one off stream. But yeah, we had a fair share of variety, but it is going to be Formulation and 200 to make it into the top 8 as of so far, Summer. So really interesting stuff so far, and as always, jam-packed when it comes to talent. Well, we do have our matches set in stone for tomorrow then, as the teams Metasport, as well as their opponents, well, as well as Twisted Saint Esports, fall down to the 2-1 and have to play against Pixelumina and Deti Ulysse respectively. And we'll start things off at 3 p.m. CEST, just like we did today. So hope you guys will be joining in on that one. Summer, any final words to close out the day? Oh, we also get to see these are the off-stream matches of tomorrow as well. Any thoughts on these?
And I'm just excited to see how well ESE are going to do in sort of the bounce back. Same goes for Team Liquid, who have it both teams. You have the players on it, you don't necessarily have the results that you wanted at this stage in the tournament, but there's still opportunities to go further forward. I will say, from the results of the matches today, I'm kind of upset that we saw Bitfix lose, in the sense that we're not going to be seeing them anymore in this tournament. Like, they're eliminated from Split 3. So hopefully they'll have a little bit of a break in the off season and be able to come back a little bit stronger in the new year.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate it's going to be off stream, but we can't show absolutely everything running games concurrently. But Team Liquid Academy also being on the chopping block is a scary prospect that we'll be finding out more about tomorrow. But that is it for today, folks. Hope you guys enjoyed the action. Hope you guys enjoyed the games, because we certainly did, and we'll be seeing more of you tomorrow. So yeah, tune in again. 3 p.m. CST is a time to be here. And yeah, until then, have a great evening, and yeah, enjoy life.
Bye.
to my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say